When this kid opened his eyes, he had no clue where he was. A girl next to him nudged him and whispered, "The teacher saw you sleeping." The whole room cracked up. Of course, the class idiot got caught sleeping again. The teacher stormed over, fuming, and asked if her lesson was really that boring. But the kid, he couldn't believe his eyes. Who is this woman? Boring? Those curves are anything but boring. Just look at that geometry. They're perfect spheres. The teacher did not appreciate that look at all. She yanked him by the ear, pointed at the blackboard, and forced him to solve the problem. The kid's mind was still a bit foggy, all thanks to that perfect geometry. He had to use his special technique to calm down and get the blood flowing from down there back to his brain. Blair finally saw the problem. Sum all the numbers from 1 to 100. Professor Brittany yelled at him to hurry up. If he was sleeping, he must know everything about the lesson. Cue more laughter. Blair was known for being the dimmest bulb in the box, but once he calmed down, Blair's entire demeanor changed. He got so confident, it actually stunned the teacher. When he wrote the answer on the board, the professor couldn't believe it. Blair didn't gloat. He just said he needed to go to the bathroom to take care of something. The classmates were speechless. Could that answer actually be right? The teacher of the perfect curves was floored. How did he do that calculation in his head? Outside the classroom, we find out the truth. Blair has no clue what's happening. This body, it's not his. His real name is Chen Luo, a world-famous math professor, a genius who became the youngest ever master. He doesn't know how he died, much less how he wound up in the body of this mediocre student. Besides, it seems like they don't even use basic math formulas here. Is this even his world? If not, he might just be the most brilliant person alive right now, determined to find out if he's going to be this world's Isaac Newton. Our protagonist doesn't notice a girl in the hallway. The two collide. Bam! Like a bowling ball hitting a pin. Blair's head hurts, but he feels something very soft in his hand that honestly made it all worthwhile. He scrambles back when he realizes the situation and offers the girl a hand. She is furious. "Blair, you again." Blair, confused, just asks, "Do we know each other?" The girl turns beet red, trying to cover her treasure while screaming, "You did the same thing on the first day of school, always touching me and trying to look up my skirt." He's just as arrogant and pretentious as ever. She hurled so many insults about this Blair kid that our protagonist froze in second-hand embarrassment. He tried to explain, but the girl was dead set on erasing his memories the unfriendly way. She started conjuring fire magic. Blair quickly tried a new tactic. "If I'm really that weak and pathetic, isn't beating me up just cowardice?" The girl wasn't listening. She was ready to barbecue his memories. Out of options, Blair resorted to sincerity. He apologized to the beautiful lady with the incredible geometry. "And I swear, I didn't see the color of any white panties." The girl was caught completely off guard. She actually calmed down, but before she could say a word, the culprit had vanished, running away from the blonde as fast as his legs can carry him. As he runs, he starts to process the insanity of this world where both science and magic exists side by side. Suddenly, a splitting headache hits him and he collapses to his knees on the grass. His consciousness begins to fade. His body goes limp and he passes out on the ground. Our protagonist's mind then drifts back to his childhood memories, where he's seen calling out for his dad. The scene shifts to a reflection in a puddle, showing some people in front of a palace. A man hands a beautiful box to a woman, calling her his love and trying to comfort her. Right after, the woman grabs a child by the arm and rushes inside a big 2-story house. Inside, while she's tending to her things, she overhears two women gossiping. They're saying that the lady and the child were nobles, but the man who supported them had died. The memory flashes forward, and now we see a child running happily to tell his mom he got accepted into the Chandanasa Academy. That child was Blair. His mother, worried, warns him about the dangers he's going to face at the academy. Looking at her son, she's reminded of her late husband and realizes how similar the two of them look. After that, the memories jump to his life at the academy, where our protagonist was constantly disrespected by his professors. He sets his mind on paying off his family's debt. After all, he's from a noble family that went bankrupt, so he has to work twice as hard. The problem is the dude was born without any magic powers. He can't even make a simple little fireball, and because of that, his life at the academy was hell. Everyone made fun of his failures, which put our boy in a major slump. Then, out of nowhere, he wakes up and comes face to face with a girl with blue hair. She's calling out to him, all worried, asking if he's okay. Blair is totally confused, wondering who this girl is and how she found him there. The girl holds out her hand to help and tells him he needs to get to his magic theory class. Our boy gets up, leaning on her for support, and thanks her kind of surprised. No one ever cares about him. When they get to the classroom, the magic theory lesson is already underway, with the professor talking about the 4 basic elements. While listening to the explanation, the protagonist starts to figure out how things work in this world. You're either born a mage or you're a commoner. Meanwhile, the professor, a guy with graying hair, continues his lecture. He says that mags use spells, gestures, and spiritual power to control the elements. But to do that, a person has to be born with a gift. Time passes and the class is finally wrapping up. The students all leave the classroom happily, celebrating the end of class. After the lecture, the professor notices someone stayed behind to ask a question. He looks over and sees it's Blair, and asks, without much surprise, what he wants to know. Blair asks the professor if it's possible to learn magic without being born with a talent for it. The professor shuts him down right away, saying it's impossible to control the elements without the natural gift. Right then and there, the classmates still in the room start laughing at him, since everyone knows the protagonist has 0 power. Then, a guy named Toby comes over and tries to cheer him up. He says that even if Blair doesn't graduate, there will always be a place for him on Toby's father's lands. Hearing the name, the protagonist remembers that this chubby little guy was the only friend of the body's previous owner. After their chat, Toby gives him a big smile. The two say a friendly goodbye, waving to each other. Out of nowhere, Blair notices the blue-haired girl is looking at him. He asks if she needs something. The girl gets all flustered and runs out of the room, but not before telling him that Professor Brittany told him to go to her office after class. He finds himself thinking about that girl. She was sticking close to him all day. It seemed like she wanted to say something. The guy realizes that even though he's a math genius, that's not going to help much in a world of magic if he doesn't have any powers. With a sliver of hope, he decides to try and use what little magic he has to summon a flame. He looks at his own hand, concentrates, and tries to use the fireball technique, hoping something will happen. His hope was already fading, and despair was setting in because it looked like he had failed again. But then, out of nowhere, his hand erupts in a bright orange flame. The guy is completely shocked, staring fascinated at the fireball in the palm of his hand. He doesn't understand a thing, just sees that yellow light glowing there. He can hardly believe it's real because as far as he knew, this new body had 0 magical power, but there's no denying it. He has to accept reality and even lets out a sigh of relief. Right after, our boy starts playing around with his new power. Then he stops and starts to wonder how, out of nowhere, this ability appeared. He figures this happened because the worlds crossed over somehow, and out of nowhere, he remembers he needed to talk to the teacher. He goes to her office, knocks on the door, and hears a voice from inside telling him to come in. Apologizing for bothering her, our boy enters the math teacher's office, but when he looks inside, his eyes go wide and he turns bright red. He finds the teacher, who's pretty hot, in a really weird pose and just stands there staring, but she doesn't even seem to notice his reaction and greets him cheerfully. At this point, the protagonist is still frozen, just staring at her. The teacher, totally chill, tells him not to mind the scene because she always does her calculations in that position. Blair, still a little flustered, asks why she called for him. The blonde then asks him to sit in the chair next to her desk. She backs away for a moment, then comes back and puts a pen and paper in front of him. The boy looks down at the paper and sees it's a new math problem he has to solve. As he's getting ready to start, the teacher says she's going to step out of the office for a second, but without missing a beat, he spits out the answer. The teacher looks at him in shock, asking what he just said. He repeats the same number, confirming that it's the right answer. Suddenly, the blonde rushes over to him, grabs him by the shoulder and starts asking, all worked up, how he solved it. Because for her, that problem takes forever. Looking a little angry, she asks if he'd solved that problem before, even though she chose the number 79 at random. The protagonist asks if she really wants to know the answer. She, half jokingly, insists again that he tell her how he did it. The guy's gaze unintentionally drifts down to her chest, and he, a bit shyly, agrees to explain everything. He's even surprised, thinking to himself that deep down, his teacher is kinda naive. Without wasting any time, he jumps right into the explanation. He says he saw the teacher solving the problem by adding the numbers one by one. He says that's a pretty risky approach, and it's really easy to make a mistake, but he congratulates her because her calculations were actually correct. She looks at her papers, totally confused, and says that's the only way she knows how to solve it. Our boy gives a big grin and says she's wrong. He starts to explain a new way, where first you have to find a pattern. According to him, you just take the first number with the last, the second with the second to last, and so on. Adding these pairs always gives you 80. He asks the teacher how many pairs of numbers that add up to 80 are in the problem. The blonde jumps out of her chair and shouts the answer, 39. The boy immediately praises her and tells her to sit down, but then quickly apologizes, saying it was out of habit. He continues the explanation, saying that this way the problem stops being a giant addition problem and turns into a simple multiplication. He shows that with this method, she can also find the solution super fast. The teacher, excited to have learned something new, happily declares that this is a wonderful way to solve the problem. What's more, she herself comments that this method could probably be improved. The boy praises her for the insight and starts to explain that yes, there is an improvement for this method. After his explanation, the blonde just freezes up, trying to process the logic of everything that was happening. Seeing his teacher totally frozen, our boy calls out her name. Worried, he figures the basic math from his world is just too advanced for her. She finally snaps out of it and looks away, asking if he came up with that method himself. The protagonist dodges the question and just says he created the method to make calculations easier. In his head, he thinks that she'd never understand if he mentioned Gauss's name. Suddenly, the teacher grabs his hand and calls him a genius. To our protagonist, the scene feels pretty romantic. She says a bright future is waiting for him if they keep studying together. The guy turns bright red, says her name, and tries to say something. The teacher senses the mood, gets embarrassed, and backs away from him, scurrying off in another direction. But then, out of nowhere, her expression changes as an idea pops into her head. All excited, she suggests that Blair become an amazing mathematician. His answer is a real quick no. With a look full of ambition, he shouts that he wants to become an incredible mage. She looks at him with a confused face and asks why. So the teacher slams him down on the table and says he should be studying math, not wasting his talent. She tells him that as a mathematician, he could have a good position in society and that he should choose that path, not magic. Ignoring her, he forcefully shoves her hand away. Our protagonist says that what he cares about is magic and that he wants to be a mage, not a mathematician. In his opinion, being a great mathematician in this world is way too easy. He'd just have to spout off a few already existing mathematical theories. He feels like doing that would just be stealing other people's ideas, and that magic is way more interesting. After thinking for a moment, the teacher suggests they make a bet. She tells Blair that there's a magic exam coming up at the academy, which will decide whether or not he can stay. Our boy gets thoughtful and notes that if he fails, he'll be kicked out. The teacher confirms this and says that if he really wants to be a mage, he needs to pass this exam no matter what. A silence falls, and the boy just stares at her with an unreadable expression, thinking about something. Then the teacher grabs a calendar from the desk and continues explaining the bet. She says that if Blair passes the exam, she'll stop getting on his case about becoming a mathematician. But if he fails, she'll help him get a spot as a teaching assistant so he can stay at the academy and study math. After explaining everything, she asks if he accepts the bet. In her mind, she's sure the guy won't be able to pass because he has zero magical ability without showing any emotion. But with a super confident look in his eyes, the student accepts the bet. Out in the hallway, the guy thinks about how stubborn the teacher is and complains that she's always on his case. He starts replaying the earlier scene in his head, imagining it in a much more romantic way than it actually happened. Noticing these kind of dirty thoughts, he decides to distract himself by going to practice some magic. But then, out of nowhere, a girl with ribbons comes running towards him at full speed. They have a nasty collision, and the two of them bonk heads. After that, they both start falling to the ground at the same time. Our protagonist thinks the situation feels familiar, and then he feels something in his hand. When the pain fades, he opens his eyes and finds a girl sitting on top of him. The blonde realizes his hand is on her chest, and right away starts beating the crap out of our boy. Pissed off, she decides to use magic and starts preparing a fire spell. Out of nowhere, an orange fireball appears in her hand, but then she realizes there's no one in front of her anymore. The girl gets furious, cursing about how the guy disappeared again. Far away, our protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that if he hadn't bolted out of there at the speed of light, he'd be barbecued by now. A little while later, this same girl, who wears ribbons in her hair, goes to talk to the math teacher. She comes in complaining that she ran into a pervert twice in the same day at the academy. After venting, she gets even angrier and swears that the next time she finds that pervert, she's gonna blast him with a fireball without a second thought. The teacher finds the situation a bit funny and lets out a little chuckle. The girl, whose name is Isabella, quickly changes the subject. She says she's already finished the math problem the teacher had assigned. All proud, she mentions that she solved it all in one night and brags, thinking no one could have done it faster. The teacher even praises her effort, but bursts her bubble by saying that a guy named Blair solved the same assignment in just 1 minute. Isabella's jaw drops, completely confused, and she asks how he managed to do it so fast. The teacher explains there's a specific mathematical theory for it and offers to show her. So the teacher starts explaining exactly how the method Blair used works. After the lesson, Isabella has that look on her face like she's still processing everything, you know? But little by little, it starts to click, and she begins to understand the logic behind the theory. Then she realizes something and is shocked. She can't believe that Blair himself was the one who came up with it. Right then and there, Isabella decides she has to meet the genius who created this theory. She asks the teacher about him, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she waits for an answer. The teacher finds her whole reaction a bit strange, but agrees to introduce them. It's not long before Isabella just kicks a classroom door open and storms in. She starts yelling in front of everyone, asking where the guy named Blair is. She makes it crystal clear that she really wants to meet him. One of Blair's friends, completely startled, is just about to open his mouth to answer, but out of nowhere, he gets a hard pinch on the thigh to shut him up. And who was it that pinched him? None other than Blair himself, who was hiding under the table. The chubby friend gets the hint right away and makes up a story for Isabella, telling her that Blair had just left for work. She gives the guy a confused, "Are you serious?" kind of look, and asks a rhetorical question. Seeing it's no use, she gives up on waiting and asks the guys to let Blair know when he gets back. His friend gives her a little wave, super relieved, and promises he'll pass on the message. As soon as Isabella leaves, the classroom door slams shut. Only then does Blair decide to crawl out from under the table, making sure the blonde girl was really gone. After that whole scene, a super awkward silence falls over the room, and the entire class just stares at Blair with a "what the hell was that?" look on their faces, not understanding why he's suddenly the center of attention. He asks his friend why everyone is staring at him. In response, his friend, who has a bandage on his face, just grabs his shoulder tightly. His friend, with a desperate look on his face, asks Blair to spill what went down between him and this Isabella girl. Blair is totally lost, completely confused by the guy's reaction. Seeing this, his friend gives him an "are you insane" look, and asks if the protagonist has any idea who this girl even is. Our boy gets a little wary and carefully asks who the girl that just walked into the room is. His friend starts to explain that she has a lot of connections that could stir up some serious trouble, but Blair just brushes it off, replying that inside the academy, nobody can touch him. Then his friend, looking like he's already seeing this go south, asks for the academy's name. Blair answers nonchalantly. The next question is about the campus location, and our boy, totally chill, says it's on Baker Avenue. And that's when the bomb drops. His friend tells him that campus is in the city of Yabo, and the mayor there is none other than Isabella's father. That's when it finally clicks for Blair. He understands the deep crap is in and starts freaking out, wondering what to do. He realizes he's screwed and asks his friend if he can just apologize to the girl. But out of nowhere, a shout from the back of the room calls out Isabella's name, and the two of them whip around, startled. It's a blonde guy with his crew glaring at our boy. He says that a nobody like Blair won't even last 2 days there. This blonde guy's name is Butter, a dude who always bullied our protagonist in the past. Blair's friend tries to defend him, but on the inside, he's thinking the blonde dude is totally right. He thinks this because at that academy, if you don't have any skills, you get zero respect. And to make matters worse, all the second-year students have to take an exam. Anyone who doesn't pass is out, expelled. In theory, the magic exam is super simple. Anyone should be able to pass it easily. There's just one catch. Blair has zero magical ability. For him, this exam means the end of the line. Suddenly, he's snapped out of his thoughts by a loud slam on a nearby table. It's Butter furiously yelling at Blair, asking if he's deaf or something. The air instantly gets heavy, and the blonde guy starts cussing him out relentlessly. Our protagonist's friend doesn't let it slide, his expression hardening as he gets ready to talk back to Butter. The blonde is challenged to a fight right then and there for being such a cocky and rude jerk, but he's totally confused, asking what Blair's friend, a guy named Toby, has to do with any of this. The tension between the two explodes, and they're just one step away from throwing hands. Butter, with a furious look on his face, promises he won't forget this. He turns and leaves with his friends, saying that next time, Blair is going to pay for everything. Our protagonist just watches, looking a bit pale, as the bullies leave the room. He's even surprised to see that Toby, his chubby friend, defended him like that, proving he's a true friend. Straight up, Blair asks Toby to help him out with Isabella if any trouble starts. Toby agrees, but warns him that by that point, he'll have already beaten Blair up himself. After that, Blair just stares at his friend with a what? Look on his face, totally confused. A few days later, the magic exam finally begins. The professor announces the rules and warns that anyone who fails is out of the academy. The task is simple. Students have to stand behind a line and hit a target with a fireball. The exam kicks off with Butter, who struts in all cocky, making it clear he's the best one there. He whips up a fireball in no time and nails the target dead on. The instructor praises the guy and tells him he passed the exam. The test keeps rolling, with everyone taking their turn. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, the blonde bully spots our protagonist and his friend and lets out a smug laugh. He walks over to Blair and tells him with a smirk to enjoy his last few minutes at the academy. Pissed off by the taunt, Blair's chubby friend tells the blonde kid to shut up. And what a coincidence. The next one to be called is none other than Toby. Without wasting a second, he starts prepping the fireball spell. Out of nowhere, a small orange flame appears in his hand. He shouts the name of the technique and launches the fireball. It flies out and just barely grazes the target. The instructor, without much enthusiasm, says that Toby passed, even though he just scraped by. The guy is ecstatic that he made it. Next, the instructor looks at his list to see who's up. He was about to call Blair, but then remembers the kid doesn't even have any magic power. The instructor, feeling sorry for our boy, tries to avoid embarrassing him in front of everyone. So, he just starts wrapping up the exam, pretending he forgot about Blair. But then the blonde bully shouts out, telling the instructor not to end the test yet. He points out that there's still one student who hasn't taken the test. The guy points right at our protagonist and yells loud enough for everyone to hear that he's already failed. Blair just stands there, silent and still, waiting to see what the instructor will do. The instructor, a bit awkwardly, asks the kid if he's going to take the test. The blonde bully's crew hears this and starts laughing their heads off, mocking Blair. As the crowd murmurs about the protagonist, a math teacher happens to be passing by. Blair's friend tries to cheer him up, putting a hand on his shoulder and telling him to just ignore the jerks. But then, out of nowhere, our boy's entire vibe shifts. With a look full of confidence, he decides he is going to take the test after all. The blonde kid and his crew are completely shocked by this, not understanding what Blair is talking about. The shock wears off fast and they all burst into laughter, clowning on our protagonist and already counting on his failure. All the noise catches the attention of the math teacher, who gets curious and moves in for a closer look. The magic instructor, annoyed by the commotion, tells everyone to settle down. Blair is asked one last time if he's sure he wants to do the test. Our boy, with a determined look, tells Professor Antonio that he's ready. The instructors, still trying to be gentle, tell him not to feel bad if he ends up failing. The protagonist gets in position in front of the target and focuses. He takes a deep breath, thinking about the best way to put on a show for this crowd. He's incredibly confident and knows he doesn't need any incantations or hand gestures to do what he wants. Just to put on a show, he decides to go through the motions anyway. He yells out the name of the fire spell and everyone looks over at the target, holding their breath. Our MC pretends like he's straining super hard to summon the magic. The crowd around him even covers their faces from the smoke coming off him, trying not to get burned. When everyone opens their eyes, they look at Blair's hands and see no sign of magic at all. The blonde kid and his buddies see this and start laughing their heads off, thinking our boy totally screwed up. But out of nowhere, a flicker of fire appears in his hand and fiery circles spread out around him. A massive fireball forms and shoots straight toward the target. When the spell hits the target, there's a gigantic explosion of flames. Absolutely everyone there, students and teachers included, just stares in awe, their jaws on the floor. After the fireball, the target is nothing but a pile of smoldering rubble. The magic professor, in total disbelief, says that Blair has passed the exam. The blonde's face completely changes and he blurts out that it's impossible because not even he could get a result like that. Only Tobe is genuinely happy for his friend, asking him why he'd been hiding all that talent. Suddenly, the professor calls our MC over for a talk. The math teacher is also off to the side, completely shocked, wondering how the kid pulled that off. Blair goes to the magic professor's office and starts spinning a tale about how he trained every single day with books, and that's how he managed to master the fireball spell. The professor, Anthony, explains that magic is a gift from the gods and that people without any abilities were called the God-forsaken, and they had all assumed Blair was one of them. But now, it seemed the gods had rewarded Blair with this gift, which was an incredibly rare occurrence. He praises our MC and encourages him to keep studying, telling him he has massive potential. Our boy thinks to himself, already tired of it all, that every single teacher at this academy is trying to force him to learn something. Then, out of the blue, he says he appreciates the praise, but he wants to go back to his own world. The professor looks at him, completely confused, and asks what worlds is talking about. Our MC instantly realizes what he just said and tries to play it off, saying it was just a joke and that he let it slip by accident. But Anthony doesn't quite buy it and just figures he's been studying too hard. He assumes Blair was talking about the world from the legends of the Sacred Master. As soon as he hears about this master, our boy gets super interested in what the professor is saying. According to legend, There was a sacred master who could control space and travel to other worlds, but everyone thinks it's just a myth. Our MC looks at the professor expectantly and starts asking more about these legends. He suddenly grabs the old man by the shoulders and declares that he needs to become a sacred master. Some time passes and Blair starts to seriously study the history of this world. He stays up late in the library, burning through all his energy as he plows through a ton of books. From the information in the books, he discovers that there are different power levels for mags in this world. In total, there are 7 different tiers. The sacred masters were only ever mentioned in myths and legends. Their magical abilities were only described in ancient texts. A lot of old books say the holy masters had space magic and could just rip open space to travel between worlds. People these days think that's just a legend and that other worlds don't exist, but our protagonist is still holding out hope that this is his ticket home. The problem is, Professor Antonio doesn't believe in any of that, so he's not going to get much info out of him. Just then, the library administrator walks up to Blair and asks how he's doing with his studies. Blair gets a little nervous as the administrator tells him to stop just reading and help out a bit with the library work. Left with no choice, our boy agrees to take a break from the books. After his shift, he's totally wiped out because he had no idea working at the library was so tough. When his shift is over, it's time for class. The moment our protagonist walks into the room, a weird silence falls over the place. Everyone's whispering about his test results since he did surprisingly well. The chatter wouldn't stop, and this sudden popularity was starting to weigh on him. Out of nowhere, he spots Isabella out of the corner of his eye and just freezes. He doesn't get what this girl is doing there and just stares at her, barely breathing. The blonde is sitting in a kind of weird pose which makes our boy super flustered. He even tries to turn away so he doesn't have to look. Suddenly, Isabella shoots up from her seat and shouts for the whole class to hear that she didn't know that guy was the same Blair. Seeing things were about to go south, the protagonist tries to calm things down and shut down the conversation, but the girl cuts him off immediately and calls him a pervert in front of everyone. Blair still tries to find a way to calm the blonde down, but then he sees fire starting to form around her. She concentrates all her power in her hands, preparing a fire spell. Not knowing what to do, the scared kid can only cringe and cover his face with his hands, but he doesn't feel a thing. Surprised, he opens his eyes to see why the attack never hit him. Right in front of him is the math teacher who stopped the clueless student. The teacher, with a disappointed look, asks Isabella why she's using magic inside the classroom. The mayor's daughter even tries to explain herself, but the teacher cuts her off before she can even speak. Right after that, the teacher calls Blair to her office, and it doesn't stop there. She decides Isabella has to come along too. Not wanting any more trouble, our boy agrees and quietly heads to the teacher's office. The 2 students and the teacher quickly leave the room, slamming the door behind them. After that crazy scene, all the students are left in silence trying to process what just happened. A blonde guy in the class was in shock, not understanding why Blair was getting so much attention. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, our boy explains all the awkward situations that went down with Isabella. The teacher tries to get the 2 of them to make up, saying it was all just a big misunderstanding. With the teacher pressuring her, the blonde girl ends up agreeing to forgive the guy. Then, the teacher changes the subject, bringing up the magic exam and praising the protagonist for his effort, saying the bet between them was officially over. She says she was really intrigued by his performance and asks him to show her how he managed to evolve out of nowhere and gain magic abilities. Our boy turns her down, saying it was just luck and that actually he's the one who has some questions for her about magic. The blonde doesn't push it and just waits, curious to see what he's going to ask. He then drops the question. To use an element, do you really need to use hand gestures and recite spells? Isabella, who never misses a chance, butts into the conversation to make fun of the protagonist, calling his question stupid. Realizing his questions sounded kinda dumb, Blair, a bit awkwardly, asks if there are any exceptions among mags. The teacher starts to explain that even the most powerful mags need spells and gestures. The only difference is that, at their level, they can do it a lot faster. She goes on, saying that magic is a gift from the gods. They were the ones who taught people to use gestures and spells to summon the elements. To do it without anything, a person would need what they call divine enlightenment. The student finds the question so absurd that she asks why the teacher is even answering it so seriously. The protagonist starts wondering if, because he's from another world, the gods here simply overlooked him. All of this was basic magic knowledge, and if he wanted to be a mage, he'd need to study the theory first. But the teacher called him over for another reason, one the girl had already mentioned. She hands him a folded paper and explains it's a scientific journal where the most important works are published. Isabella, who was nearby, sneaks a peek at the journal and is shocked. She notices the math teacher's name alongside our boy's and has a totally over-the-top reaction. The teacher explains that she figured out the summation method the boy demonstrated and even wrote a paper on it. But the black-haired guy can only think about one thing: if he's going to make any money from this publication, since his library salary was a total joke. And as if reading his mind, the teacher suddenly calls his name. She hands him a small pouch of money and says it's his reward for his work. This was a ton of cash, covering more than 2 years of the salary he was making at the library. With a joy he can barely hide, he pretends to be embarrassed to accept it and offers half the money to the teacher. Naively, she agrees to the proposal on the spot and takes half the cash for herself. Blair's face falls instantly. He never expected her to actually take his money. The pain is immense because he only offered it out of politeness. With a single sentence, he got rid of half of all the money he had earned. Because of this, he started having some dark thoughts about how he needed to get out of this world as soon as possible. But suddenly, something catches his full attention and he stares intently at the teacher with a newfound interest. He wants to know if every article published in that scientific journal pays the same amount of money. In response, he hears that yes, the payment is for each published article. And out of nowhere, a brilliant idea pops into his head, one he just has to share. He suddenly starts explaining a new theory, one he brought from his old world. The teacher realizes what he's talking about and calls it Hughes's enigma. Our boy, who's not really up on this world science, gives the girl a confused look. She explains that Ralph's riddle is a math problem created by some ancient sages. The story goes like this. Ralph has 7 sons. Each son has 7 bags. Each bag has 7 cats. And each cat has 7 kittens. The problem itself doesn't involve huge numbers. If you just add everything up, you'll get the answer. But the thing is, if the numbers were bigger, it'd be really good to have another way to solve it. So the blonde, with genuine interest, asks if he can solve Ralph's riddle using a different method. With a confident look, he replies that he has a few ideas about it. The girl gets super inspired by his answer and asks to work with him on this new method. Time passes as they work, and after a few hours, the student, who'd been in the office the whole time, ends up falling asleep in her chair. Suddenly, she's woken up by a scream right next to her. The one screaming is the professor. She's jumping for joy, saying our boy finally solved the problem. Isabella, surprised, asks the protagonist if he came up with the idea all by himself. He, in turn, gives her a sly look and asks if she really wants to know the answer. The blonde is incredibly curious and she insists on knowing. In response, he says he doesn't have any special skills. He just studies like crazy. The girl, jaw dropped, asks if he's telling the truth. A while later, she's still thinking about what he said. Out of nowhere, something unexpected happens right in front of her, leaving her shocked. She spots the protagonist in the third-year building and wonders what he's doing there, since it's a second year. She promises herself that she'll catch him in the act this time. But before she knows it, she's lost sight of him again. By this point, the protagonist is already near a high stone wall behind the third-year building. This was the place Toby had told him about, hoping his friend wouldn't do anything stupid. With a light jump, our boy hops over the wall and suddenly remembers his magic teacher. He told him that if he wanted to learn about magic, he should go to the Magic Association in the city of Yabo. Behind the wall lies something surprising, and the protagonist freezes for a moment. He takes it all in, appreciating the city's unique architecture. The area feels peaceful and quiet, but the main street is bustling with activity. Merchants on every street are calling out to potential customers, hoping to sell their goods. The black-haired guy casually strolls through the city, taking in all of its beauty. His attention is drawn to an imposing castle with beautiful white walls right in the center of it all. He recognizes it right away. That's the Magic Association he was looking for. Before heading inside, he carefully pulls a mask of some sort out of his pocket. He needs to be careful. It's best not to reveal his identity needlessly. Since the association's entrance was pretty quiet, he went straight to the main desk. There, he runs into a blue-haired girl who immediately offers to help. Our protagonist instantly recognizes her as Molly, one of his classmates, and wonders what she's doing working there. The girl offers him the services of a high-level mentor, but charges an insane amount of money for it. When our boy hears the price, he's a little shocked, not getting it at all. He obviously doesn't have that kind of cash, so he just gives up on the idea and starts to leave the building. But then, Molly calls him back. She says that if money is the issue, he can just sign up for the association's library. Boulia turns around, surprised, and even asks again, just to make sure he heard her right about this library. Turns out, the Magic Association's library has thousands of books on the subject, and the best part, it's free. The protagonist, realizing he won't have to spend a single cent to learn, gets all excited and asks to sign up on the spot. But to do that, They ask him for a mage certificate, which unfortunately, he doesn't have. Molly thought he was already a mage and explains that the registration is meant to prove that the person actually knows their stuff when it comes to magic. She says he can just prove his skills right then and there by showing what he can do. The guy is a bit hesitant and asks if it's possible to take the test right there on the spot. It is, but Molly warns him that the specialist on duty today is a real hardass. Apparently, only 10% of people pass his test. Even so, our protagonist isn't discouraged and agrees to take the exam, especially since jumping the wall again wouldn't be very practical. A little while later, they arrive at the examiner's room. A guy named Andrew. Our boy notices that the man is wearing a red mage robe with 2 silver stripes. This means he's a mid-level mage of the fire element. The mage doesn't waste any time and gets straight to the point, asking who the boy is and why he's wearing that mask. The guy introduces himself as Chen Luo from the previous world, and explains that the mask is to hide a burn he got while training. The old man sitting next to him makes a snarky comment, saying his fireballs must be pretty special for him to have managed to burn his own face. Andrew, with a bit of interest, finds the boy's name odd and thinks that, given his age, he could only be a low-level mage at best. Molly suggests they go to the exam room to test the guy's skills, but she gets a blunt no, which leaves her looking surprised. The examiner says they don't need a room and that the test can be done right there, inviting our boy to show him what he's got. Belia looked at the mage, surprised, wondering if he was serious about him having to use magic right there. He's confused by the lack of space in the room. The old man looks at him mockingly and says that Andrew won't get hurt by the pathetic little fireball the boy will probably create. Our boy, for his part, doesn't even bother to argue and just accepts the conditions. He stops right in front of the examiner and begins to concentrate all his magical power into his hand. The mage isn't too fond of the way the spell is being cast, but to everyone's surprise, a massive amount of power starts to gather in the protagonist's hand. Suddenly, everyone realizes the fireball is going to be massive, and Andrew screams for him to stop, but it's already too late to cancel the spell, and the guy decides to use his skills to the fullest. The entire room is lit up by the brilliant flash of a massive fireball. A bright light takes over everything, and the fireball heads right for the examiner. The guy wasn't expecting that kind of power and tries to take cover behind the door. Then, out of nowhere, a massive explosion goes off inside that little room. After the explosion, there's just silence, dust, and smoke everywhere. The girl who is watching breathes in all that soot and starts coughing non-stop. She tries to pull herself together to see what went down at the end of the test. Through the black smoke, she sees an old man coughing, who seems to have cast some kind of spell. Where the examiner was standing, there's now a giant blue shield protecting him. Andrew, meanwhile, is on the floor covered in dust, trying to figure out what just happened. So, it was the white-haired old man who managed to put up the shield in time and save the bald mage. He keeps holding the barrier with a dead serious look on his face, trying to peer through the smoke. The examiner is in such a state of shock that he doesn't even react, and the older mage has to shake him by the shoulders to get him to snap out of it. The girl just stares at the whole scene, completely in shock. Our boy, realizing the confusion, immediately apologizes to the mags. He explains that he thought everyone was prepared for his spell, and that's why he went all out. After all that chaos, the protagonist passed the test. A little while later, he's in another room getting his mage certificate and a library card. He takes the documents and starts looking them over. The girl from before walks up and says she was blown away by what he did in front of the examiners. The protagonist, whose name is Chen Luo, thanks her for the compliment, says his goodbyes, and leaves. The thing is, he called her by her name, and she's left standing there, confused, trying to remember where they know each other from and how he knew her name. Arriving at the library, Chen Luo is impressed by the sheer number of books. He doesn't waste any time grabbing a book and sitting down at an empty table to read. Our boy is surprised because the books actually contain a lot of really important information. He's mainly interested in the ones that talk about magical and spiritual power. Basically, a mage's strength is defined by their level of spiritual power. The more spiritual power you have, the stronger your magic. And that's not all. High-level mags can even control the elements of weaker mags. But the explanation about the 4 magical elements in the books is kinda all over the place, because the knowledge in this world is pretty basic. The mags here think that these 4 elements are the foundation of everything, not just magic, but the entire world. To them, all other elements are just a combination of these 4 primary ones. From the perspective of modern science, this idea is super outdated. Any student knows that matter is made up of various elements from the periodic table, not just 4. But since magic and magical elements are real in this world, the protagonist can't find a scientific explanation for it. Then, out of nowhere, an idea hits him. What if it's possible to interact with the magical elements in a different way? Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly leaps out of his chair, startling everyone in the library. If his theory is right, he might just be able to create a completely new kind of magic. Out of nowhere, he gathers the papers that were on the table. Without a second thought, our boy gets his stuff and bolts from the library. He needed to test this crazy idea and went straight to the Magic Association. When he gets to the association, completely out of breath, he runs down a hallway, and the guys who administered his test recognize him. The examiner and an older man were sitting there, still kind of in shock from what they'd seen earlier. To help set the scene, a blue-haired girl was serving them tea. This Andrew guy comments that this Chen Luo has extremely low spiritual power, but even so, he managed to create a huge and super powerful fireball. And the weirdest part is that the old man couldn't even control the element the kid summoned. The grey-robed mage thinks maybe the kid has some secret they're not getting. It was already getting dark, so the protagonist decides to get out of the city and head back to the academy. On the way, he just hops over a high stone wall like it was nothing, and he lands smoothly on the other side, on his feet, without kicking up a single speck of dust. Our boy doesn't want to waste time and decides to try creating that new magic right then and there. A bunch of ideas start popping into his head, and he struggles to focus and create something different. The protagonist takes a deep breath and, out of nowhere, feels a strange energy. A whitish flow, one he doesn't recognize, starts swirling around him. He figures out that this energy is coming from his own body and that he can control it. He tries to direct this flow of Kai to create a second element. A ball of magic forms in his hand, and it transforms into oxygen. But then he's not sure if it's actually pure oxygen. There was no way to tell just by looking, so Blair gathers the oxygen he created in his hand, making it denser and more concentrated. He figures if it's really oxygen, all he has to do is set it on fire to be sure, but the first attempt is a bust. He adds fire, and only a little puff of smoke comes from his hand. Without losing hope, he tries the crazy experiment again. He creates the oxygen in his hand one more time, compresses it tight, and lights that thing on fire. Suddenly, a giant explosion goes off all around him. The shockwave is so strong, it shatters the windows of the nearby buildings. To give you an idea, even a glass that was just chilling on the math teacher's desk started to crack all over. The teacher hears that huge noise coming from the street and drops what she's doing to see what happened. Through the window, now completely cracked by the shockwave, she sees the explosion that went off near the building. In the middle of a patch of grass, a ton of sparks and clouds of smoke are rising up. Our boy is right in the middle of the whole mess, trying to breathe in the thick smoke that's formed around him. The wind starts whipping everything through the air in a weird way. Then, the protagonist thinks he got really lucky for reacting so fast. Out of nowhere, our boy's face is covered in sweat, and he's got a look of genuine fear. He looks to the side, trying to figure out just how much damage the explosion caused. Apparently, that oxygen was way more powerful than our protagonist had imagined. Suddenly, he hears a voice yelling from a distance, asking what happened. Our boy turns around and sees some guy running towards him. He didn't expect it to be that loud. The protagonist decides it's best to bail before he gets into trouble, so he bolts into the woods to hide. Despite the chaos, it seems Blair managed to create something worthwhile. A while later, we see him in the classroom, thinking about everything that went down. He's exhausted from pulling an all-nighter studying, so he decides to take a quick nap right there at his desk. But peace is not an option for him, and out of nowhere, someone starts slapping him hard on the back. It was Toby, who frantically starts telling him about the drama from last night. To avoid suspicion, our black-haired boy says he slept like a rock. The word is there was an explosion near the third-year building that shattered all the windows. Everyone thinks some super powerful mage did it, but nobody knows why. Our protagonist comments that he's never seen a mage like that, and his friend gives him a shocked look, asking what he means he's never seen a high-level mage. After all, their math teacher is a super high-level mage. Hearing this, Blair's face is one of pure shock, and he even jumps out of his chair. A little later, our protagonist decides to go talk to the teacher, and the scene cuts to him knocking on her office door. She opens the door almost immediately and greets her student. Our boy came at the perfect time, because she actually wanted to speak with him. She tells him that the Mathematicians Association has already published an article on Routh's enigma, and since he was the one who proposed the solution, his name is listed first among the authors. The teacher congratulates him for solving the most difficult problem in mathematics, but brushing that aside, he says he's here to discuss something else. To the blonde teacher's surprise, he says he wants to study math with her, and asks for her help. After hearing this, she just stares at him, completely confused. The guy wanted to be a mage, but suddenly he decided he also really liked math, and didn't want to regret it later. He even says he feels like he must have been an incredible mathematician in his past life. The teacher, overcome with emotion, takes his hand, calling him by his name. She can't control herself, and presses his hand against her own chest, saying how happy she is to hear that. She hugs him and says that from now on, they'll study math together every day after school. Dying of embarrassment, the guy tries to pull away from the hug, gently pushing her with his hands, and uses the moment to ask for help with magic, too. Still totally flustered by the scene, he hears her agree to everything and decides to get out of there as fast as he can. Our boy is already rushing for the door, dying to get out of there. He opens it, but the blonde teacher calls out to him, reminding him about their arrangement for the next day. He just agrees, wanting to bolt, but then, out of nowhere, she tells him to stop and wait another minute. So, she sits on her desk, clasps her hands, and tries to figure out how to say what's on her mind. Blair is totally confused, staring at her nervously. Then it dawns on the teacher. The black-haired guy only agreed to the math lessons to get help with his magic. She's troubled by this, because she realized his request wasn't sincere. Seeing he's been caught, the protagonist panics, trying to come up with a quick excuse, and suddenly, he gets a brilliant idea to get himself out of this. He blurts out that since they're going to be spending so much time together, it'll be easier for him to ask about magic. But before he can even finish his sentence, the teacher's hand comes down hard on his shoulder. She grips him tightly, and the boy gets super confused, scared of what she's going to say now. But the teacher says he has a talent for math, and that he can use it as a tool. Apparently, our boy's answer was enough for her. She tells him to go get some rest, and not to forget to come back after school. Blair thinks to himself that this girl is both smart and a little silly at the same time. As time passes, and the next evening, Blair shows up for his lesson. He opens the teacher's classroom door without even knocking, and just walks right in. Suddenly, he sees two girls up at the front, sitting at the desk and chatting. One of them, Isabella, clearly isn't happy to see him there, probably because she wanted to talk to the teacher alone. Without missing a beat, she straight up asks what he's doing there. The teacher then apologizes to Isabella and explains that she forgot to tell her, but from now on, Blair would be having lessons with her too. The teacher asks Isabella to look after the new guy, but from the look on her face, she's not a fan of that idea at all. The blonde then calls the protagonist over to sit next to the other student and says she's prepared a problem for him. The question was this: a stone is dropped into a well. A little while later, another stone, twice as heavy, is also dropped. The question is, when will the second stone catch up to the first one? Isabella starts to answer, saying they need to know the time between the two drops. But before she can finish, Blair cuts her off. Our boy, without hesitating, flat out says the second stone will never catch up to the first. He explains that if you ignore air resistance, a heavy stone won't catch up to a lighter one. His answer leaves the blonde girl, sitting next to him, really irritated. She accuses him of not even knowing the basics. According to her, everyone knows that an object's falling speed depends on its weight. The heavier it is, the faster it falls. She says that this is what the ancient sages discovered, and that even a child knows it. But our protagonist isn't buying it. The look on his face shows he's getting pretty pissed off too. He shoots back that just because a bunch of ancient sages said something, that doesn't make it true, and asks if she's ever actually seen it happen in real life. The blonde gets pissed that the guy dared to question the wisdom of the ancients. The vibe gets tense between them, because neither one wants to back down. So our protagonist tells them straight up that science has to be precise, and that if a truth can't be proven, then it's not a real truth. Another student suggests a bet, but the guy says no. The teacher tries to calm things down so everyone doesn't start a fight. But then, out of nowhere, the mayor's daughter bets 10 gold coins. He instantly agrees. The teacher just facepalms, frustrated that she can't stop the black-haired kid. After a while, they find a spot to do the experiment. She tries one last time, saying that one stone is twice the size of the other, and that they should just drop the whole argument. But he holds his ground. After all, he wasn't about to pass up on some easy money. Nobody there thinks is gonna win, because everyone believes in the ancient sages. The blonde even comments that being confident is one thing, but being this cocky is another. Right after that, some white platforms of wind appear in the air. The teacher steps on them and starts to float. A bluish wind propels her upwards, higher and higher, and faster and faster. Our boy, who had never seen flight magic before, is just gawking at the scene. He and Isabella are down below, just watching the teacher go all the way up to the top of the clock tower. Up there, she raises both hands, each one holding a stone, a bigger one and a smaller one. The mayor's daughter is already calling it a win, saying he's definitely going to lose. To make sure the test is fair, the teacher lines up both stones at the exact same height, and then she lets go. The stones go into free fall, and for a second, it looks like they're at different heights. They get closer and closer to the ground, picking up speed. But suddenly, Both stones hit the grass at the exact same time. The blonde's jaw drops, unable to believe what she's seeing. The guy, on the other hand, just gives a little smirk because he already knew the outcome. The teacher, from way up there, also has a look on her face like she has no idea what just happened. She uses the spell again, and slowly descends to the ground to get a closer look. The two stones are still there, sitting on the grass, while the trio just stands there thinking about what just happened. Isabella finally seems to get it, and her face is just pure confusion. The two girls can't believe how that was possible. To them, the ancient sages couldn't have lied. The teacher is left wondering how in the world her student knew that the law of falling bodies was wrong. He then explains that he read about it in a book, but when he went to test it with two stones, he saw that reality was different from what was written. Turns out, a truth that adults had taught for over 1,000 years could be debunked simply by dropping two stones from up high. It's pretty crazy to think that so many scholars never even bothered to check if the truths they knew were actually real. The blonde grabs him by the shoulders and says this law was super important for their world, and that pretty soon, a new law will show up in the books with Blair's name on it. The guy isn't too happy about all this fame he's getting, especially since he wasn't the only one who did the experiment. The professor tries to smooth things over, saying the credit was all his and that she just played a small part. But if he wants, he can refine this law together with Isabella, and the girl gets all excited about the idea. Our protagonist replies that he'll definitely need her help to finalize the law and invites her to join in. All of a sudden, all the shyness vanishes from her face, and she looks at the guy, surprised. Her mind starts racing, thinking hard about his proposal. She even imagines the newspaper headlines, announcing that two geniuses have appeared at the academy and are working together on a new law. Her face turns red again as she thinks about the possibility of working with the guy. The girl decides not to show what she's feeling, and trying to play it cool, she timidly agrees. The blonde is lost in thought for a while, realizing they'll have to work alone together. She starts imagining possible names for the new law, thinking about how their names would be side by side in the title, which makes her blush again. Then out of nowhere, she offers to help our protagonist if anyone messes with him at the academy, all while thinking about how smart and handsome he is. Suddenly, the guy holds out his hand to her, and the girl immediately thinks he wants to shake hands. This gesture made Isabella all flustered, and even a little upset. Without even understanding why, she decides to ask what he wants with his hand out, and in response, he asks for 10 gold coins. Our protagonist clearly meant something else by that gesture, and his eyes start to sparkle at the thought of the cash he was about to get. The girl was super disappointed for getting it wrong, and backed away from him, a bit sulky. In the end, our protagonist gets the promised payment from the bet, and starts counting the coins. He's thrilled for winning 10 gold coins in a challenge, and getting rich in a single day. Isabella figures out that the guy is more interested in money than fame, but she still feels like that's not the whole story. Our protagonist gets thoughtful after her words, and goes silent for a moment. The girl, with genuine curiosity, decides to ask him what he really wants. This question catches the guy by surprise, because until now, he hadn't really stopped to think about it. He considers everything he's done in this world, and suddenly, something clicks. Memories of his past life flash through his mind, of how he used to grind as a teacher. He remembered his students, his job, and his friends, who he left behind in a world that's long gone. After diving into these memories, he finally finds an answer to give the girl. But what he wants, apparently, isn't something he can just go around telling people, so he just denies that he's only in it for the money to live a better life. With a fake smile on his face, he says goodbye to Isabella and the professor, without getting the answer she was hoping for. The blonde thoughtfully watches the guy as he walks away. She realizes that he's carrying some thoughts he can't share with anyone. A day passes, and Blair is already sitting in the classroom, thinking that sleeping at his desk is way more comfortable than in his tiny room. But looking at the situation, he comes to the conclusion that, at least now, he has money. He knows he can't just stand around, so he's gotta keep moving. Just then, a blonde guy named Batter slams his hand on his desk and calls out to Blair. Grudgingly, Batter tells him that some guy named Phage is looking for him. Blair is completely confused and asks who that is, because he's never heard the name in his life. Batter doesn't like that answer, gets pissed, and grabs our boy by the hoodie. But out of nowhere, a voice tells the guy to let Blair go immediately, and nearby, another blonde guy appears, all dressed up and adjusting his tie. Turns out, this was the Phage guy, the big shot who was looking for our protagonist. And he didn't come alone either. He had two very serious-looking guys with him, staring at Blair like they were trying to burn a hole through him with their eyes. This Phage guy looks at Blair with contempt. Our boy, on the other hand, is just curious, since he's never seen the guy before. The blonde in the blue shirt then turns to our protagonist and asks if his name is Blair. He sizes Blair up from head to toe and lets out a sarcastic little laugh standing right in front of him. That's when it clicks for our protagonist. With a serious face, he tells the guy to let him go and introduces himself, asking what's going on. The smug blonde warns Blair to stay away from Isabella. In his mind, a guy like Blair shouldn't even get near a girl like her. After delivering his message, Phage tells his crew to scram, and they all take off. On his way out, the blonde bumps into Toby, who was just passing by. The chubby guy can't take the impact and awkwardly falls to his knees. He's so scared he doesn't even dare to say a word, just quietly waiting for the group of bullies to leave. A bit awkwardly, Toby walks up to our protagonist and asks if he's okay. Blair says he is, that the guys just wanted to talk, but Toby is super surprised that Phage came at Blair out of the blue and can't figure out why. Then Toby explains the situation. That blonde guy is Phage, the class president, and everyone at the academy is terrified of him. He's from the famous Howard family and is the son of a viscount. And to make matters worse, his dad is a big shot in a secret society, and a bunch of the teachers here are members too. Toby tries to smooth things over, saying he understands Blair being charmed by Isabella's beauty, but he warns his friend not to ignore Phage's warning. At this, our boy gets all flustered and embarrassed because that wasn't what he was thinking at all. Time passes, and soon it's noon as classes come to an end. Blair is already sitting with Isabella, but is totally zoned out, thinking about how to properly use his new oxygen technique. The big advantage is that he won't need magic or hand signs, but the problem is, he still doesn't know how to use two elements at once. He's snapped out of his thoughts by Isabella, who tells him to stop slacking off. She tells him to solve the problem the math teacher assigned. Our protagonist, yawning with boredom, simply hands her a piece of paper. When Isabella looks at the sheet, she sees a bunch of formulas and realizes he'd already solved everything a long time ago. She's left speechless, since she only managed to solve half the problem in the same amount of time. Our protagonist then says you can't just solve everything the same way. According to him, the secret is to find different ways of thinking. Ignoring his smug attitude, she looks down at the paper, a bit embarrassed, taking advantage of the silence. Our boy remembers he wanted to ask her something. He's curious how she can summon 2 fireballs at once, and she replies that she can actually summon a whole bunch of them. This information leaves the protagonist shocked, and he just stares at her, confused. The blonde realizes the black-haired guy can only make 1 fireball at a time, and starts making fun of him. He explains that he's read a ton of books about magic, but never found anything about summoning multiple spells at once. The girl in turn says the books only teach the basics, and don't cover these more advanced techniques. To learn that stuff, you'd have to hire a really expensive magic consultant. But, she adds, if someone called her sister, she'd help them learn herself. Without skipping a beat, and with a completely straight face, our protagonist calls her sister right on the spot. The girl wasn't expecting such a quick, direct response, and is completely caught off guard. The deadpan expression on his face when he said the magic word left her all flustered. But since a promise is a promise, she agrees to teach the guy. After this, they leave the academy and find a more secluded spot to train. The girl focuses and casts the spell. Suddenly, a bunch of yellow fireballs appear, floating all around her. Our boy is completely amazed by the sight, since he can barely even create 2. What really catches his eye is how stable her spells are. The girl explains that the main secret to summoning multiple fireballs is the distribution of spiritual power. Most people believe that spiritual power can only be focused on a single point, but once someone masters this technique, they can distribute their power to different points. Each of these portions of power is capable of summoning a spell, and that's how you summon multiple fireballs. The protagonist then asks if it would be possible to summon different spells using each portion of power, and she excitedly confirms. As they're talking, a golden-haired guy watches them from a distance. His name is Bodder, and he thinks the two of them have a thing going on. Next to him, someone else is gripping a part of the wall with so much rage that it starts to crack. The boss who was nearby also saw the scene and looks on nervously. He vows to himself that the protagonist will pay dearly for this. At that very moment, our boy is training hard, trying to split his spiritual power into 9 parts. The blonde explains that he needs to follow her instructions and split his spiritual power step by step. With a smile, she tells him not to feel bad if he can't get it, because it took even her 6 months of training to learn. Suddenly, just as she finishes speaking, a bunch of fireballs appear all around the young man. The girl stares in confusion at the scene before her and asks how he managed to do that. Totally nonchalantly, he replies that he just split his spiritual power into 9 parts and summoned the fireballs. But the girl isn't buying that excuse and asks how he managed to pull that off so quickly. Blair looks over at her, a little surprised, and just says he simply understood the technique and was able to use it. An answer that simple leaves the blonde completely stunned. She just stands there for a moment, staring at the guy. Her face turns bright red, thinking that he wasn't just a math genius, but a magic one too. Then she starts getting really pissed off because she trained for way longer than he did. To save face, she decides to lie, saying she's done the same thing before. With her pride wounded, the girl just ditches the training session and runs off. Our boy has no clue why she's so mad and just chalks it up to another one of those I don't understand women moments. He puts his hand in his pocket and suddenly feels something weird. It catches his attention and he stops to see what it is. Meanwhile, the girl still hasn't cooled off and is stomping angrily toward the academy. Out of nowhere, Blair runs after her and grabs her arm. Isabella is startled by the move and asks if he needs something else. That's when she notices his hand is held out, offering her something. It was a bracelet of sorts with a really pretty golden cat charm on a red string. The protagonist offers her the gift, calling her by name and tells her to take it. He says the only reason he learned the magic was thanks to her help and he appreciates it. She stares at the bracelet, breathless, wondering what to do. Her face flushes red again and she bites her lip, completely flustered as she stares at the protagonist. Surprised, she says he actually has some sense and that maybe he isn't so stupid after all. The blonde then snatches the gift out of his hand with a quick move, trying not to show how she really feels. She runs off in a fluster, yelling that the gift is ugly, except since she was running with her eyes closed. Her legs get all tangled up and she takes a super goofy fall onto the grass. Without even asking for help, she scrambles back up, laughing nervously, totally mortified. Then she turns to see his reaction. Blair is surprised and a little thrown off by her stare, not sure what to do. But before he can say a word, the girl scrambles up and takes off again, shouting a few insults over her shoulder. She vows that she won't give up so easily, but all Blair can do is let out an exhausted sigh. After that whole scene, he decides to take a break and lies down on the grass to chill in the sun for a bit. He figures if she really didn't like it, she wouldn't have taken the gift. After all, he spent 50 silver coins on that thing. The guy was thinking that he originally planned to give the bracelet to his math teacher, but then he suddenly spots something right in front of him. 3 guys walk up to our protagonist, who's just lying there on the grass. One of them, Bada, reminds our boy that the class president had already warned him to stay away from that girl. Him getting close to the mayor's daughter was making the president pretty damn nervous. Without saying a word, our MC just gets up from the grass, looking dead serious. Then, out of nowhere, he turns his back and just bolts from the guys who were giving him a hard time. The blonde dude and his crew weren't about to let that slide and took off right after him. The thing is, our boy saw no reason to fight these guys. But then, one of the 3 decided to run his mouth, saying Blair's dad died a coward, fleeing in the middle of a battle. Hearing that about his family really struck a nerve, and our MC stopped dead in his tracks. The blonde dude, seeing his opening, kept taunting him. He thought Blair had let his guard down and tried to sucker punch him from behind, but as he threw the punch, his fist just stopped in midair, right in front of our boy's face. The bully was not expecting that at all, since he'd thrown the punch with all his might. The recoil sent him flying backward, and in the end, he was the only one who got hurt. You could see on Blair's face that he was seriously pissed off by the gang's actions. Meanwhile, the blonde dude could barely even get back on his feet. His hand was completely burned, and he was in excruciating pain. This just made our MC even more furious, and he declared that his father was a brave warrior who died for his homeland. He added that his dad was an amazing father who deserved respect, even in death. Blair then threatened them, saying that no one gets to insult his father. Fueled by his rage, 9 fireballs suddenly appeared, floating around him, grabbing the bully's attention. They were completely shocked by Blair's skill, because as far as they knew, he had 0 magic. The thought of being burned alive terrified the guys, and they bailed immediately, leaving their leader behind. Now alone with a furious Blair, the blonde dude looked up at him, terrified. What he saw was enough to make him panic and start begging for his life. The bully tried to save his own skin, saying that fighting was forbidden at the academy, but all he got back was a look of pure contempt. At that, the panic in his eyes faded, replaced by sheer desperation. He just stood there, frozen, staring at Blair with no idea what to do. Our boy, having no intention of stopping, raised his hand to unleash the fireballs. The magic converged and began to move toward the guy, but all of a sudden, our MC sensed a presence behind him. Meanwhile, Boda squeezed his eyes shut, threw his arms up to shield himself, and screamed for help. When he didn't feel any pain, he thought it was weird and decided to open his eyes. In front of him, the 9 fireballs were gone, and instead, there was a guy collapsed at his feet. Completely confused, He tried to process the scene, looking at Blair just lying there peacefully in front of him. The blonde dude was still in shock, but he nervously poked Blair to check if he was still alive. Seeing an opportunity, Botter decided to make a run for it before our MC woke up, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by a commanding voice. Standing in front of him was a math teacher who was already tending to Blair. The blonde dude tried to make excuses, claiming it wasn't his fault, and all this time, our MC was still just lying on the grass, faking being unconscious. The blonde guy keeps trying to explain himself, but the crowd isn't buying it. The professor lays on even more pressure, saying she knows exactly how he feels about Blair. The whole argument, which was going nowhere, is cut short by a guy with a beard and mustache who just shows up out of nowhere. He tells Botter off, since our black-haired boy was right there, passed out on the ground. This just proves that the blondie was lying the whole time. The man then orders Botter to go straight to his office and wait to face the consequences of his actions. He goes to talk to the vice president, saying this is all the academy's administration's fault and apologizing for the scene. The two men walk away, discussing the situation, while the girl tries to wake Blair up. She's worried about his condition, but suddenly she feels a weird chill. The protagonist pulls away from her a bit, and his face just freezes in a mix of embarrassment and a certain excitement. The girl sees this and thinks he's genuinely not feeling well, but he replies that he was fine, right up until she was practically smothering him. She then gives him one of those big motherly hugs and says she was really worried about him. Just then, an older gentleman approaches and says this whole mess will be sorted out, but that they came for another reason. The girl takes the lead and decides to introduce the two men to Blair. The older one's name is Arkil, and the younger one is Calvin. Our boy bows respectfully, greeting the two academy employees. Apparently, our black-haired guy is already getting famous, and they already know him as the young man who helped Professor Brittany solve the Ruvos enigma. But the professor cuts the old man off, correcting him that it was Blair himself who solved everything on his own, and she just wrote up the report. Thanks to solving this enigma, Blair and the professor have been nominated for the Edwin Award, which is a huge source of pride for the city, and if they want, these men will do everything in their power to help the two of them win. But the girl is more concerned about whether our boy can get the award too. The old man sighs, as if he was expecting that question, and looks at her. He explains that Blair is still way too young, and nobody in the world of mathematics pulls off a feat like that at his age. If the professor says he was the one who solved the Ruvos enigma, simply no one will believe her. The girl is about to start arguing, but the protagonist calls her name and takes her hand. She looks at him, her face sad and a little disappointed. Breaking the tension, Arkil suggests they discuss this more calmly, and decide on everything later. She agrees, and the two men slowly walk away. Time passes, and night begins to fall at the academy, bathing the building in a beautiful orange light. The professor and Blair walk down the hall in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, she tells our boy that even though the standard solution to the enigma was no big deal, the method he used was a giant leap forward in the history of mathematics. The award has to be his. It makes no sense for anyone else to get the credit for it. This leaves Blair a bit stunned, and he quickly scrambles for something to say. After a moment, he says the award shouldn't be his. He then adds that, as far as is concerned, Professor Brittany stopped being a stranger to him a long time ago. The compliment makes the teacher turn bright red. She's surprised, but in a good way. Embarrassed by her own reaction, she tells the student to just head home, leaving him wondering what he could have said wrong. A little while later, a crowd had already gathered around the bulletin board. Everyone was talking about the paper Professor Brittany published, and of course, about the student's name who helped out. People were blown away, saying that scientists had spent centuries trying to solve the Ruvus enigma and failed. While everyone was talking about him, our protagonist decided to blend into the crowd to go unnoticed, and it worked. Nobody spotted him. But then, not too far away, he suddenly hears a bunch of shouting and cursing coming from a room. He recognizes the old man he'd met before and sees someone else in the back of the room. It was Bada and his father. The dad was seriously chewing his son out over the fight. The guy's parenting style was pretty intense, and to teach him a lesson, he just starts slapping his own son. Our protagonist watches this, furious, but with no intention of getting involved. After slapping the kid around right there in front of everyone, the blondie's father starts begging Ardal for forgiveness, pleading with him not to expel his son from the academy. But what Bada did was too serious. He broke the school's rules in a major way, without even letting the old man finish speaking. The blonde kid's dad just drops to his knees, begging with all his might for the director's mercy. He stays there in that position, desperately pleading for them to let Bada stay. Despite the mistake he made, Bada is shocked by his father's actions and tells him to get up. But Blair, despite everything, decides to step in. He walks up to Ardal, greets the director, and is greeted in return. Pretending he didn't hear a thing, our boy asks the director what happened with Bada. Instantly, the blonde kid's face fills with rage when he sees the black-haired guy decided to get involved. Adel explains that the student started trouble, broke a major rule, and the academy had already decided to expel him. Swallowing his pride, Bada's father, still on his knees, grabs Blair's sleeve, thinking he can help. He says he'll teach his son a lesson and begs for forgiveness, explaining how hard it was to get his boy into this academy. If he got expelled, his life would be over. After all this drama, the black-haired guy just sighs, getting ready to speak. He turns to Adel and calmly asks him not to punish the blonde kid so severely. The bully, hearing this from the very person he'd been provoking, is just completely shocked. After hearing the request, the director says the academy can suspend the expulsion for a while. Bada and his father are totally surprised and relieved, but Adel warns that if Bada pulls anything like this again, there won't be a second chance. In response, the blonde kid's father forces his son's head down, making him bow in respect. Then, he orders Bada to thank Blair and Adel, too scared to disobey his dad. The blonde kid bows and thanks the principal and Blair. The old man accepts the apology and tells them both to get to class. They get to the auditorium door and our boy is just about to open it, but then the blonde kid stops him, asking why he decided to defend him. With his hand on the doorknob, our protagonist stops and thinks for a bit. He explains that he only did it because he didn't want Bada to disappoint his own father. The kid stares at the floor, thinking about what Blair said. After that, he turns around and gives him a genuine thank you. He also tells him to watch out for Faye's, because that guy isn't gonna let this go. He adds that Faye's uncle is the academy's vice principal. Later, after class, Blair heads to the library like always, thinking about the complicated day he's had. Out of nowhere, the librarian shows up at the door with a really serious look on his face, making it clear this wasn't going to be a good talk. Our protagonist wasn't expecting to see him there and asks what he's doing. The librarian gets straight to the point and asks if Blair has gotten into a fight with anyone lately. Our boy is surprised and totally confused, asks if something happened. Then he gets the news. He can't work in the library or live in his room anymore. And to make matters worse, it's a direct order from the vice principal. After this bombshell, our protagonist decides to find Professor Brittany, the one who's wanted to take him and Isabella to a math seminar from the start. Blair explains he can't go, since he got kicked out of his room and now has to find a place to stay. In response, the professor invites him to live at her place, saying she has a spare room. Our boy gets all flustered by the offer, already imagining what it'd be like to live with her. Worried, he asks if it would be a bother for her to have him living there. She calmly replies that it's no problem at all because that way they can study math anytime. Her answer kind of makes sense to him, but he's still beat red anyway. They seal the deal and she tells Blair to meet her after the ball. Suddenly, Isabella barges into the room without warning and immediately asks what our boy is doing there. The professor explains that Blair is also going to the seminar with them and that from now on, he'll be living with her. This last piece of news makes the blonde furious and she immediately starts complaining, not understanding her student's reaction. The professor says that Blair isn't a bad person and there's nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, our protagonist just stands there, wondering why he's getting yelled at again. To cut the tension, the professor practically kicks the girl out of the room, telling her and Blair to go get ready for the seminar. Then the professor asks if he has clothes for the event, explaining that it needs to be something formal. Not knowing what to wear, he asks if a magic tunic would work. The professor says that if he has one, that's perfect. Some time passes, night falls, and the ball begins. Everyone starts trickling in and there's our boy on the red carpet, flanked by two girls in gorgeous dresses. When they get to the place, Isabella announces that they've arrived. It's the Howard family mansion, the same place the Magic Society holds its events. And this Magic Society is a super important organization in the kingdom, which is why they always use the Howard mansion for everything. Turns out, this mansion is their class representative's house. Up ahead, three guys are standing around, having a pretty heated discussion. Just then, their teacher, Brittany, walks up to one of them, Vice President Calvin. Calvin notices the teacher and Blair's group and gives everyone a really cheerful greeting. Our boy right away greets the guy back. Isabella, who's standing beside him, is confused about where they know each other from. The vice president then asks Blair to introduce his friends, mentioning they were just talking about him. Professor Brittany decides not to interrupt their chat and backs away, saying she'll catch up with them later. Blair and Isabella walk into the mansion and their jaws just drop, looking at everything around them. Our protagonist is blown away by how fancy the party is and makes a beeline for the food table. Without a second thought, he starts grabbing a ton of snacks and drinks, scarfing it all down in a flash. But Isabella is not happy about this scene at all, thinking he's embarrassing them. Suddenly, Something catches Blair's eye and he looks over in one direction with a lot of interest. He sees a huge painting on the wall, showing two rivers connected by several bridges. The blonde girl explains that this is the Howard family's greatest pride, the painting called the Seven Bridges of the Royal Capital. Blair, kinda confused, asks for the painting's name again, making it obvious he had no clue what it was. Their conversation is overheard by the homeowner's son, a playboy who, making fun of him, starts insulting our protagonist for the way he's acting. Isabella can't stand the guy's attitude and defends Blair, saying he's their guest and deserves respect. But the blonde dude couldn't care less. He keeps insulting Blair for his ignorance, since he didn't even know such a famous painting. Isabella decides not to start any more trouble with this faggy guy and grabs Blair by the hand to get out of there. A class representative sees her holding our boy's hand and gets visibly pissed off by the scene. He goes after them and gets in Blair's face, saying the only thing he knows how to do is hide behind girls. In response, Blair cracks a little joke and asks what the real meaning of the painting is. For some reason, the question leaves Isabella confused, and she just stares at him, not getting it. Blair then explains that if he understands the story behind the painting, he'll be able to create a new magical method. The blonde kid hears this and scoffs, saying Professor Brittany only put his name on the paper out of pity and nothing more. Isabella defends him again, saying Blair figured out how to solve the riddle all by himself. In response, the blonde dude decides to make a scene. He announces out loud for everyone to hear that Blair is going to solve the riddle written in the painting. Isabella is shocked by his attitude, realizing the guy just turned a personal beef into a public event. Immediately, whispers start spreading through the hall, with everyone talking trash about Blair. All the commotion gets the attention of Professor Brittany and Calvin, who are further away. The blonde dude then taunts our protagonist, saying that now he's forced to solve the riddle in front of everyone. Out of nowhere, a hand grabs our boy's arm. It's Professor Brittany. She looks worried and asks him why he went and picked a fight with FaZe. She explains that the Howard family is super powerful in the city, and messing with them is just asking for trouble. If he keeps this up, he'll have problems not just with the Math Society, but with the entire academy. And to make matters worse, this Seven Bridges problem is something mathematicians have been trying to solve for centuries. FaZe just wants him to try and solve it so he can humiliate our boy in front of everyone. So then FaZe, the blonde guy, overhears the conversation and turns to Professor Brittany. He taunts her, saying she herself called Blair a genius, but now it seems like she doesn't trust him anymore. The professor gets flustered and starts raising her voice to explain herself, but she gets cut off. That's when Blair, full of confidence, says that he will indeed take on the challenge. He says it's a way of thanking the family head for getting him kicked out of the library. The girls nearby hear this and are shocked, because they had no idea about the real reason he left the library. They even ask if he's sure, but Blair is already turning to FaZe. He confirms that he'll solve the problem and that he accepts the bet. So FaZe starts explaining the story of the so-called Seven Bridges Challenge. It was a guy from the first generation of the Howard family who came up with it. Many years ago, the head of the family was an important official and noticed the capital had a unique geography. Back then, the city was a lot smaller. The city was split by a river with two islands in the middle. To connect everything, they built 7 bridges. These bridges helped the people of the city connect and do business. One day, this old family head was looking at the bridges and got a wild idea. Was it possible to cross all 7 bridges, passing over each one only once, and return to the exact same spot where you started? When he posed this question, mathematicians from all over the kingdom went nuts trying to find the answer. A ton of famous scientists traveled to the capital just to try and solve the problem. Time passed. People came up with a bunch of theories, but no one could figure out how to get back to the starting point without having to cross a bridge twice. Until one day, the old man who created the challenge himself announced that he had found the solution. He told everyone to meet him the next day to prove he was right. So mathematicians from all over gathered at the bridges, but they waited all day and the guy never showed up. A few days later, they found his body. The story goes that he got so excited about his discovery that he ended up tripping and drowning in the river. His death was a huge blow to everyone in the math world. The problem was never solved, and not even his own family knows the answer. Even with the solution lost, the family hung an engraving of the bridges in their hall to honor the man. FaZe finishes by saying that this whole story is a source of pride for them. Our boy instantly gets what this is all about because this puzzle is very similar to one that existed in his world. After telling the whole story, FaZe asks, with a mocking smirk, if Blair thinks he can find the solution. Blair replies that no, he won't find a solution. And then he adds that if he can't, then nobody else can either. FaZe almost bursts out laughing at this answer. He can barely contain himself and lets out a scornful laugh. He just can't hold it in anymore and starts laughing right in the blonde guy's face real loud. The crowd is kinda confused and starts to break up, finding their little beef pretty boring. One of the girls there comments that Blair is just another arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. But her friend, who was right next to her, keeps an eye on our boy and realizes he's got a real sharp look in his eyes. To her, the black-haired dude isn't as dumb as everyone thinks. After his laughing fit, the protagonist starts to explain his answer. He says that the Seven Bridges riddle simply has no solution, and that's why he can't solve it. With that answer, everyone in the room goes silent, processing the information. Teacher Brittany and Isabella start whispering to each other about what he said. FaZe gets pissed off and cusses our boy out, asking how the first elder of his clan could have found a solution if one doesn't exist. In response, he gets another question thrown back at him. Is there any proof that this so-called elder actually solved the riddle? The blonde guy is floored by his audacity and asks if he has any idea who that elder was in the kingdom. Out of nowhere, someone in the middle of the crowd bangs a cane on the floor and tells everyone to shut up. The guy is Viscount Howard, who tells FaZe to stop bragging about his family. The blonde kid wilts on the spot and apologizes to his dad. Then the Viscount walks up to Blair and says he's heard of him. Our boy, without showing any emotion, bows politely and greets the head of the house. The Viscount then says he saw the argument with his son and even apologizes for the boy, but he quickly follows up, saying he heard Blair claim the riddle had no solution and that this was a disrespect to the honor of his family's ancestor. The protagonist starts explaining that the seven bridges of the capital really can't be solved. The girl who is nearby notices that he never looks so confident. The Viscount gets nervous and asks, now irritated, if he really wants to prove what he's saying. Our main character doesn't back down and says he can prove to everyone there that the riddle is impossible. According to him, many scholars of that era tried to solve the problem practically by testing the paths, which is a valid attempt. But if you actually look at the problem, the answer is something else entirely. While he was talking, he was drawing on a piece of paper and then he decides to show it to everyone. He explains that a practical and complicated problem like this can be turned into a simple drawing where each piece of land is a point and each bridge is a line connecting those points. So the map of the seven bridges can be simplified into that drawing. If you can leave from each point without repeating a path, it means you can return to your starting place. The crowd is dumbfounded and a few people comment that they'd never thought of solving the problem that way. At this, one of those two girls who were talking about Blair admits it's not so simple after all and that her friend was right. The other girl just gives her an I told you so look, totally satisfied with being right. The protagonist continues his explanation. He says that aside from the starting and ending points, whenever you cross a bridge to get to a place, you need another bridge to leave. So he simplifies the math. Points that have an odd number of lines connected to them are odd points, and points with an even number of lines are even points. Brittany figures out the logic. To leave the starting point and make it back, they have to pass through every single point, and to do that, all the points need to be paired up. Our boy confirms her idea and says that's the key. Just then, some guy with glasses gets what Blair is saying and starts to ask a question out loud, but Blair cuts him off right away. He explains that the 4 points of that puzzle are singular, or in other words, odd, so no matter what method they use, they'll never be able to get back to the starting point. He drops the bomb. The seven bridges puzzle doesn't have a solution and never did. The whole crowd is in shock processing what he just said. The guy with the glasses admits there's no flaw in the theory, which means the problem really is impossible. The blonde boy, who's totally embarrassed by the revelation, yells that Blair is wrong. Then it starts dawning on everyone. The Howard family has been lying this whole time. He tells everyone to shut up and insists he's wrong, but after such clear proof, no one doubts anymore that the puzzle has no solution. The other girl who trusted Blair's intelligence from the very beginning says their ancestor was just a con man, unable to handle the pressure from the crowd. The blonde guy, Phage, panics and starts calling for his father, but instead of support, he gets a massive punch to the face. His father, Viscount Howard, slugs his son with all his might, sending the kid flying several meters back. The head of the family starts blaming Phage for not keeping his mouth shut. He says that if it weren't for him, the Howard family wouldn't have been humiliated in front of so many people, and he swears to himself that the guy who dared to dishonor his family will pay for it. The Viscount tries to slip away, moving out of everyone's sight, but out of nowhere, he hears a voice telling him to stop. It's Blair. He says that by the rules of the Mathematics Society, since he helped Phage with the question, the Viscount now has to help him in return. The Viscount stops, thinks for a moment and ends up agreeing. He asks what question Blair wants answered, and our boy's question is pretty simple. He wants to know, if the sides of a square are 1, what is the value of the diagonal? The head of the house looks at him, completely stunned, not knowing what to think. Brittany chimes in and asks if Blair knows that it was the Howard family who created the Howard theorem. According to their theory, if the sides of a square are equal to 1, then the square of the diagonal's length will be equal to 2. That's correct, but Blair points out that's not what he asked. His question was about the value of the diagonal itself, not the value the Viscount gave. The head of the house turns pale at this detail and starts to panic. The crowd listening in also starts to wonder what the value of the damn diagonal is. They're all waiting for the Viscount to explain. After thinking for a long time, the man breaks into a cold sweat and gets nervous because he simply doesn't know the answer. Our protagonist then realizes that just as he suspected, the Viscount knew about the existence of this number the whole time. In Blair's old world, scientists were respected, but nobody really cared about them. In this world though, science isn't as advanced, but scientists are treated like celebrities. The guys who make big discoveries get famous worldwide and earn the respect of even royalty and nobles. So the scientists teamed up, gained economic and political power, and became a massive force. The Howard family is kind of like the head honchos of the math community. So what they say goes. And in this mathematical society, there are all sorts of people, scientists, politicians, and even folks from the church. They believe that everything in the world can be explained with numbers. Basically, their whole idea is pretty similar to the Pythagorean school, the one founded by a super famous scientist from ancient Greece. The Pythagorean school had a ton of followers, but they had one flaw that made it all come crashing down. The problem was they thought everything could be represented by whole numbers or fractions. They believed that with those numbers, you could explain anything in the universe. But then one of Pythagoras' students, a guy named Hippasus, discovered a massive hole in that way of thinking. He proved it was impossible to calculate the diagonal of a square using only fractions. This discovery shattered the very foundation of everything they believed in. The group got so desperate that, instead of solving the problem, they decided to just get rid of the guy who found it. They took poor Hippasus, tied a rock to him, and threw the guy into the sea. But it was no use because the truth always comes out. More and more people started talking about Hippasus' problem, and in the end, the Pythagorean school was finished. These numbers that couldn't be written as fractions were called irrational numbers, and from there, the knowledge of numbers just exploded, creating a whole new field in mathematics. From the Viscount's face, Blair realizes he's known about irrational numbers for a long time, and our boy gets curious about how this world dealt with the whole thing. The question put the Viscount in a tight spot, and he started to break out in a cold sweat. The audience got super curious, and people started trying to calculate that diagonal right then and there. Brittany gets intrigued too, and asks what the problem is with this number. Since it can't be expressed, our protagonist explains that it's a completely new type of number, and that there are plenty of others like it. He says someone had already found a number like this before, but the discovery was hushed up because of Phage. At that moment, the Viscount realizes the mess he's gotten himself into, and it was all his own son's fault. He heads toward the boy and shoots him a death glare, but the blondie wasn't in the mood to get beaten up again, so he starts desperately looking for a way out. Phage then decides it's all Blair's fault for dishonouring the Howard family. With hatred in his eyes, he charges at our boy to give him a beating. The blonde lunges forward, blind with rage, his fists ready for a fight. Blair, seeing the trouble coming, braces himself to defend, but out of nowhere, just as Phage's punch is in midair, a hand shoots out and grabs his wrist tight, stopping the attack. The one who stopped the blondie was that girl who'd been keeping an eye on Blair. Phage looks at the red-haired girl, completely confused, and screams at her to let him go. The girl, unfazed by the blonde's freakout, politely apologizes and says she has to stop him. Phage tries to break free, but it's no use, because for some reason, this girl is crazy strong. Out of nowhere, he hears his father's voice calling him, and the boy just freezes in fear. The Viscount is not happy at all with his son's behavior, which has stained the family name. Expecting a serious scolding, the blonde guy tries to explain himself, but his mind goes completely blank. Then the head of the house raises his voice, getting ready to say something to everyone there. He apologizes to the crowd for the trouble his son caused, saying it's all his fault. And as for the number Blair mentioned, he tells everyone not to worry, because their math community will figure out a way to find an explanation. He politely thanks Blair and says he has to leave, but all that politeness was just an act, and he gives a mocking look, wishing our boy a good night on his property. Blair, savoring his small victory, also wishes the Viscount all the best. As he went to handle his business, the Viscount thought he never imagined he'd go through such an embarrassment. Our protagonist then genuinely thanks the woman who defended him from the blonde guy. She's surprised that he's forgotten her, his own lover, and asks how he could be so forgetful. Suddenly, Isabella smacks the back of Blair's head with all her might, catching him completely by surprise. Annoyed, She asks why he was hitting on other women. This little playful spat makes the redhead girl burst out laughing. She apologizes for interrupting the couple's flirting. The two, surprised, look at the woman, who says it was just a joke, but that she's a little jealous of their relationship. Isabella gets super flustered by the comment and says the woman got it all wrong. The blonde then asks what Alice, the redhead girl, is doing there. Alice explains that she always goes to these events, but she didn't expect to see the mayor's daughter there. Then Brittany chimes in and explains that Alice's family is well known in the city's math community, and that she's been attending these seminars representing her family for years. She introduces herself to our boy, stating her name and holding out her hand. The girl says she's a third year at the academy and a classmate of Isabella's. Blair shakes her hand back and says the pleasure is all his. Alice then gets right up close to his face and stares at him with a curious look. With her being so close, our boy can't help himself and ends up checking out her chest, turning bright red with embarrassment. As Alice stares at the protagonist, Isabella gets dejected, realizing she can't hold a candle to the other girl's beauty. The mayor's daughter's classmate says she liked Blair's presentation and suggests he start studying math more seriously. But out of nowhere, Blair shuts her down, saying he'll have to decline. He suggests she go see Professor Brittany since he learned a lot from her. Alice realized right away that he wasn't going to fall for cheap tricks and was impressed by his boldness. Alice says her goodbyes to the group and tells Blair she wants to have a word with him alone later. This makes Isabella a little bit jealous. She was curious about his reaction when she asked him to go with Alice, but Blair just looked at her, completely confused, asking why he should go with the other girl. In Isabella's mind, all guys are the same. They see a pretty girl and immediately start chasing her, not wanting to drag out the conversation. Blair blurts out that Alice can't even compare to Isabella's beauty. This gets her all flustered and she asks if he's being serious. Our boy, with a total deadpan expression, replies that yeah, he genuinely thinks she's more beautiful. The protagonist is relieved to have dodged that bullet, while Isabella gets all shy thinking about the compliment. Out of nowhere, a guy in a white suit approaches them. It was President Calvin, and the group asks what he's doing there. The president says they're the stars of the night and that he just had to come and say hello, not realizing the scale of what he'd done. Blair humbly says he just helped solve the problem and mentioned that number. But Calvin explains that the problem and that number were no small thing. The Howard family took great pride in that Seven Bridges enigma. Except today, it was proven that the problem has no solution. Because of that, the family's reputation went down the drain, and the number Blair mentioned could turn the entire world of mathematics upside down. So the president wants to know who this guy really is. He's curious where a talent like this came from out of nowhere, and what the real intentions are of the kid who shook everything up with a simple explanation. Blair decides to play dumb. He says everyone saw Farizi asking him for help. He just had an idea and said it out loud, and as for the number, it was just curiosity. He even adds that the Viscount would surely have found that number eventually with the help of the Mathematics Society. Calvin decides not to press the issue and admits that maybe he overthought it, but he warns Blair to be careful with the Howard family because picking a fight with them is not a good idea. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Howard family's father is in his office with his son who sprawled on the floor. The kid got a nasty beating for embarrassing the family, and his face is covered in marks. Next to the big boss is a shadowy figure who advises that it's time to act. The Viscount is just waiting for Blair to leave the mansion to take care of him and make it all look like an accident. The shadowy figure hears the order and bows in obedience. Suddenly, the Viscount hears a voice behind him saying he's going to kill someone again. When he turns around, he sees a white-haired guy wearing the same kind of white suit. The father turns his head with a nasty look on his face. He didn't like the tone of the man named Abel one bit, and the figure in black is shocked because she had killed that very man with her own hands. The man says it's normal for them to be surprised since the Viscount himself ordered him killed last time. In disbelief, the father jumps out of his chair and yells asking how he isn't dead and if that Blair guy works for him. Wanting to end this right then and there, the old man pulls a gun out of nowhere. He points the gun at Abel and tells him to start talking now. At that moment, his blonde brother finally realizes what's going on and takes in the whole scene. Abel, dressed in a white suit, says his father is asking way too many questions and he doesn't even know where to begin the story, but after giving it some thought, he agrees to tell him a part of it. He says that Blair has nothing to do with him but that he, Abel, had one hell of a reason to come back. Cool as a cucumber, even with a gun pointed, he announces that he's going to change the Howard family completely. The head of the family looks at the kid, totally confused, and asks how he plans on doing that. Instead of an answer, he just gets another question thrown back at him. Abel wants to know what, in his father's opinion, is the foundation of their family. The Viscount, without missing a beat, replies that their foundation is their reputation, but Abel immediately shuts that down. He claims their family was actually built on lies. The man starts getting pissed off and demands to know what he means by that. Abel then drops the truth bomb. His father always knew the 7 bridges problem, but Abel had no solution. But to protect the family's glory and their name in the mathematics society, he chose to hide the truth. For years, whenever someone got close to finding out, his father would find a way to get rid of them. That even included him. Not even his own son was an exception for the old man. The Viscount tells the boy to shut his mouth. Tired of hearing truths he didn't want to face, he's ready to kill his son all over again under the excuse that he's doing it for the good of the family. But Abel isn't afraid of him and says it's already too late because the truth can't be hidden forever. And as of today, that guy named Blair has already exposed everything to every mathematician in the entire city. His dad might be able to take care of a few of them, but is not going to be able to kill all the witnesses. Out of nowhere, our white-haired boy grabs the barrel of the gun and pulls it against his own shoulder. He says that if he doesn't kill every single witness, by tomorrow the entire state will know the truth. Abel then asks if his father really thinks he'll be able to keep the family together when everything comes crashing down. With nothing left to say, the Viscount drops the gun and Abel picks it up. His father, completely defeated, asks what he's supposed to do, and his son suggests that he become the new head and change the family. It's the only way the Howard name will continue to exist. According to him, his father knows damn well that no one but him can save the family. The Viscount, with the pressure mounting, desperately starts to consider the proposal, and those words finally get through to him. Several days pass. Then, our boy wakes up at his teacher Brittany's place. He's really enjoying the room, mostly because it has an actual bed and doesn't have that horrible smell from the closet where he used to sleep. He decides to go say good morning to her, but then, out of nowhere, he stops in his tracks, his jaw wide open. In Brittany's room, he sees a giant pile of papers, all scribbled on. Right away, our protagonist puts 2 and 2 together. She must have spent the whole night looking for that number he mentioned at the ball. After the seminar, word about the theory of the so-called unsolvable problem spread across the entire country. With that, the Howard family's reputation started to go down the drain, and that mysterious number that nobody could find now even had a nickname, the Devil's Number. Basically, every mathematician in the country was trying to solve this mystery, but no matter how hard they racked their brains, nothing worked. The truth is, in this world, math is still pretty basic. It hasn't reached the level of explaining things in physics. In fact, physics hasn't even been discovered yet. Even so, scientists are super respected there and are always pulling all-nighters. Our boy is sure that sooner or later, they'll find the answer. They might make a ton of mistakes along the way, but in the end, the truth will come out. While Brittany is still sleeping, our protagonist grabs the newspaper to read. He finds out the Howard family has a new head. People are saying this new guy will probably shut down the Mathematics Society. For the Howard family, it would be the best thing to do, but Blair wonders why they'd take such a drastic measure. He tries to find out who this new leader is, and that's when Brittany shows up behind him. All sleepy, she wishes him a good morning. The black-haired guy gets a little flustered by the sight. She looks so innocent that he even gets shy. He just stands there, admiring her beauty, while the blonde just stares at him in silence, but then her expression changes. She gets annoyed, remembering she'd ask him to wake her up as soon as he got up. Brittany pokes his cheek with her finger and calls him a naughty boy. Then, she starts teasing him about that number Blair won't reveal. The problem is she's way too close to him. So close that our boy gets super embarrassed, and out of nowhere, his nose starts to bleed. While he's just standing there, beet red, Brittany finally realizes what she's wearing. Then it hits her and she understands why he reacted that way. Super embarrassed, she lets out a scream that echoes through the whole house, calling Blair a pervert. After all that chaos, we see our boy in the kitchen trying to whip something up, and on his face, the perfect mark of a handprint. The girl apologizes to him, saying she hit him by accident. Blair realizes that when Brittany wakes up, she acts like a completely different person. The blonde gets worried, thinking he won't like her anymore like this, but our boy casually replies that he likes her no matter what. She's surprised to hear that and looks at him. The answer seems to please her, and you can tell she got all flustered while Blair looks pretty pleased with himself. Then the girl gets curious and asks why he's mixing eggs and red berries. He explains that he's making a tomato omelet, and the blonde finds that pretty weird. Blair says that in his hometown, they call these red berries tomatoes, and that back there, almost everyone knows how to make a tomato omelet. He remembers his past life and how he used to eat this all the time. After cooking, he gets ready in a hurry and leaves for school, but not before asking the girl to try his food. Out of nowhere, Brittany stops him to hand him something. She presses a white cloth against his chest and wipes down his hoodie. Our boy is dying of embarrassment from Brittany's unexpected move. At least his clothes look a bit cleaner now. She tells him to get going, and Blair, still feeling a little awkward about what just went down, says his goodbyes. The girl is left home alone and decides to try the food, which she still thinks looks pretty weird. She scoops up a small bite with a spoon and slowly puts it in her mouth. The taste of the omelette completely surprises her. Brittany's never tasted anything like it. It's so good. Her whole body gets goosebumps. She savors the sweet taste of the tomatoes. The food is unbelievably delicious and she's left in complete awe. Meanwhile, our boy has already made it to the academy and suddenly realizes his stomach is growling like crazy. While he was busy making food for Brittany, he completely forgot about himself and ended up leaving without eating. In Blair's classroom, the girls are gossiping about the new head of the Howard family who had the math society shut down. They're talking about how handsome this mystery guy is, how he solved the family's biggest mystery and then just vanished. One of the girls even says that her uncle from the math society told her the guy was around their age. The only thing is, the guy himself asked for his name to be kept a secret. The girl can't understand how that's possible. A guy their age shocking the entire world with that number. Blair is half listening to the conversation when he spots Isabella standing right beside him asking about the devil's number. But our boy just keeps denying it, saying he doesn't know a thing. The blonde isn't buying it and tells him so to his face. Out of nowhere, another third-year student walks into the room and tells Isabella to leave Blair alone. It's Alice. She greets Blair cheerfully. He returns the greeting while Isabella just glares at her. The guys in Blair's class watch the scene in shock, totally jealous of him. One of the dudes is just standing there, racking his brain trying to figure out why Blair is so popular with the girls. Just then, Alice gets closer to our protagonist and asked if they were talking about the devil's number, but instead of an answer, the only thing she hears is a super loud growl coming from our boy's stomach. The two of them stare at him, confused, and Blair is absolutely mortified by the situation. He apologizes to them, but Alice finds the whole thing so bizarre that she just bursts out laughing. Isabella immediately calls the guy a pig, complaining that it's not even lunchtime yet. Suddenly, a small bread roll wrapped in a napkin is placed right in front of his face. It was offered by Alice, who said she accidentally grabbed an extra one and was asking for help to eat it. Blair stares at the roll, practically drooling. He genuinely thanks the girl and tells her she's a really good person, but Isabella pinches his cheek and yells at him not to accept food from strangers. He tries to explain that he wanted to refuse, but the roll just smelled way too good. The blonde looks at him, super annoyed, and asks why he didn't ask her for some bread. Blair then reminds her that she was the one who just called him a pig, which is why he didn't ask for anything. Alice explains it's only natural for her to want to help, because Blair is a genius. Isabella turns green with envy at the comment, and a bit embarrassed, she also offers her food to our MC, telling him to forget about Alice's role. Alice, in turn, taunts the blonde, saying she can't decide for him, since they're not dating or anything. Isabella's patience runs out, and she gives the other girl a death glare. The blonde then gives Blair a choice, either her sandwich or Alice's roll. He could only pick one. The beef between the two just escalates, and our boy just wanted to eat in peace. He asks Isabella to pass him the sandwich, thanking her. The blonde even does a little victory dance, thinking he chose her dish. But then, out of nowhere, he grabs the roll with one hand and the sandwich with the other, and shoves them both into his mouth at the same time. To everyone's surprise, he stuffs his cheeks full, trying to swallow. He forces his throat and manages to get them both down. With tears in his eyes, he says it was delicious and thanks both of them. The whole crowd just stares at him with their jaws on the floor, in complete disbelief. Isabella still brags, saying her sandwich was so good that Blair just devoured it in a flash. Then Alice notices that a small crumb from her roll is stuck on his face and decides to get it with her finger. She says, with a more provocative look, that there's still something on his cheek and that she'll eat it herself. The girl licks the crumb right off her own finger and calls Blair a slob. Continuing her taunt, Alice eats the piece and Isabella reacts horribly to it. Suddenly, the bell rings throughout the entire building, signaling that class is about to start. Alice says goodbye to Blair, telling him to study hard. The blonde, with a furious look, then tells him to wait for her in the classroom after class is over. The third-year girls leave the room, slamming the door behind them. Blair can finally breathe a sigh of relief. For him, this whole change was already getting pretty stressful. Out of nowhere, someone pinches his cheek again and calls his name. It was Toby, who immediately asks where he had even found Alice. Blair answers that he met her a few days ago at night, and Toby has a really weird reaction. Our boy explains that Professor Brittany had taken him to a math seminar and that's where they met. Then Toby realizes it was at that same seminar that everyone started talking about the so-called devil's number. But his curiosity has to wait because the teacher arrives in the classroom and Blair gets called up to the board. Brittany asks the class to split into groups to try and solve the problem. While no one's looking, the teacher gives Blair a little poke and calls his name. same. She discreetly hands him a small bread roll, and our protagonist's reaction is kinda strange. The teacher whispers that she noticed he didn't have breakfast and brought something for him to eat. But Blair, who was already full, looks at the bread in pure desperation. He goes back to his desk where everyone's already split into groups. Toby sees the bread in Blair's hand and asks where he got it. Blair, not wanting to get into the details, says he'll tell him later and that right now they need to solve the problem. The pink-haired girl cuts in out of nowhere and asks Blair about the guy who was at the math seminar, trying to play dumb. Our boy says he thinks he saw the guy there. The girl doesn't quite get his answer, but she gives Blair a look, as if she knows he's hiding something. He makes up an excuse, saying that when the mysterious man showed up, he had stepped out for a second to take care of something, and by the time he got back, the guy had already talked about the devil's number. Toby jumps into the conversation and both of them can't believe how Blair missed it. Our boy explains himself, saying he'd eaten too much and was having stomach problems. His friend, a little suspicious, says that Blair really dropped the ball by not taking the chance, but the pink-haired girl defends our protagonist, saying that just going to an event like that is lucky enough. She remembers that he's really good at math and asks him to make some time to study with her. Toby teases the girl, saying her request to study had other intentions. The other girl sitting with them in the group starts to get really annoyed with the conversation. Some time passes and finally the bell rings, signaling that class is over. The protagonist is exhausted because he spent the whole time trying to avoid Isabella without being seen. He just wants some peace and quiet to finally practice magic, since he needs to keep his skills sharp. Out of nowhere, not too far away, he hears a voice asking since when he's been interested in magic. He looks over and just sees a dark silhouette in front of him, unable to make out who it is. Suddenly, a cold blade is pressed against his throat, and our boy is terrified. Blair stares at the person threatening him, filled with fear, but he can't see their face at all. The dark figure is, in fact, a blue-haired girl. It's the protagonist's classmate who tells him not to move, warning him that the dagger is very sharp. He immediately recognizes her as his friend Molly, and is confused as to why she's doing this. She says it was him who solved the riddle at the seminar, and talked about the devil's number. According to her, the Blair she knew never had this kind of talent, and she demands he tell her why he's impersonating her friend. Our boy, without showing any fear, replies that he is Blair, and decides to keep the whole body-swapping story to himself for now. Molly moves the dagger away from his neck and starts pinching and yanking at his cheeks. Convinced he's wearing a mask, she pulls hard, annoyed, trying to rip off whatever disguise he's got on. But then, out of nowhere, it hits her that it's not a mask, it's his actual skin, and there's no point in forcing it. Getting fed up with her whole intimidation routine, Blair kicks her in the leg, knocking her off balance. Unable to stay on her feet, she goes tumbling backward, but our protagonist is quick on his feet and manages to grab her by the arms, breaking her fall before she can get hurt. All flustered, Molly yells for him to let her go. He says he will, but only on the condition that she never points a knife at his neck again. He glares at her, waiting for an answer, and the girl stares back, terrified. The guy tells her she's already seen for herself that he's not wearing a mask. He's the real Blair. Molly can't handle the pressure, and with her face beat red, she again begs him to let her go. Then she asks him where he got these new skills and why his way of speaking has changed so much. Our protagonist decides to tell her a half-truth. He says he is Blair, but at the same time, he isn't, because one day he just woke up like this. He explains that he comes from a world with no magic, but where science is incredibly advanced. The people there don't even know how to use magic. To them, it's just the stuff of fiction. In that world, science is so advanced, it even surpasses magic. People can do things that not even the mags here could pull off. With all that technology, they've already explored the universe and even traveled to other planets. He tells her that, in this other world, he was just a math teacher. That's why he has knowledge that nobody here could even imagine exists. Molly is just floored, asking if it's true that you can cross the skies and if other planets really exist. The guy confirms that yes, they do. He continues, saying that there are countless other planets out in space, and at the end of the day, he woke up in this world as a math genius and a great mage. But unfortunately, he lost part of his memories. The girl just stands there, processing everything he said, trying to decide what to do. Suddenly, she lets out a sigh of relief and seems to have made up her mind. Molly smiles and says she believes him, because the Blair she knew always loved to tell all sorts of fantastic stories. Confused, he asks what she's talking about. She replies that he always liked science more than magic, and kept saying he wanted to live in a world without powers, probably because he always had trouble with it. The girl says he must have been crying that day, because of his memory loss, and promises she'll help him get it back. Playing along, our boy takes Molly's hand and thanks her for her concern. She gets all shy while Blair gently holds her hand, but completely killing the mood. She pulls away and tells him not to get any wrong ideas, that she only agreed to help with his memory and nothing more. Some time passes at the academy. They resolve their issues and they each go their separate ways. Blair is left standing there in the hallway, thinking about his life and the things he's done. He starts to get a little worried, because this was the first time he told anyone about this whole traveling between worlds thing. Out of nowhere, he senses someone behind him, and a gigantic hand grabs his body. When he looks, it's Toby, who just lifts our boy into the air with zero effort, holding him with both hands. A little argument starts between them, while Phage just watches from a distance. When they finally notice the blondie over there, Blair is already trying to calm his friend down. Toby then goes up to Phage, demanding to know what he's doing there. But, to everyone's surprise, Phage bows in front of them. He starts apologizing to Blair, saying he treated him very badly. Phage Howard insists that the apology is sincere, and asks for forgiveness again. Blair, who wasn't expecting this at all from the arrogant blonde, just stands there looking at him, completely shocked. The vibe gets weird, and the crowd around them starts to notice their boss's bizarre behavior. But instead of saying anything, our protagonist just stares at Phage with a "what the hell" look on his face. The crowd that had already gathered had no idea what was going on. Why on earth would Phage Howard be apologizing to Blair? Out of nowhere, Phage takes out a fancy-looking paper and hands it to our boy. It was an invitation from his older brother, Phage, who is now the new head of the Howard family. Turns out there was a conference happening that night with all the mathematicians in the kingdom. Phage wanted to discuss the Howard family's reputation. Phage, looking like he was being forced to do this, asks Blair to please attend. Toby, sensing a trap, warns Blair that this could be a setup. Our protagonist stands there, thinking, deciding whether or not to go to this conference. Time passes, and night falls. The sun has set, and the Howard mansion starts to fill up with important and scholarly people. And of course, Blair couldn't resist his curiosity and showed up, too, to see what the deal was with this conference. Suddenly, someone pulls his ear, and he thinks that this scene feels awfully familiar. It was Isabella, super pissed because Blair had ditched her earlier. And right behind them, Professor Brittany shows up, who was also there. She greets them both and says she was also looking for him at the academy. Our protagonist is surprised to learn that the professor was called to the conference. According to her, news of the event had spread throughout the entire kingdom. Basically, almost all the mathematicians in the city were there. Some even came from far away. But here's the kicker. No one else got a formal invitation. Apparently, Blair was the only one to receive an official invitation to the so-called conference. Out of nowhere, someone touches Blair's ear again, and he gets all flustered. It's Alice, asking what's up with his ear. Then the whole group surrounds our protagonist and starts talking loudly. It's total chaos. Our boy already knows where this is going. The two girls are going to spend the whole night arguing. Before things could get any worse, Brittany tells everyone to head inside the mansion. And there goes Blair, surrounded by the girls, slowly walking up the stairs to the hallway that leads to the main hall. Inside, something immediately catches his eye, and he can't stop staring. Turns out, that famous painting of the capital's 7 bridges is no longer on the wall. Brittany, standing next to him, is curious to see how the new head of the family, some guy named Abel, is going to handle this whole mess. Blair notices she's talking about this Abel guy like she knows him, so he asks if that's the case. She confirms they were in the same class. Brittany explains that Abel wanted to be a professor at the academy, but he just fell off the map about 3 years ago. She was floored when she found out that, out of nowhere, he became the new head of the Howard family. So Blair, getting curious, asks what this Abel guy is like. The question catches Brittany off guard, and she's a little lost for words about her old classmate. After thinking for a moment, she sums it up by saying he was a guy who lived and breathed math. Meanwhile, as the crowd gathers in the main hall, Abel is in his office, looking over some papers. Face, his brother, comes in and tells him that everyone's gathered and just waiting for the new boss. But Abel replies with a totally random question about love, saying that the wait just makes the meeting more exciting. Then he asks if Blair showed up to the conference. The blonde guy replies that there's a huge crowd out there, and it's impossible to tell if Blair came, but that he did what he could. Abel notices his brother is tense and tries to calm him down, telling him to relax, that he's not their father and doesn't need to be afraid. Finally, he tells his brother it's time to go meet everyone, saying this is the beginning of a new era for the Howard family. Back in the hall, the crowd has been waiting for a while, and had even started to relax a bit. Badder is also in the middle of the crowd, when suddenly he sees the back doors swing open, and out walk Abel and his brother. The guy with the scar walks down the red carpet with super confident posture. Some people in the hall are a bit shocked to see how young the new leader is. He walks up to a spot where everyone can see him, greets the crowd, and thanks them all for coming. He introduces himself as Abel Howard, the new representative of the family. Brittany looks at him and realizes the guy has completely changed. He's not the same kid from 3 years ago. The way he dresses, the way he talks, everything is different. Turning to the crowd, he says he knows everyone is anxious to get to the main event. But first, he takes out a book and asks permission to tell a story about the family's past. Our boy Blair looks at the book, super curious, trying to figure out what it is. Abel then explains that it's the diary of the clan's first ancestor. He says this book holds the entire truth that the family has hidden for centuries. The story goes that, just like many other scientists, his ancestor went to the 7 bridges to solve that famous problem. He spent a long time there, racking his brain, but he couldn't find the answer. Even so, the old man had no intention of giving up. And then one day, the ancestor finally thought he'd found the right path. He got so excited that he ran off to tell everyone. The very next day, he showed off the path he'd supposedly found. The old guy was so happy he didn't even stop to check if his theory was right. He just went around spreading the news. But later that night, he decided to actually test it. And that's when he realized the huge mistake he'd made. He hadn't found the right solution at all. In fact, he'd just taken a wrong shortcut in his research. The guy realized the gigantic error he'd made and that, come morning, he was going to be completely humiliated in front of a ton of people. In the end, unable to bear the shame, the old man decided to throw himself into the river. He wanted to pay for his guilt with his own life. He left behind a notebook, where he explained everything that happened, and, in his notes, asked his descendants to tell everyone the truth. But he never imagined his family wouldn't do as he asked. Instead, they hid the book and made up a story, claiming the ancestor had solved the problem, but that the proof sank with him. All that, just to protect the family's honor. And that lie held up until now. But you can't hide the truth forever, and now the family has to face the consequences. After that whole heavy speech, Abel took a deep bow in front of everyone at the conference. He said he wanted to apologize to everyone for hiding the truth for so many years. Then, a bunch of people in the audience started yelling at him, asking how his family had the nerve to hide it for so long. Sizing Abel up, Blair realized the guy was pretty determined. Once it became clear that the 7 bridges problem had no solution, it was obvious the Howard family had been lying the whole time. Now that he's told the truth, future generations will have an even greater responsibility, and to their first ancestor, the Howard name will become a mark of shame. Out of nowhere, a girl in the crowd asks if that's why Abel disbanded the Math Society. Without looking up, the new head of the family replies that atonement was one of the reasons, but not the main one. The main reason for disbanding the society was the so-called devil's number. The same girl asked again if they had managed to find that number. Abel straightened up and said no, they hadn't been able to find the devil's number, but it wasn't because they lacked the ability. He claimed that this number simply didn't exist, which left Blair pretty surprised. An older man in the audience asked why he thought the number didn't exist. Abel explained that the number didn't exist within the framework of their current knowledge. That's why he disbanded the Math Society. A guy with glasses asked if they would never be able to discover the devil's number, but the answer was no. The white-haired man states that the devil's number can indeed be solved, and that one day, they'll be able to do it. But, for now, this is a completely new field of research, and the person who can guide everyone into this new field is none other than Mr. Blair from Shendon H Academy, the guy who invented the devil's number. The crowd started whispering, because almost no one there knew our MC. Abel, understanding the situation, said that probably few people knew Blair because he's a very modest guy. So, when he introduced this number, he asked them not to release his name. But now, to overcome this obstacle and enter this new field, he asked for Mr. Blair's help. At that moment, Professor Brittany suddenly turned to ask our boy what they should do. But then, suddenly, she and everyone else realized that the guy had simply vanished, without a trace. Yep, he just took off. The blonde guy walks up to his brother and whispers that Blair's not there. Abel comments that he thought his curiosity would get the better of him, but I guess he was wrong. He says that sooner or later, the kid will show up, and then they'll be able to ask him everything in person. Some time passes after the conference. The next day, the gossip is already running wild among the second-year class. The rumor is that the person who invented the so-called devil's number was Blair. Abel managed to pin all the blame on him. With that, nobody cares about the Howard family's problems anymore. In our boys' classroom, he's the only topic of conversation. Out of nowhere, Toby walks up, pokes Blair, and calls his name. But before he can even hear what his friend wants, Blair cuts him off. He says he didn't see anything at the conference, that he got out of there just in time, and asks not to be bothered. But Toby ignores him and tells him to look where he's pointing. The protagonist turns around and comes face to face with the person standing right in front of him. It's the history teacher, a guy named Hank, and is planted right in front of Blair's desk. The teacher says he knows the kid's a math genius, but is never passed his class. Blair tries to defend himself, saying that his history knowledge is just all jumbled up in his head. But the teacher wasn't having any excuses and slammed his fist on the desk. He says that even if Blair is famous now, he's still a student and needs to take his studies seriously. Toby, his eyes wide with fear, decides to interrupt and says that someone is looking for Blair. Hank gets pissed off for being interrupted and is about to start chewing the kid out, but Toby just points off to the side. Without even looking, the teacher keeps up his tough act, saying he doesn't give a damn who it is, not even if it were the vice principal. And then, out of nowhere, the vice principal himself puts a hand on his shoulder and says he's here for Blair. The teacher's whole demeanor changes in an instant, scared to death. Hank tells Blair to get up quickly and just go with the guy. Our boy gets up right away and bolts out of the room, walking down the academy's hallway. There, along with the vice principal, is President Calvin. He holds out his hand to Blair, who asks, looking a bit down, what they wanted. The vice principal explains that the entire world is asking him to solve the devil's number enigma, and that even the city's mathematical society is feeling the pressure. Blair gets the picture, and his expression shifts. He's just about to open his mouth to speak, but gets cut off by Calvin. The president says they really need his help, and that it would be good for him, too. But the protagonist, with a little smirk on his face, replies that he simply doesn't want to do it. The scene cuts to Brittany's classroom. She's teaching when the door bursts open. It's Toby, who comes in without even knocking. He's totally out of breath. He ran all the way there to tell the teacher to hurry. He says they took Blair and asks for her help. So, the whole crowd gathered around the conference room where they'd taken our boy. He was surrounded by the academy's top teachers and administrators. There were 4 vice principals there just to interrogate him, and another 10 or so managers at the door. Blair asks President Calvin how he expects to get his cooperation. The president replies that since the kid invented the so-called devil's number, he can't just let down the entire mathematical community. Then Blair, changing the subject, asks Calvin point-blank if he always calls the truth something diabolical. That response really pissed off some of the people in the room. Calvin cuts to the chase and asks if it's true that the devil's number can't be expressed as an integer. The protagonist confirms it and says that it's not just his number, but that a square can't be expressed by the number 2, or by 3, either. He explains that this value can't be represented by an integer, and that there are many numbers just like it. And the most important part is, this can be proven mathematically. Calvin, with a shocked look on his face, asks the kid if they've been wrong for hundreds of years. But Blair explains that this is a normal thing in mathematics, because it's a science where they make and correct mistakes all the time. So Calvin asks if he can help the mathematical community by teaching them the method to prove and formulate a number like that. The protagonist apologizes and says he can't help them with that. From his words, he can now understand what has everyone so scared. They're scared that the truth they believed in for centuries might be wrong. According to our boy, fear is the most common human emotion, and there's no reason to be ashamed of it. In his homeland, entire wars were fought just to get to the bottom of the truth. He says that only by overcoming their fear can they move forward and find the truth. They need to fight this devil step by step, and if he just tells them everything himself, it'll hurt the entire world of mathematics. He believes they can summon the courage to face their fear head-on and overcome this challenge. After all, people have always valued courage. The old president is completely stunned by this phrase, feeling the weight of everything that's happening. Out of nowhere, everyone around the boy bows sharply and respectfully, thanking him for the lesson. The president agrees with Blair, saying he's right and that they were too hasty. They thank the protagonist for his guidance and promise that the mathematical community will never forget his contribution. Afraid of becoming even more famous, Blair tries to get the president to change his mind. Suddenly, the room's door is torn from its hinges, and a man in white comes flying out along with it. The door goes whistling to the opposite side of the room, and a few chairs go flying after it. Everyone, including Blair, just stared in shock at the person who managed to knock down the door with so much force. Everyone sees teacher Brittany in the hallway, looking at the administrators with pure rage in her eyes. She unleashes all her power into the air, getting ready to tear apart anyone who wants to hurt her student. Her face was frozen in an expression of incredible fury, and she slowly asked the people around why they took her or Blair. Our boy, on the other hand, just started waving and smiling at his teacher, calling out to her. He says that everything's fine, and that the guys just wanted to talk to him. Realizing what she'd done, Brittany was instantly mortified and dispelled all the magic she had prepared. She apologizes to the president and the others and starts making up some excuses. But the guy didn't even care. He said it was their fault for going too far and not telling her about their chat with the student. A while later, it was already noon, and the whole situation with Blair finally got sorted out. He and the teacher walked down the hall in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Breaking the ice, she tries to explain herself, saying she was scared those people would do something to him, but the protagonist tells her to relax, because with so many students at the academy, no one would do anything to him. Out of nowhere, she says she has a question for him. He, all cool about it, tells her to ask away. Then she asks why and how he made such a big fuss about the devil's number. He explains that, as is customary in the math community, he just asked them a counter question, but the girl didn't buy that answer. With a totally embarrassed look on her face, she gets real and asks if he likes Isabella. The protagonist was not expecting that question at all and was completely frozen. In Brittany's head, Blair was in the middle of a love triangle with Isabella and Phage. In her theory, he hated Phage because she liked him too, so the teacher promises she won't tell anyone that Blair supposedly humiliated young Howard over Isabella. He tried to explain himself, but it was no use. The teacher wouldn't even hear him out and just happily ran off down the hall. Trying to fix the mess, our boy yells for her to stop one last time, but his words are completely ignored and is left in despair, already dreading the headache he'll have to deal with later. Some time passes, it's night now, and our protagonist heads home. Cut to him in the kitchen, making dinner for himself and Isabella. He's thinking about how wild teacher Brittany's imagination is, and how he needs to find some time to explain everything to her. Suddenly, Isabella herself appears in front of him, curiously looking at what he's cooking. Teacher Brittany arrives too and explains she was the one who called the student over so they could research the devil's number together. Changing the subject, Buller asks if it's true that Brittany's main magic is wind-based. He explains that he wanted to make a refrigerator to store food, but for that, he needed high-level water magic. The teacher, hearing a new word, asks what a refrigerator is. He hands her a piece of paper and says it's like an icebox for storing food. She and Isabella huddle together to see what the guy drew. Brittany looks at the drawing, surprised, while her student gives a sarcastic little smirk. Isabella, on the other hand, finds the drawing hilarious and starts laughing non-stop. Our boy, as you'd expect, gets annoyed by her reaction, snatches the paper back and starts complaining. But the teacher takes his drawing seriously, and using a water spell, she creates something exactly like what he drew. Our protagonist is floored and asks how she managed to do that. Then she explains that she hasn't just mastered air magic at the highest level, but water magic too. Isabella is shocked by this, because mags who can master two elements are extremely rare. You can count them on one hand. After seeing this display of power, our boy gets curious and asks why the teacher is still at the academy. The question makes her a bit flustered, and she just stands there, lost in thought. While she's over there spacing out, her eyes drift to the pot of food. To avoid answering, she quickly changes the subject and announces that dinner's ready. Turns out the protagonist had prepared a full meal for the three of them and set everything up nicely on the table. Isabella is a bit confused, since she's never seen that kind of dish in her life. The protagonist then explains that they're all recipes from his homeland, which is why they're not familiar with them. Isabella even doubts he can cook that well, but she's dying to try it. A little while later, it's a whole different scene. The plates are clean, with only a few crumbs left. Isabella is licking her lips, savoring the aftertaste from everything she ate. She absolutely loved the food our boy made, and even has a dreamy look on her face. The protagonist is surprised by her reaction, because Isabella almost never shows what she's really feeling. He takes the chance to tease her, reminding her that she'd said she'd rather starve to death than eat his food. Out of nowhere, the blonde turns bright red with embarrassment, grabs his ear, and starts complaining that the food was too good. Seeing the whole scene unfold, the teacher starts to laugh, enjoying the moment. Her laughter catches their attention, and they both ask what's so funny. That's when the teacher blurts out that she thinks they make a great couple and are a perfect match. This comment makes both students turn beet red with embarrassment, looking at the teacher, not knowing where to hide. To break the awkwardness, Isabella lets go of the protagonist's ear and says she's not attracted to perverts. The jab doesn't go unnoticed, and he claps back that he's not into arrogant girls like her either. To break the ice, the teacher changes the subject. She reminds Isabella that she's moving up to the beginner level of magic, and asks which element she wants to train. The girl replies that she wants to practice the wind element, just like her teacher. But the master explains that although wind is powerful, it doesn't help much in combat at the lower levels. She says the most important thing for Isabella right now is to learn how to defend herself, and for that, she suggests the earth element. But Isabella wants nothing to do with it, because she thinks earth mags attacks are super ugly. Hearing this, our protagonist sarcastically thinks, wow, what a great reason. But then, out of nowhere, she grabs his ear again, hard. He jumps and immediately starts yelling at her, asking how she knew what he was thinking. She simply replies that she didn't need to know, because it was written all over his face. Then the teacher asks Blair which element he wants to study. Our boy strikes a thinking pose, finger on his chin, and after a moment, he says that ever since he was a kid, he decided he liked all the elements. Isabella immediately shoots him down, telling him to keep dreaming, because in her opinion, there's no way in hell he has the talent to master all 4 elements. But as she looks at Blair, Professor Brittany notices something different, and suddenly, even gets goosebumps. She says that he not only can, but he will achieve the impossible, and master all the elements. Isabella thinks that's the biggest load of crap, but the teacher explains why. She says that when Blair uses magic, a dense and chaotic aura forms around him, so he might actually have the knack for controlling all 4 elements. To change the subject, she says they'll talk about it later, and that now they're going to start the real magic lesson. The whole group starts cheering. After all, their teacher is a super high-level mage, but she warns them that to be great mags, they can't rely on magic alone. She explains that even with the gift of magic, casting spells and making gestures takes too much time. To compensate, mags need to train in martial arts to defend themselves when there's no time to conjure anything. While the teacher is giving this whole lecture, our boy is more interested in how practical it would be to use water magic to wash the dishes. The teacher emphasizes that, often, hand-to-hand combat is more useful than magic. That's why, before teaching them spells, she wants to show them some martial arts. That's when it hits Blair. His teacher is a fighter too. Right away, Isabella volunteers to fight the guy, saying she's already trained in martial arts at home. Brittany just warns him to be careful not to get hurt. Isabella promises she won't go full force and immediately taunts Blair, saying that if she's not good at math or magic, at least she'll be better than him when it comes to a fight. So the two of them get changed and head to an empty room to fight. To try and scare him a little, Isabella tells him he's going to leave this room crying from the beating he's about to get. With that said, she charges forward, rushing in to land the first attack. Her movements are crazy fast. In a matter of seconds, she's right in front of our boy and throws a powerful punch straight at his face. Their fight drags on. It's gotten dark outside, and the sky is full of stars. But the fierce battle between Blair and Isabella is still raging inside the house. But it turns out Blair was on his guard. He times it perfectly, and instead of taking the hit, he snatches her hand right out of the air. The blonde is completely stunned, not knowing what to do. Our boy seizes the opportunity, pulls her in, throws her to the ground, and immediately pins her, twisting her left arm behind her back. Pinned down, the girl starts getting all dramatic, pretending she's lost and asking him to let her go in a tearful voice. Blair falls for it. He eases up a bit and, relieved, tells her he'll let go. He barely even gets a word out before he's interrupted by a foot flying straight at his face. The blonde had used the fake tears as a trick to break free and counterattack, but he was expecting something like that. Blair makes a quick move, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall again. This time, she can't recover in time and goes down hard. She panics, because a fall from that height and at that speed was going to hurt big time. But then, out of nowhere, her fall stops. When she opens her eyes, there's Blair, holding her tight just inches from the floor. He looks down at her and apologizes, which leaves the girl totally flustered. The teacher, Brittany, is just standing there with her jaw on the floor. How on earth did this guy manage to beat the mayor's daughter, a girl who's been training since she was a kid? Blair explains that he's never taken any formal martial arts classes, but back where he's from, he was really into it and practiced something called Sonda. The teacher comments that she's never heard of it and that his homeland is pretty mysterious. Meanwhile, Isabella, still in his arms, starts pinching our boy's cheek, basically saying, "Put me down already." Not wanting to admit defeat, she blames it on the floor, saying it was too slippery. After watching the whole thing, Brittany the teacher gets hyped up too and calls Blair over to train with her. He's a little hesitant, explaining that with Sonda, it's hard to control your strength and he's afraid he might hurt her. But the teacher tells him to relax and not to worry about that. So, Blair accepts the challenge and faces the teacher with a serious look. He builds up speed and throws a kick straight at Brittany's head. She focuses completely to track the movement and dodges at the last second, using all of her reflexes, except the attack never actually lands. Why? Because mid-swing, our boy got completely distracted by the teacher's boobs. He remembered a piece of advice from his old master, who said that against a true master, you won't even see what hits you. For a long time, Blair thought that was just a bunch of nonsense, but now he was learning firsthand that his master was right. With his guard wide open, Brittany knocked him out without even breaking a sweat. She catches the guy mid-air and gently lays him on the floor. Isabella rushes over, shouting in concern and asking if he's going to be okay. The teacher explains that he just passed out for a second and would be waking up any moment. The blonde replies that for all she cares, That pervert could stay knocked out forever. Seeing that Blair is out cold and won't hear anything, Brittany takes the chance to drop a bombshell. She says she knows Isabella has a crush on him. The girl is shocked by what she just heard and starts yelling, bright red with embarrassment. She tries to deny it, saying the teacher is crazy and that she would never like a creep like him. But Brittany insists, saying it's not just a hunch, she's positive about the girl's feelings. Isabella was about to say something back, but right at that moment, she's interrupted. Still a bit groggy, Blair yells the teacher's name and without even looking, grabs the first thing his hand finds. Isabella gets even more mortified when she sees the guy, still unconscious, squeezing the teacher's boobs. Then his eyes start to open. He's coming to, trying to figure out what's going on. The next day, our boy is already at the academy, sitting in class and rubbing his bruises. Toby looks at him with a mischievous grin and asks what went down at Brittany's house. Already implying something, Blair just angrily remembers everything that happened after he passed out. After that scene of him accidentally grabbing the teacher, Isabella totally lost it and went after the pervert. Blair, all beaten up, tried to get away, yelling that she was going to break his arm. The teacher had to step in, telling Isabella to let the guy go and explaining he didn't do it on purpose, since he was unconscious. Thinking about the student, our protagonist is pissed. The girl has zero technique, but she's got absurd strength, enough to break his arm. He never imagined she was so skilled in martial arts. She definitely had a good master and must have trained like crazy. In this world, common folks don't get a chance to learn martial arts from a young age, let alone magic. So, Blair figures she must be from some noble family. Out of nowhere, Toby calls out to him, all excited, saying he's already mastered the spirit summoning technique Blair taught him. Our boy is floored by his friend's talent, who learned such a complex technique so fast. Toby, all pumped up, immediately offers to show him what he can do. He concentrates, gathers the power in his hands, and summons the fire element. The magic starts to form right there, and he yells out the name of the fireball technique, trying to cast the spell. Blair just watches, curious and surprised. He wonders why nothing happened. Where's the so-called fireball? But Toby tells him to look closer. When they both focus on his hands, they see two tiny little fireballs floating between his palms. Blair starts messing with his friend, saying that at this rate, he'll never surpass him in magic. But inwardly, he thinks it doesn't even look like a fireball. It's more like two sparks. Suddenly, something catches his attention. When he turns, he comes face to face with a hand holding a huge cake in front of him. It was Alice. She'd heard that Blair had broken his arm and brought him a snack, figuring he'd come without anything to eat again. She even comments that Toby had probably already scarfed down his own food. The protagonist replies that he feels a little weird accepting her food, but at the same time, he can't stop staring at the cake. With a smile on her face, the girl asks if it's good. As soon as Blair starts eating, he admits her food is the best ever, and asks what she's doing there. She says she has a question for him. Blair promises to be honest, and tells her to just spit it out. So, Alice gets straight to the point. She wants to know if he likes Isabella. The question catches our boy completely off guard. Instead of answering, he asks her back why she wants to know, but the girl ignores him and insists, wanting an answer. Blair, trying to play it cool, says that right now the only thing he's interested in is magic. She finds his answer pretty lame, but in the end, she seems satisfied. Before the guy even had time to recover from that question, Alice leans in and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Blair gets even more flustered, and as she's leaving, she tells him she'll be coming to see him more often. At this point, all his classmates, who are just watching the scene unfold, are shocked at how easily girls seem to get interested in the black-haired guy. Classes finally end, and Blair decides to head to the library, still thinking about what Alice meant by all that. But he decides to just let it go, remembering that he's already read all the magic books on that floor. After finishing the last one, he stretches out in his chair and yawns, completely exhausted. So, the plan was to head to the second floor, which is where the more advanced books are kept. He walks over to the main desk and spots a girl with purple hair, totally absorbed in a pink-covered book. Guess she's a fan of romance novels. Huh? Our boy walks up, says hi, and asks how to get upstairs. The girl glances at his ID badge without much interest, and sees he's just a student. Then she immediately shuts him down, saying that to go to the second floor, you need to be at least a beginner-level mage. He explains that he doesn't have enough spiritual power yet, and asks if there's any other way. The girl says no, and even takes a jab at him, asking how he'd be able to read the advanced books anyway. Our protagonist gets offended by her snobby attitude, and is just about to clap back, but out of nowhere, Molly shows up at the desk. She recognizes our boy, and asks if he needs help. The purple-haired girl couldn't care less what was going on. She just turns her back, and tells Molly to handle it. So, Molly explains that to go up, He needs a mage ID, even if it's the most basic one. She says he could try to get a new certification, but the chances are slim, since his spiritual power is so weak. Even so, the guy decides to risk it. He tells her he just discovered a way to improve water element magic. Molly warns him that this is serious. If he fails, he'll be blacklisted and will never be able to use the library again. But Blair seems dead serious. Molly thinks for a moment and decides not to push it, agreeing to his request. She politely asks him to follow her and points to a nearby room. Molly enters the examiner's room and explains Blair's situation. One of the guys is stunned, saying he can't believe a student wants to improve water magic. The other examiner thinks it's a load of crap, just an excuse to fool them, because the water ball technique has been around for centuries, and there's nothing left to improve on it. The blue-robed mage sends a warning for the student to think it over, because if he's bluffing, it's game over for him. But Molly stands her ground, saying she trusts the kid, and asks them to let him take the test. Seeing how insistent she is, the guys don't argue any further. The man in blue agrees, and tells our protagonist to enter. Blair strolls into the pretty beat-up room and adjusts his mask before speaking. The two mags don't even pay him any mind. They're just sitting there, sipping on a red drink and shooting the breeze about life. Our protagonist greets the two of them, introducing himself as Chen Lo and saying he's a magic student. He explains that he's come to show them a way to improve their water ball magic, a method that can seriously boost its power. At this, the red-robed examiner starts staring at the kid, looking all flustered, and it's like his brain just short-circuited. Out of nowhere, the guy in red jumps up from his chair and yells that he recognizes the black-haired kid. He says it was Blair who broke into their office using magic. Turning to the other mage, he says they'd better head to the testing room, because last time, the kid nearly wrecked the place. The other mage, the one with the mustache, doesn't get this reaction at all, and protests, saying he's just a student and poses no threat. The mustache guy then tells the kid to hit him with this so-called improved water ball technique. Blair then starts gathering all his energy around his body. He channels mana through himself, creating both fire and water elements at the same time. And then, a huge flame appears in his left hand, and in his right, a water ball quickly starts to form. The water mage sees what our boy just did and is stunned, waiting to see what happens next. He immediately starts complaining to his brother that the kid can use two types of magic at once, and already gets ready to cast a spell. Blair, after gathering enough mana in his hands, starts to combine the two elements. Under pressure, the fire and water begin to fuse forcefully. Suddenly, as the two spells mix, a wave of water spreads everywhere. The fire mage, who had already put up a shield, instantly realizes the same thing as before is about to happen again. A pressure explosion goes off in the room, sending everything flying. Thick steam rises, and as it starts to clear, Blair's silhouette appears in the middle of it all. Brushing the dust off his clothes, the water mage angrily calls out to the kid. He glares at him furiously and asks, all worked up, how the black-haired guy managed to pull that off. For our protagonist, this technique is pretty simple. First, you create a water ball, and then a fire one. After that, you just mix the two elements, compressing them with your hands and bringing it all together. And when they merge, they release way more energy than either one does alone. The man in the blue robe catches his breath, thinking about how the kid managed to use two elements. He's pleased with the result, and asks him to wait there for a bit. Molly decides to take care of their guest and prepares a cup of tea for him, and he thanks her in return. He feels a bit awkward with the girl just standing next to him, and invites her to sit down. To keep the conversation going, the young man asks if Molly is also a mage. She replies that her skills aren't as good as his, recalling, impressed, what Blair had just done. But our protagonist is humble, and says is not all that great either, since he hasn't even reached the initial level yet, and that the power of the energy balls comes from the technique he uses. He can use two elements, but that has nothing to do with his skill. According to him, it's easier than it looks. It's like doing two different things at once, one with each hand. He even shows this off by drawing on a piece of paper with both hands. Handing the paper to the girl, he shows her that he managed to draw two animals at the same time. The girl says the dog and cat are cute, and our boy replies that they're actually a wolf and a tiger. Looking embarrassed, Molly says she can also do two different things at once. Meanwhile, the two mags who tested him show up at the vice president's office to tell him about the student. He doesn't believe a word they're saying, and claims that someone at that guy's level just couldn't create two elements at once. The guy in the blue robes, named Brady, insists that he and Andre saw the whole thing with their own eyes. A thought crosses the vice president's mind. Maybe this guy could show a new path for magic. But the question is, how many people could actually use this kind of magic? If the technique can't be widely used, what's the point? On the vice president's orders, All the managers and staff were gathered in one place. A lot of them were annoyed by the sudden order, since some were in the middle of their own business. Out of nowhere, the president shows up with two mags. They explain that one of them has come up with a new technique. But there's a catch. You have to create a ball of water and a ball of fire at the same time. The guy, Brady, says he gathered everyone to see if this technique is something people could use in their daily lives, and tells everyone to give it a shot. Some of the mags immediately start doubting, wondering if it's even possible. The purple-haired girl looks at our protagonist and wonders if he's the one who created this magic, but she quickly dismisses the idea. After all, he's just a student. Then, all the mags in the room focus and start trying to summon both elements at once. One of them looks like he's about to get it. Fire starts glowing and water begins to form in his hands. But then, out of nowhere, the water goes out of control and the spell breaks. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't summon fire and water at the same time. The whole crowd starts saying it's impossible, that no one's ever been able to do it. This Brady guy tells the vice president that no one there could pull off the trick, so he orders them to take him to our protagonist so he can explain how it works. As they're walking to the room where Blair is, Brady tries to ask the president something, but gets cut off mid-sentence. The old man says he thinks only Chen Lu can use this magic. He says, sounding a bit down, that maybe no one else in the world can do it. It was looking like our boy was going to fail the test. But then, suddenly, Molly shows up, and she's managed to do the trick. And there she is, with a perfect ball of water in one hand, and a ball of fire burning in the other. The three older mags instantly fall silent, staring at her with their jaws on the floor. Molly notices the three of them and, surprised, greets Vice President Elton. Our protagonist greets him too, and takes the chance to say that Molly is super smart and has already gotten the hang of the technique, asking if he passes the test now. The old man explains that, according to the rules, they need at least 3 people who know how to use the new magic. They gathered everyone from the Magic Society, and no one, besides Molly, was able to summon both elements. Molly asks, sounding a little sad, if it's true that he's not going to pass the test, but the president replies that he's decided to make an exception for Chen Luo, because his method could completely change the future of magic. And that's not all. He even invites our protagonist to become an honorary member of the Magic Society. Our boy replies that it's a huge honor, but he has one condition. The president lets him speak, and Blair starts to explain. The condition is for Molly to be promoted to assistant manager. Molly is completely shocked, and looks at them wide-eyed, not understanding a thing. A little while later, the purple-haired girl storms into the secretary's room, furious that Molly became an assistant. She starts to really hate the blue-haired girl, because she thinks the position should have been hers. She demands one of the secretaries tell her where Molly and the student are. Losing her patience, she shoves the other girl hard and calls her an idiot. But then, out of nowhere, she remembers that the protagonist had asked about the library's second floor. Meanwhile, Blair is over in the president's office, filling out some paperwork. He signs a document to patent his new technique. The old guy confirms it. The copyright for the improved water ball technique is now officially his. Our boy is blown away to find out this world has copyrights. The president of the Magic Society explains how it's going to work. They'll promote his new technique, and anyone who wants to learn it has to pay. The money is split 50-50, one part for the protagonist as the rights holder, and the other for the society. And if someone tries to learn it on the sly without paying, the society finds out right away. The offender goes straight onto a blacklist and, depending on the case, could even be arrested. Blair thinks to himself how crazy it is that their science is so backward, but their intellectual property protection is super advanced. Then the old guy drops the price for the technique, 100 gold coins. The protagonist nearly falls over because to him, that's a fortune. But the president gets it all wrong. He thinks Blair thought it was too little, and immediately starts explaining that the technique is for highly skilled mags, and if the price is too high, the people who buy it and can't use it will get pissed off at them. The guy says he's cool with the price, but he has a solution for that problem. He suggests adding a special disclaimer at the end of the instructions. Basically, the disclaimer would state that the technique requires a high level of skill, that people should think twice before buying, and that there are no refunds. He even adds a clause stating that the final interpretation of the rules is up to the Magic Society and him. The old man asks what that means, and our boy explains it's to get them off the hook for any problems. The president is impressed with how thorough Blair was, thinking of every little detail. Blair tosses out a sarcastic comment, saying the old man is no fool either, and that they both think alike. A while later, Molly takes the protagonist to the second floor of the library. He's shocked to see that the place is way bigger than the first floor. She explains that only higher level mags are allowed in there, which is why it's usually empty. Up there, There are a ton of books on advanced magic and new techniques that he can study to his heart's content. Molly notices his reaction and asks what he's staring at. Our protagonist, being super direct, tells her he likes her new uniform. The girl gets all flustered by the out-of-the-blue compliment and thanks him. Right after that, he changes the subject and asks if there are any books on how to increase one's spiritual power. Molly says there are only a few books on that, but she has a look around and quickly finds what he was looking for. The book is called Theory and Practice for Increasing Spiritual Power. But as she's climbing down the ladder, Molly trips and just comes tumbling down. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the impact with the floor, but she feels nothing. He opens his eyes to see that the guy managed to catch her midair and is now holding the girl in his arms. There's a bit of a moment between them and Blair asks if she's okay. The girl gets super flustered and, for some reason, feels like she's been in this exact situation before. But they weren't alone. A redhead who had just gotten to the second floor was spying on the whole thing from a corner. And of course, she completely gets the wrong idea and her mind starts racing. The redhead assumes Molly seduced the guy to get the promotion, so she walks up to Blair and starts messing with him, calling him Chen Luo, but he just snaps back, clearly annoyed. She congratulates him for passing the exam and, in this super seductive voice, tells him she knew he'd make it all along. The girl strikes a super provocative pose and offers to help, saying she'll do anything for him. But Blair, completely unfazed, just tells her to get out of the library. Her plan totally backfires. She's in shock, realizing a cheap trick like that wasn't going to work on him. Blair realizes he was a bit harsh, so he apologizes. But right after, he takes a jab at her, telling her to leave because he's about to read some books that are way too complicated for her to understand. The redhead apologizes for being rude to him earlier and tells him not to believe anything Molly says, claiming that Molly is always talking trash about people. Our boy realizes Molly hasn't said a word about her, and since she's the one bringing it up, she's probably the real gossip. To shut her down for good, he threatens to call President Elton if she doesn't scram. The girl gets the hint and quickly makes her exit. Finally, with some peace and quiet, Blair can get to his reading. Anyone who messes with magic knows that spiritual power depends on your natural talent. The more talented you are, the faster you level up. Right now, mags know two ways to boost this power, either by meditating or by constantly using magic. But the author of the book Blair's reading discovered a new method. When a mage learns a new technique, it completely drains their spiritual power. However, after they rest up, not only does the power come back, but its maximum capacity gets a major boost. So the logic is simple. Blair needs to completely exhaust his magical energy and then let it recover, over and over again. By doing this, he can get way stronger, shattering the limits of his own talent. The protagonist is super hyped about this and decides to test out the technique today. This is his shot at becoming a true mage. Without wasting a second, he rushes to his favorite spot, over by the academy fence. But then, out of nowhere, a weird thought pops into his head and he stops in his tracks, looking thoughtful. He gets a nagging feeling that he forgot something super important and rushes back home. When he gets there, he finds the two girls with incredibly annoyed looks on their faces. The reason? He forgot to make their dinner. Blair is shocked by how dependent they are on him. He thinks to himself that they're like helpless little pets who can't fend for themselves. Isabella jumps up from the table and starts complaining, demanding to know why Blair is so late and hasn't made them anything to eat. Without arguing, he just grabs an apron and puts it on. He explains that he was handling some things at the Magic Society and figured the professor would cook something. Our boy then asks what the blonde is doing there and she, looking super excited, hurries to share the news. She drops the bombshell. Starting today, she's going to be living at the professor's house too. Blair is completely blindsided. The news is so shocking he drops the frying pan on the floor. His awful reaction annoys the girl, who can't understand why he isn't thrilled to be living with someone as awesome as her. So, Brittany, the teacher, explains that Isabella is moving in with them so it's easier to study magic and math together. Our MC doesn't buy that story at all and turns to the stove, grumbling nervously. The blonde, Isabella, notices he's talking to himself and immediately starts threatening him. Blair decides to ignore the chaos for a moment. He figures that, one way or another, he needs to get his magic experiments done today. Finally, dinner is ready and everyone sits down to eat. Isabella is the first one to finish her plate. She lets out a sigh, tired but happy, and our guy immediately kills the mood, telling her to go do the dishes afterward. After dinner, the crew goes to wash up. Then, Blair just walks into the bathroom out of nowhere to tell Isabella she forgot to tie up her hair again. The problem is he walked in right as the two of them were changing and ended up seeing the girls naked. Our boy turns bright red with embarrassment, and the only response he gets is a slipper flying straight at his face. Some time passes, night falls, and everyone gets ready for bed. Blair is sitting at the desk in his room, reading something, and thinking about how he has to babysit these girls like they're kids. But suddenly, he gets tired of just sitting there, jumps out of his chair, and slaps the desk. He was planning to learn a new technique instead of just dealing with house chores, and the time was now. Looking at the book, he decides to learn the Firebird technique, which is described right there in detail. Out of nowhere, there's a knock on the door and the protagonist, already annoyed, asks who it is. It was Isabella, who decided to come to his room before bed to ask something. Our guy holds back his irritation and tells her to come in. She says she was worried she'd thrown the slipper at his face in the heat of the moment and wanted to know how he was feeling. But Blair figures out this is just an excuse and she wants to talk about something else. So he just asks her straight up what she really wants. The girl, embarrassed, says she couldn't sleep and asks him what he's going to do with his life. The protagonist looks surprised, not understanding the question. She explains that she only has 1 year of school left, and he has 2, and she's curious about his plans after graduation. He answers that he hadn't even thought about it, and that he'll probably just stay at the academy, working as a teaching assistant. Unable to control her emotions, the girl runs over to him and grabs his arm with both hands. The blonde, in an almost begging voice, asks if he doesn't want to go to the capital after graduating from the Magic Institute. Her eyes are sparkling, and she says her father would help our guy get in, and then they could study together. The girl thinks that, in that case, he would cook for her every day, and that she feels really good around him. The protagonist gets flustered with the girl so close, and says that more studying would be a waste of time. Right now, he just wants to stay at the academy and study magic. Isabella gets worried, and asks if he'll really be able to learn magic properly just at the academy. The boy explains that they have Professor Brittany there, and that her talent and knowledge are more than enough to teach him. The girl gets all embarrassed hearing the teacher's name, because she immediately sees her as a rival. That's when her tone changes, saying that actually, the protagonist just wants to stay there to be close to Brittany, not her. She doesn't even wait for an answer, and starts putting pressure on our guy, and at that exact moment, the teacher walks in to see what's going on. Brittany enters the room and asks why they aren't in bed yet. Suddenly, it looks like she really wakes up, her eyes go wide, and she sees the girl and our guy sitting there in that very weird position. Night passed, and morning arrived. Brittany made breakfast for everyone, and they all sat down to eat peacefully. Our guy thinks back to the night before, when he tried to exhaust his powers by learning new magic. In the morning, he felt his power had grown, which means the method actually works. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the teacher. She starts saying it's way too early for them to be doing that thing she saw in the guy's room. But our protagonist rushes to explain himself, saying they were just discussing plans for after graduation, and she got it all wrong. Brittany didn't argue and apologize for the mistake, but right then, Isabella slams her cup down hard on the table. Isabella gets super pissed about this whole conversation, and everyone can see she's scowling. Changing the subject, she says irritably that she has a class and has to go. The teacher, not wanting to make things worse, just nods in agreement. Then, as Isabella gets up from the table, she walks past our boy, and, on purpose, elbows him in the face. Brittany is completely confused and asks if Blair got into a fight with the blonde yesterday, but he says no. After that, the teacher changes the subject and asks if he has some free time that morning. She asks him to take an article about the devil's number over to the Mathematics Society. Blair agrees, and on the way, he's thinking about what a math genius Brittany is, because he only gave her a little help, and she already did all the research on her own. Finally, he arrives at a rundown brick building and starts to wonder if this is even the right place, since it looks totally abandoned. Inside, things aren't any better. The place is a total mess, with people everywhere and piles of paper scattered on the floor. There's a guy with a mustache at the counter who tells him that if he brought a manuscript, he should leave it on the shelf, and if he's there to collect a reward, he needs to talk to the manager. Blair says he's there to drop off a manuscript, and the man, looking at him, has a really weird reaction. The guy recognizes our boy and stands there, hesitating for a moment, trying to remember Blair's name. He finally gets it and shouts his name for everyone to hear. Our protagonist is shocked that he's become famous, and a nearby secretary says she saw him at the seminar. Out of nowhere, a bunch of people start asking him for autographs and bombarding him with questions. Not expecting this reaction, our boy tries to make a quick getaway and says he just came to drop off an article from his teacher. As he's on his way out, the secretary tells him he can come back to get his reward anytime. Hearing the word, reward, Blair whips around instantly, all excited, and asks what reward she's talking about. The guy with the mustache even apologizes, because he thought Blair was only there for the cash. Trying to keep his cool, Blair asks again what reward they had for him. The man with the mustache is shocked that Blair has no clue. He explains that the Mathematics Society gives a cash reward to anyone who can solve super difficult math problems, and the more complicated the problem, the more money the person gets. Our boy gets all excited about the idea of making some money, and says he wants to take a look at these problems. The guy invites him to follow, showing him the mysteries that no one has ever solved. They approach a wall that looks like a bulletin board, plastered with papers displaying various figures and equations, like wanted posters. The guy says these problems were already there even before he joined the society, and that he doesn't expect to live long enough to see anyone solve them. Blair decides to take this seriously, and asks the crowd to leave him alone so he can think about a solution. He then strikes a pose, leaning against the brick wall and pretending to gather mana around him. A guy from the society, all surprised, asks Andre's representative what's going on with Blair. The other guy explains that they can't distract him, because inspiration can strike a genius like him at any moment. While the guy's just standing there, anxiously waiting for a miracle, the dude next to him tells him to look ahead. Pointing at the wall, he says it looks like Blair has already bounced. The man starts to panic, looking around all confused and wondering where the genius he'd put so much faith in went. Meanwhile, the black-haired man had already taken off, thinking happily that he could rake in about 500 gold coins just by solving those problems, which was so easy a kid could do them. He was broke and couldn't buy new techniques, and he had no idea there was so much gold just sitting there at the Mathematical Society's building. The truth is, he couldn't care less about advancing mathematics in this world. He just wants the cash. Our protagonist runs off, dancing through the street, even scaring some kids along the way. He figures the best plan is to solve everything in secret, and then just show up to collect the reward. A day goes by, and everything is super peaceful over at the Mathematical Society. The brown-haired guy even asks Andre why this Blair dude is considered a genius if he just ran off the day before. Andre figures that maybe not even a genius like Blair could solve those problems, since they'd been sitting there for years. Out of nowhere, the door bursts open, and a giant stack of papers is thrown onto their table. It was our boy who decided to turn everything in at once. He says he's short on time, and demands the reward right away. The man, with a look of complete confusion, asks which of the problems was solved in those papers, and the protagonist replies that the solutions to all of them are right there. At that moment, the man with the mustache goes into shock, staring at the black-haired guy in disbelief. The protagonist, disguised as Chen Luo, confirms that he solved all 23 problems from the Yabo City Mathematical Society. Vice President Andre and his colleagues spent the entire day checking the guy's work. Suddenly, someone shouts that the man with the mustache had finished verifying everything, and that all the solutions were correct. The folks at the Mathematical Society are absolutely stunned, their jaws on the floor realizing that a miracle had happened, and that this guy had actually solved all of their pending problems. Meanwhile, the black-haired man was already sick of all the praise, and just plopped himself down on a pile of books, taking a nap out of sheer boredom. The people around him were starting to lose their minds, with some even suggesting they call him the god of mathematics. Finally, Andre approaches him, and with tears in his eyes, starts to wake Blair up. He wakes up and asks if they've finished checking his solutions. Upon confirmation, everyone around him bows in respect, and Andre asks for the guy's name. In response, he introduces himself as Chen Luo. They finally decide to pay the reward, but the guy politely refuses a small portion of the money, just to show that their partnership was only just beginning. Blair, still as Chen Luo, doesn't waste any time, and heads straight to the Magicians Association to blow his cash. He slams the money down in front of Mo Li and says he wants to buy new magic. Far away, a knight gallops at full speed on a horse through a rainstorm. He urges the animal on as if he's in a huge hurry to get somewhere, afraid he won't make it in time. Up ahead, he can already see the palace of Yabo City's lord, which sits between several mountains. The knight finally reaches the gate, but the guards stop him. The messenger then announces he has an order from the capital, and must deliver it personally to the city's leader. Arriving at the lord's office, the knight hands the letter to a grey-haired gentleman. This man is Osdom Clavios, the lord of Yabo City. As he reads the letter, he gets a confused look on his face and asks if what's written in it is true. The messenger confirms that some guy named Baird is already in Yabo City. The capital has confirmed it, but nobody knows his exact location. The mayor's wife hears the name Baird and says he's a traitor and a top-tier mage who vanished 3 years ago. Clavios doesn't get why this guy is back in town and says, worried, that if he uses his powers, it's over for Yabo City. While all this is going on, our protagonist is sitting in a classroom and, out of nowhere, drops his pen on the floor. He let it go out of sheer weakness, since he'd used up all his energy the day before learning the new magic he bought. The 500 gold coins weren't enough, and is already thinking of a way to get more money. Toby, just to mess with him, comments that Blair always seems tired ever since he moved in with Brittany. Meanwhile, most of the girls in the class are all huddled around one of them, who drew a picture of the so-called math god. On the paper, you can see Blair, disguised as Chen Luo, striking a very manly pose. Annoyed by the scene, Toby calls the girls foolish and starts grumbling. Seeing this, the protagonist asks what god they're talking about. Toby explains that recently, a guy named Chen Luo showed up and solved 23 of the hardest problems from the Mathematics Society. He's all anyone in the entire kingdom of Lonan is talking about. Blair is secretly pleased with this popularity, but at the same time, he's annoyed that his fake name has basically been turned into a deity. Toby remarks that a guy that good at math must be some old man, not a young guy. Then he changes the subject and asks Blair who he's going to team up with for the magic training after class. Our protagonist is surprised and asks why Toby isn't going with him. His friend explains that he's not participating because his level is still too low for it. He also warns him that the second and third year students will be there too, and Blair has a strange reaction to this information. Finally, night arrives, and it's time for the training to begin. The instructors explain that the goal is to develop the students' magical abilities by giving them a chance to put what they've learned into practice. But they make it very clear that even though practice is important, safety comes first. That's why most of the dangers in the mountains have already been eliminated. But the students need to be careful and not stray too far from the designated area. Now, they need to split up into teams of 3 or 4. The task is to spend a night in the mountains and return by noon the next day. As soon as the explanation is over, Isabella and Alice head right over to Blair. Isabella asks who he plans on teaming up with, so he doesn't have to choose between them and make things awkward. He suggests they all stick together. Alice laughs, finding it cute, and says he has a big heart for wanting to stay with all his friends. She likes the idea. Isabella, on the other hand, gets pretty annoyed because she won't get to be alone with Blair. Seeing the look on her face, the other girl asks if she's down to join the team. Without much of a choice, the blonde ends up agreeing. Our boy is relieved that the situation didn't turn into a fight. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a distant place behind a mountain. A grey-haired man appears, looking out at the horizon. He turns and informs a certain Mr. Baird that the sun has set. Baird is quiet for a moment, thinking about what to say to his men who are waiting for orders. Finally, he announces that they've reached their destination. Looking at the fog-covered mountain peaks, he says that the city of Yabo will not see tomorrow's sunrise. Back in the mountains where the exam is taking place, night has fallen and the sounds of nature take over. A little white rabbit chilling in the grass suddenly senses someone approaching. Wasting no time, it starts gathering fire magic in its mouth and launches a fireball at the intruders. But out of nowhere, right before it hits its target, the fireball just fizzles out in midair. The one who stopped the magic was Isabella, who snuffed out the attack with a simple gesture. The girl gets super excited that she managed to control the magic released by a wild animal. Blair, who was nearby, starts explaining that if the rabbit were to lose control of the fireball, it wouldn't be able to move. Then, out of the blue, our boy jumps as someone grabs his ear without warning. It was Isabella. She decides to teach Blair a lesson, telling him he shouldn't grab rabbits by their ears. She takes the little critter from him and holds it against her own chest, petting it. Then, someone grabs Blair's ear again, but this time it's a much gentler pull, not meant to hurt. This person was Alice. She excitedly gets close to Blair and asks if it hurts. Picking up the conversation, our boy decides to ask Alice if other animals can use magic too. She confirms it. Alice explains that over on the Divine Grace continent, people and most animals possess magic. However, they usually only control a single element and can't do anything too complex. For example, the rabbits only control fire and, at best, can conjure up some pretty weak little water bubbles. She also mentions that nobody knows the answer to that question Blair asked Professor Anthony. Elsewhere, a man is out in the middle of the forest, near a boulder, just lost in thought. Turns out this man is Professor Anthony, and a shadowy figure is approaching him. Akel walks up to the professor and asks why he isn't patrolling the mountains. Anthony replies that he's still thinking about the question Blair asked. The vice president gets curious and asks what the question was. He explains that our protagonist found out that rabbits can spit fireballs from their mouths, and wanted to know why humans couldn't do the same without using spells and gestures. Akel pauses and starts mulling it over too, getting all worried and racking his brain about it. Now both of them are just standing in the middle of the forest, completely overthinking the whole thing. The grey-haired man, Akel, snaps out of his thoughts and tells Anthony he needs to get going and protect the students. The professor, however, is still totally fixated on the puzzle, pointing out that Akel didn't answer the question. But the vice president gets annoyed, raises his voice, and just orders Anthony to go protect the students already. Meanwhile, Blair's group has decided to take a break and rest by the fire. Isabella, holding her shirt in a pretty suggestive way, says that our boy has already felt something before, and asks who has more, or Alice. Blair sits there, dying of embarrassment, and says it's really hard for him to say, but Alice suggests he touch hers again, just to be sure. Isabella raises her voice, declaring that her rabbit is bigger, and demands our boy admit it. She hands him the critter she caught, and asks him to touch it again, but the rabbit doesn't want to go on his arm, and starts thrashing around to escape. The girl can't hold on to the critter, and just watches in surprise as it runs off into the forest. She saw that it ran towards a hollow stump, and now only the critter's tail is sticking out. Getting closer to the hole, she realizes the animal has run deeper inside. While Isabella is trying to peer into the darkness to see the critter, Alice slowly approaches her, but suddenly a strange sound starts coming from the hole, and the ground starts to shake. Blair's whole group realizes this is bad, and that something is about to happen. The ground beneath them cracks open, and the gap starts to widen. Right under the girls, a funnel starts to form, pulling them in. They fall into a weird room, and a bunch of dust and dirt rains down on them. Then, Isabella, like a zombie rising from the grave, sticks her hand out of the dirt and starts to crawl out. She manages to pull her upper body free, and then her whole body. Right after that, she finds Alice and helps her up, brushing off the dust. The two of them stand there leaning on each other, trying to process what just happened. I mean, they just fell about 26 feet and came out in one piece. Now they're looking up at the hole they came from. Isabella tries to figure out where they are. You can see some wooden planks holding the place up, kind of like a tunnel. But Alice, without a second thought for herself, collapses onto the cold ground, fighting through the pain, and starts to call out for Blair. Isabella sees her friend is in really bad shape, barely conscious, and tries to snap her out of it. She puts a finger near Alice's nose to check if she's breathing, and panics, because the redhead's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Without a second thought, Isabella starts giving her mouth to try and save her friend. Finally, it works, and Alice suddenly wakes up, bolting upright. She tries to clear her throat, and gasps for air. She goes into a huge coughing fit, her face turning bright red. But at least she's back to normal. Isabella is super relieved to have saved her friend, and asks if she's okay. Alice asks where they are, and Isabella says she has no idea that they fell through a hole in the mountain, and maybe it's an old mine. Alice replies that she's never heard of any mines near the academy. Then, Isabella points to a door she'd spotted nearby. After a beat, Alice thanks Isabella for saving her life, but Isabella's reaction is super weird. She just stares at her friend with a confused look on her face. Alice asks what's the deal, why she's making that face, and Isabella says she just never expected to hear a thank you from her. Meanwhile, back outside, everyone felt the earthquake and started to freak out. The students were worried they'd fail the exam, because the tremor scared off all the rabbits they needed to hunt. But Archie shows up and calms everyone down. Just then, Anthony comes running up and tells them that all the students have been evacuated from the area. He explains that the earthquake caught everyone by surprise, and the teachers did what they could, but no other students have been found, and that Professor Cook is checking the roster to see if anyone's missing. Out of nowhere, they all hear the sound of horse hooves pounding the ground, a dangerous sound heading right for them. A group of armored men appear, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. They're getting closer and closer to the students, who just stare, completely confused. Professor Anthony wonders what the hell these soldiers are doing here, and Archie stares at them, his face filled with dread. He starts connecting the dots and says that maybe the earthquake wasn't an accident. And while all that is going down outside, back to the girls in those mysterious catacombs, Isabella opens that door she'd seen. The room on the other side is huge, and the two of them head inside to check it out. Inside, they come face to face with a super weird pillar glowing with a purple light, and there are symbols floating around it, glowing in the same color. Isabella, without a second thought, raises her hand to try and read the symbols, but she can't make any sense of them and says the writing is too complex. Since she can't read it, she decides to just touch the pillar and see what happens. And then, out of nowhere, a beam of energy shoots out from the pillar right at her. The energy covers Isabella's entire body and sends her flying about 10 meters back. Seeing this, Alice rushes over to help, but Isabella gets up like it was nothing, saying she's fine and that there's probably a really powerful spell on that column. Alice, the redhead, mentions that she's seen something similar in some old magic books. According to legend, an ancient people built a giant copper column with magical engravings. By using copper wires, they could create a really strong magic field. Isabella gets curious and asks what the field is for, but Alice doesn't know. She guesses that maybe it's for healing or making things grow faster. And then, out of nowhere, a volley of metal arrows starts flying right at them. The arrows come from above, picking up speed as they rain down on the girls. But the attack isn't very accurate. The arrows, which got coated in ice on the way down, land just a few meters away from them. They look up to see where the attack came from. Up on the stairs, leaning against the wall, is a blonde guy holding a giant arrow. He says the girls are pretty skilled. The guy is just standing there by the railing, a mysterious look in his eyes, still holding the arrow. Alice decides to speak up and asks who the man in armor is. He replies that he should be the one asking that, and then, bold as hell, he tells them they're about to die. Hearing this, the girls look at each other, trying to figure out a way to escape. Without wasting a second, they both start preparing a fire spell to attack the guy, but he just smirks, watching the two of them try to pull something. He just stands there, completely still, watching a giant fireball fly right at him. Suddenly, the fireball slams into an ice shield that appeared in an instant. The attack did nothing. The guy, without even trying, easily blocked their magic. The girls' jaws drop, seeing how easily he stopped their attack. So the guy decides to close the distance and leaps right over their heads. He lands, sending Isabella flying with a powerful kick, and turns his attention to Alice. While one is down trying to recover, the other braces herself for a fight, but she doesn't even have time to react. The guy slams his spear into the wall right next to Alice's head, just as a show of force. She freezes, not knowing what to do, and the white-haired man gives her a smug grin. The giant metal spear is just inches from her head, and she stares at the weapon, panicked. Then, he grabs Alice by the neck with his left hand and starts to squeeze. He squeezes hard, making her cough and gasp for air. The white-haired man lifts her off the ground with a single hand, continuing to choke her while she struggles to say something. But he isn't listening. With a grim expression, he apologizes for something. He says that he needs to kill them, just as Alice is on the verge of passing out. At that moment, the man draws the sword from his belt. The guy lunges at the girl, aiming the sword right for her head. The blade hits its mark, and a spray of blood splatters on the ground. Except, he didn't hit his intended target. The sword is now embedded in our protagonist's shoulder. The attacker panics because he never expected him to show up there. Alice looks on, terrified at Blair, and sees the blood pouring from his shoulder. At that moment, Isabella finally comes to, and calls out Blair's name. Overjoyed that he's come to save her, she screams for him to be careful, right as the attacker is startled by a fire that erupts out of nowhere. The flames spread and lash out at the blonde man like a wild beast. The fire begins to burn his body, and the guy is shocked that Blair managed to use magic without even chanting a spell. Then a massive fire explosion goes off with the man right at its center. When the dust and smoke start to clear, we see Blair's group, safe and sound. Alice and Isabella have survived the attack, and now our protagonist is there to protect them. The blonde is super worried about his bleeding shoulder, but Blair explains that he came through the same hole and followed the two of them. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, he says they'll deal with the wound later. By now, the villain is already starting to recover from the explosion. We find out he's one of Baird's servants, and is shocked that Blair can use magic even faster than his boss. The white-haired guy decides he has to kill everyone there, since they saw what was in the basement. His long metal spear is coated in a thick layer of ice. He charges at our boy, ready to strike with all his might. Seeing this, the girls scream for him to be careful, but Blair just stands there, waiting for his enemy to get closer. The man is completely baffled by his reaction, his face a mask of pure shock. That's when he spots a giant mana orb floating right above his head. Taking a closer look, he figures out it's a water ball technique, and is even more stunned because Blair cast the spell without making a single move. He also notices that the water ball itself has a really weird shape. The orb comes crashing down on him, completely engulfing his body. Suddenly, blood starts gushing from him everywhere, and the blonde guy begins to cough uncontrollably. His eyes fill with rage, and the exposed parts of his body look severely burned. The metal spear, now wet, slips from his blood-soaked hand. He tries to get back on his feet, but can only let out a scream. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the attack that hit him, he collapses to the ground, unconscious. At the same time, up on the surface, we see Baird sitting on a massive boulder. He seems to be deep in thought, with an extremely serious look on his face. One of his men notices and asks him what's wrong. Getting up from the boulder, Baird averts his gaze, and says that some rats have managed to infiltrate their ranks. The squadron of knights that had passed the students was now far away, racing toward the forest. Their commander orders everyone to halt their horses, announcing there's an underground passage just up ahead. He commands the men to dismount, and prepare to enter. Turns out, the leader of the bandit group is a highly trained warrior named Baird, a top-tier mage, and an extremely dangerous guy. One of his subordinates then taps the captain on the shoulder and points ahead. There, a short distance away, a lone mage with a staff stood in the middle of the road, blocking their path. It was Baird himself. He turns to the knights like they're old friends, and simply informs them that the passage is closed. Without a second thought, the knights decide to go all out, launching a full frontal assault. They fall into formation, one behind the other, just waiting for their commander's signal. One of the knights even turns to the guy behind him and tells him to stop following so closely. Full of bravado, they finally charge the mage, and the clearing erupts with their battle cries. The scene cuts to a black-haired knight on the ground, his head covered in blood. He's dropped his sword and is lying in the mud, struggling to breathe amidst his dead companions as a heavy rain falls relentlessly. As he regains consciousness, surrounded by the bodies of men and horses, he clutches his head in agony. This night, Ethan realizes he's the sole survivor of the brutal massacre. Out of nowhere, he hears a voice calling his name, coming from one of the nearby bodies. It's his uncle, who's still desperately clinging to life. The young man rushes over to his uncle and stares at him, his eyes filled with tears. The uncle's legs are gone, and Ethan starts to feel this overwhelming rage for what happened to him. But the older knight tells his nephew not to worry and hands him something, saying that he needs to finish the mission. Ethan panics, saying he can't do it. He explains that the mage defeated an entire army all by himself. That Baird killed their commander single-handedly and could crush him with a single finger. The kid tries to save his uncle, holding on to him, but the man is only focused on the mission and begs his nephew one more time to complete it. As he's begging Ethan to save the city of Yabo, the uncle's hands go limp and he collapses to the ground. The young knight realizes his uncle has finally died and is completely overcome with emotion. Filled with despair and rage, Ethan starts screaming like a lunatic. Meanwhile, deep underground, in the same dungeon where Blair's group was, something else was going on. After taking down Baird's goon, the girls finally got a chance to tend to our boy's wound. Isabella was super curious about how the protagonist could use magic without an incantation, but he denied everything. Unable to get a straight answer, the girl just pressed down hard on his wound. Blair, having just taken that hit, let out a scream of pain and started writhing on the floor. After that, Alice advises Isabella to be gentler, but the blonde replies that he didn't need to be bragging about his skills. Anyway, their focus now was a mysterious pillar in the middle of the room. The redhead says she read in a book that the pillar created some kind of magical formation. They didn't know exactly what it was for, but they were sure the earthquake from before had something to do with it. Alice also comments on the guy who attacked them, and apparently this whole system is more complicated than it seems. Blair says they need to figure out a way to get out of there quick and report everything they've seen. He says he doesn't want to handle this alone, but out of nowhere, a sword is pressed against his throat. The girls look over to see a man standing right behind Blair, and they start to panic. A knight had snuck up on them without anyone noticing, and now the blade of his sword is pressed right against our protagonist's neck. The armored guy then asks the group who they are and what they're doing there. Realizing the knight was distracted for a split second, Blair moves fast. He shoots out a hand, grabs the guy's forearm, and in one swift motion ducks out from under the blade. The knight's face is one of complete surprise at the skill of our black-haired boy. Taking advantage of the guy's hesitation, Blair instantly goes on the offensive. He grabs the knight's arm, twists it behind his back, and puts him in an arm lock. With the guy restrained, he warns the girls that the knight isn't alone. He's got a partner. Isabella just stares at the brown-haired knight, a look of surprise on her face and an interest she's not even trying to hide. The knight, whose name is Ethan, demands that Blair let him go, yelling that if he doesn't, the entire city of Yabo will be destroyed. Hearing this, Blair just freezes up, staring at the armored guy, completely clueless. Our protagonist's whole group gets curious about this and asks what he meant. After finally letting Ethan go, he starts explaining, and Isabella presses for more details. The knight reveals that the capital had known for a few days that a guy named Bird had invaded the city, but no one had been able to find him. The problem is, they had no idea just how strong this bird guy was. Blair, hearing all this, innocently asks who this bird is that everyone's so afraid of. Then the whole group starts chuckling, because it's unbelievable that our boy doesn't know a thing. Alice then starts to explain. She says that Bird is, simply put, the most famous and dangerous criminal in the kingdom of Lonan. Like, even little kids know his name. And to make matters worse, he used to be a general in the royal army. The guy isn't just good in a fight, he's also a top-notch mage with massive magical power. He was like the biggest name in the kingdom, but nobody ever imagined that in the middle of a battle, he and his army would just switch sides and betray everyone. Ever since that day, he's been completely off the map. The king even offered a huge bounty for his head, but to this day, no one has even gotten close. Then, Isabella turns to the knight and asks for more details about this bird. She wants to know if it's true he came to Yabo City just for that structure, and what that thing actually does. Ethan, with a terrified look on his face, replies that the magical system can destroy the entire city. Blair's group can't believe it, and asks again if he's serious that the whole city could be wiped off the map. The knight then explains that the formation is made of 118 pillars scattered throughout the inside of the mountain, and nobody knows who put them there or why. What they do know is that this structure has been there for over 1,000 years. 10 years ago, the city's leader found out about it and called in a group of mags to investigate the thing. The mags discovered that this formation is way more powerful than modern-day magic. If it's activated at full power, it'll generate so much energy that it's capable of destroying all of Yabo. Since there was no safe way to dismantle the thing, they sealed off the area and made it a top-secret location. The knight has no idea how this bird guy managed to turn it on, but the fact is the formation is now active. Blair starts wondering how they're going to shut this thing down. That's when Ethan shows them a magic stone in his hand and says that it will help. Our MC's crew just stares at the stone, totally confused. So Ethan explains, the formation has a bunch of pillars, but there's one main one, the one that connects everything, and this stone he's holding was found right next to that master pillar. The mags ran some tests and saw that just bringing the stone close to the pillar drastically reduces the formation's power, and if you touch the stone directly to the pillar, it loses all its power. Blair gets it right away. Their mission is to find that main pillar. Ethan agrees, but warns them that bird is much stronger than they think. Our protagonist suggests that the knight call in as many soldiers as he can to help with the mission, but he replies that it's already too late to call for reinforcements, and that they need to handle this fast. That's because in 1 hour, the formation will reach its maximum power. He puffs up his chest and says that he's the only one who can find the pillar, and that everyone else needs to hide in a shelter since they're civilians. But right in the middle of this heroic speech, Blair, holding back a laugh, points at the guy's pants and says he didn't want to interrupt his moment of bravery. Ethan, who is feeling all high and mighty, looks down and is completely shocked. There was a huge wet spot right on his crotch. The guy's face turns beet red, and he starts stammering, making up an excuse that it was the rain that got his pants wet like that. Suddenly, Isabella stands up from her chair with an annoyed look, like she wants to say something. She declares that her family, the Clavos, has protected the city of Yabo for generations, and that it's her duty to help. Then, she announces she's coming along to deactivate the system. Just then, Blair overhears that the bounty on Bird's head is 100 million gold coins, and his jaw drops at the amount of cash. That's when it finally clicks for Ethan, and he realizes the girl in front of them is Isabella, the mayor's daughter. Hearing about the reward, our protagonist gets all fired up, puts a hand on the knight's shoulder, and declares that protecting Yabo is also his duty as a good citizen. Seeing her friend's attitude, Alice also decides she's not going to run away and agrees to go with them. The knight gets pretty emotional seeing their courage, realizing they genuinely want to help the city. To totally ruin the mood, one of them suggests that the knight should probably change his pants first. Ethan, of course, gets super pissed at the teasing. Meanwhile, a bunch of mags are gathered around a mysterious magical barrier. They're using all sorts of spells to try and punch a hole in it, but nothing's working. The giant dome just tanks all their attacks. One of the mags turns to a guy named Elton and says their magic isn't having any effect on the barrier. Another one named Andre says they should just wait for the president to get back, but the vice president rains on everyone's parade, telling them the president is heading to the capital and won't be back until tomorrow morning. Out of nowhere, the mayor of Yabo shows up in front of them and asks how things are going. Elton explains to him that even with all the mags gathered, they haven't been able to even scratch the barrier. The group's leader explains that the vanguard already managed to get past the barrier and found a plaque with something written on it. Now all they can do is hope for the best. Meanwhile, walking through some underground tunnels with the crew, Ethan suddenly blurts out that this mission of theirs is way too dangerous. But suddenly, Blair turns around and smacks him on the back of the head. The knight is not happy about being treated that way and asks why he hit him right there near the web. Just then, he feels something move on his neck and reaches for it. He looks at his hand and sees a yellow spider with a white head. The guy can't even stand to look at the thing and just takes off running and screaming like a madman. In his panic, his foot hits a plate on the ground, which sinks under his weight. At the last second, Blair manages to yank Ethan back by his clothes, saving his head from an arrow that whizzes by. Realizing he was almost killed, the knight thanks our protagonist. Our boy then warns the group that the place is full of traps and asks if they're sure they want to keep going. Ethan, however, is super confident. He says he knows a secret path from Core. According to him, there are several routes to the main pillar room, but they all go through the main gate, where that Baird guy is definitely standing guard. He knows they don't stand a chance if they have to fight Baird head-on, so he's going to lead the group through a shortcut that bypasses the main gate. The plan is to sneak into the room, place the piece on the pillar, and get the hell out. Blair gets curious and asks how he knows about this secret passage. Ethan explains that he has a degree in history and can read ancient texts. One day, he found a map in the palace, and now he knows all the dungeon's passageways. The black-haired guy asks why a historian ended up in the army. The knight explains that it's tough to find a job for a history major, and that his uncle, who served in the Royal Army, got him this position. And this is his very first mission. Blair thinks, frustrated, that even in this world, landing a job is a total pain, just like in the world he came from. Finally, Ethan finds a different-looking section on the corridor wall. He presses on a panel, and it sinks inward. The walls beside it slide open, revealing a new passage for Blair's team. Ethan says that from here, they can go straight to the main room and finish the mission. Meanwhile, Baird is already in that room. One of his men reports that the barrier outside is working perfectly, and the enemies still haven't broken through. Baird remarks that the defense system is pretty good, and, out of nowhere, asks about a guy named Sid. His servant replies that he went to patrol the west sector and never came back. Baird stares thoughtfully at the main pillar and the scriptures around it, thinking that another rat has managed to get in. At that exact moment, Blair and his team start making their way through the secret passage. They reach a staircase that leads right into the main room, and the black-haired guy decides to take a peek to see what the situation is like inside. After making sure the coast was clear, he opens the hatch to the secret passage, which was disguised as part of the floor. Finally, the gang gets out of that tight corridor and their jaws drop at the size of the room. Isabella comments that the place is huge, but there's only an energy orb there, and not the pillar they were looking for. Apparently, the pillar turned into this orb after being activated. Then, Ethan finds a plaque on the floor with instructions on how to raise the pillar again. He starts reading what's written out loud, and something strange begins to happen. Out of the blue, a small pillar appears, completely shrouded in a purple glow. Ethan explains it'll take a few minutes for it to rise completely, while Alice celebrates that they brought the knight along. She's surprised that even though he's such a scaredy cat, he's taking the task seriously. Wanting to show off for the girl, Ethan immediately starts bragging, saying he's a soldier from Yabo City and that the safety of the citizens always comes first. Blair smacks him on the head to get him to stop pretending to be someone he's not. With a serious face, the knight says he's doing this for his uncle. He explains that his father died when he was a kid, and his uncle raised him, becoming a second father, but Baird killed his uncle and the rest of the soldiers. Now all he wants is to protect his uncle's only daughter, who lives in Yabo City. Trying to break the heavy mood, Blair jokes that he thought Ethan was doing all this because he has a thing for his cousin. The guy turns bright red at the suggestion and says he's not good enough for her. Suddenly, the two girls grab the guy in the most painful places, teasing him for getting a little too excited. But then they notice a photo in Ethan's hand with a girl in it. He explains that it's his uncle's daughter named Lena, and that as soon as the mission's over, he's going to rush off to meet her. Blair, ignoring the photo, suddenly grabs Ethan by the arms and pulls him close, telling him not to say something like that. He warns that if he does, he'll be cursing his own fate. Ethan is confused by the expression, and Blair explains that it's a saying from his homeland. You shouldn't celebrate a victory before the task is done. The girls also comment that they've never heard that word. Finally, the pillar finishes rising and everyone stops talking. Ethan announces he's going to activate the seal and asks Blair's group to wait. Blair, surprised, asks about the seal again. The knight explains it's a simple spell placed on the fragment to prevent Baird from finding it. He channels some of his power into the stone, and it rises into the air covered in a purple glow. Ethan holds the fragment in the air and tells everyone to run as soon as the stone connects with the pillar. Suddenly, his face changes to one of total panic. In the spot where he applied the seal, a giant fireball appears out of nowhere. His entire body is engulfed in orange flames, and he desperately tries to protect himself. The magic vanishes after a moment, but by then, the knight had already passed out. The seal he was about to use falls from his hand, landing near his head. Turns out Baird wasn't as dumb as Blair's group thought. He had noticed the rats who attacked him, and even though he was injured, Ethan managed to recover quickly from that magic attack. The girls look at each other and instantly know what they have to do. Seeing Baird and his crew up ahead, they start secretly preparing a spell. As soon as they're done, they launch a fireball at each of the gang's bosses. The white-haired guy doesn't even move to react. The fire magic simply vanishes into thin air before it even gets close to him. The two girls are left with their jaws on the floor, because the guy's spiritual power is so absurd that he can nullify their magic without even breaking a sweat. But then, out of nowhere, something makes Baird tense up and focus all his attention. A shower of fireballs comes flying his way, and this time, he can't stop it. The magic hits the mage's body, and the attack came from Blair, who's surprised to see he finally managed to hit the guy. Since the big boss never even gets a scratch, his henchman starts to panic worried about Baird. Baird, on the other hand, is impressed. He realizes that our boy didn't use any incantations or gestures to attack, and that his spiritual power is really strange. Seeing his chance, Blair tells the girls to grab the fragment and get the hell out of there, while he holds off the mage. So, he unleashes several fireballs at once towards Baird, who's still just standing there. At the last second, the white-haired guy throws up a magic shield. He's shocked that the black-haired protagonist can use magic like that, with no preparation, but the girls can't complete the task. The room is packed with other strong guys besides them and Baird. Still, Isabella isn't planning on giving up. Even after being caught, she tries to sense where the seal is. Seeing this, Blair figures that the only way out of this is to take down the gang leader. Baird, meanwhile, is watching our boy's technique, wondering why he summoned two different elements. Our protagonist has created both water and fire magic, and starts to merge them. The two elements fuse right in Baird's face, and a massive explosion engulfs the room. The white-haired guy's crew sees the explosion and gets all worried about their boss. Blair, full of confidence, thinks his attack landed a direct hit on Baird, but before the smoke can even clear, the white-haired guy comes flying out of it, fists ready to go after our protagonist. This catches Blair completely off guard. He never expected the mage to completely block his attack. While wailing on our boy with everything he's got, Baird even schools him, saying that before you attack someone, you need to know their weak points, and that Blair wasn't remotely prepared for a counterattack. After landing several heavy blows to key points, Baird knocks his opponent out. He says the kid's got a lot of talent, but knows nothing about real fighting, and that if this were a war, he would have been dead a long time ago. At that moment, Ethan finally wakes up and yells that Baird is the one who's got it all wrong. The mage, for his part, didn't expect the knight to get back up after taking such a powerful magic attack. Ethan's face is all messed up, but is filled with courage, ready to die if necessary. And in the middle of all the chaos, he managed to grab the seal that was near Isabella. His body is completely wrecked and he can barely even stand. But out of nowhere he raises his hand holding a stone. Before anyone can stop him, he rears his arm back, ready to chuck the seal straight at the pillar. Trying to stop the guy ASAP, Baird yells at a blonde dude named Oslo to throw his spear. So Blair, seeing what's about to happen, tries to save her new friend, screaming for him to get down. But when Ethan hears his own name and all the commotion around him, he just freezes, lost in an old memory. All of a sudden he's remembering when he was a kid, standing by his uncle's grave with his other uncle and his cousin. Back then, he was super curious to know if his uncle Jason, who had died, was a hero because he was strong. The other uncle replied that no, Jason wasn't strong in either body or spirit. In fact, he was a coward. The kid was confused why everyone called the guy a hero then. The answer was pretty simple. He sacrificed himself to save other people. Back in the present, the unfolding scene makes Blair and her crew burst into tears. Isabella desperately screams the knight's name. Ethan, not even trying to dodge, takes a spear right to the chest, but he still accomplished his goal. The scene shows that even a regular person can do something incredible and become a legend for it. The stone he threw hits its target dead on and starts getting sucked into the strange pillar. One of Baird's goons asks, already losing hope, if the formation stopped working. The blonde guy who threw the spear, Oslo, just remarks that Ethan didn't even bother to dodge. Meanwhile, Baird walks up to Ethan, who's kneeling on the ground, and puts a finger under his nose to check for breath. After a moment, he calmly announces that the guy's dead. When Blair hears this, she gets furious because Ethan had just become her friend. Baird's crew started asking what they should do, since the whole plan had fallen apart. Baird, meanwhile, was looking kind of tense at a drawing Ethan was carrying, a picture of the girl he was going back to. The squad of knights got worried about their boss, but he simply said that they had lost. He explained that the young soldier didn't run away on purpose and had accepted his own death. He chose to sacrifice himself to shut down the device. Looking a bit down, Baird stated that this time, the loss was theirs, and they had to leave. The blonde guy, surprised, asked why they couldn't just try another plan. Baird explained they didn't understand the method properly and would probably just die for nothing. Instantly, all his henchmen dropped to their knees, begging him to try again, saying they were ready to die for him. They needed revenge for everything that had happened. If there was even the slightest chance, they wanted to take it. But just as they were about to start a new plan, another squad of knights shows up and ties up our protagonist and his team with ropes. The girls were tied to chairs, while Blair was tied up tight around his chest and arms, and simply tossed at their feet. Isabella and Alice started to worry about him, because the guy was still all banged up, but with a concerned look, he told them he was fine and already recovering. At that moment, the knights informed their boss that all the preparations for the plan were ready. After thinking for a bit and gathering his courage, Baird slammed a fist on his chest and, full of energy, asked his soldiers to help him one last time, and his crew didn't even think twice, immediately agreeing to their leader's order. They all walked over to the purple pillar, placed their hands on it, and began to recite the spell. The magical energy from each of the knights started to merge, forming a giant mist. Blair, who had never seen anything like this, asked his friends what was going on. Alice immediately replied that it looked like a sacrifice spell. Apparently they were doing it to reactivate the barrier, but the price was that they would never be able to get their magical power back. And as they poured all their magic into the pillar, it started to react. Up on the surface, the people also felt the change. Elton informed the city's mayor that the barrier had weakened, but now it was back to normal. The boss didn't pay it much mind, but he figured that something really bad was starting to happen down below. Back in the underground, one of Baird's men shouts with joy, celebrating that they did it. But then, out of nowhere, he realizes that his body, along with his friends, is slowly starting to disappear. With a smile on his face, the guy says goodbye to his master. In exchange for the sacrifice, Baird promises that the city of Yabu will be destroyed. Just hearing that, the disappearing soldier is at peace and thanks his leader. Alice and the rest of Blair's group realize that the barrier has been activated again. Isabella can't hold back her emotions and desperately asks why Baird is doing this. She doesn't understand why he wants to destroy an entire city and kill hundreds of thousands of people. Baird, still reeling from the death of his comrades, says he knows is not okay and that he and his men are just a bunch of lunatics. Without a clear answer, Isabella presses him, asking again why he was going to destroy the city right now. This time Baird actually thinks about the question for a bit. Since there was still half an hour before the city went up in smoke, he decides to tell her his story. He starts to remember the past, and we cut to a scene of him and his comrades trapped on top of a tower. One of his friends, Oslo, said they were out of arrows and only had enough food for half a day. Suddenly, the commander said they had to break through the siege no matter what, because they couldn't die there. They needed to deliver intel on the enemy. But Oslo was ashamed, saying the kingdom had already branded them as traitors. They'd fought the enemy for 10 days, but reinforcements never arrived, and the rumor going around was that help was never even sent. To keep the soldiers' morale from dropping, the commander stands up and slams his staff against the bricks. He tells Oslo to shut up, because this whole treason idea was just a trick from the enemy. Oslo was about to protest but was cut off immediately. Commander Baird decides to put an end to the doubt once and for all and tells him to stop it. He says they're fighting for the safety of their homeland and that he doesn't care if any of them want to give up. One of the guys sitting next to him yells out that he believes in Baird and will follow him to the end. Oslo does the same, entrusting his life to the commander. The mage managed to boost everyone's morale and everyone started shouting that they would follow him to the end. Looking triumphant, he tells them not to worry about the kingdom abandoning them and orders everyone to attack. 3 days pass. On the walls of Yabo City, one of the guards spots a group approaching on the road. It was none other than Baird and the surviving members of his squad. The white-haired guy Baird still has the strength to celebrate that they finally made it home, but he immediately collapses from exhaustion. But when he wakes up, the situation is completely different. He's in a prison cell. He tries to explain himself, saying he's a commander in the Royal Army and needs to give an urgent report to the king. Then the prison warden shows up and hits him with the hard truth. Baird has been branded a traitor. To make matters worse, he reveals that our guy's wife and son have already been punished by the law and that the next day it'll be his turn to be executed. Baird is in complete shock. He desperately grabs the man by the collar, screaming that he never betrayed his country and demanding they release him and his family. The warden breaks free and tells him straight up that everyone knows he's not a traitor. The problem is that someone powerful, way up top, wants his head, and because of that, he and his family had to die. After dropping that bombshell, he just turns his back and walks away, saying there's nothing more to talk about. Baird is completely shattered. He defended his homeland with everything he had, and in return, he was betrayed. A short time later, another guard doing his rounds hears a strange noise. Out of nowhere, his throat is slit, and he drops dead to the floor. Right after, Baird's cell door opens. It's his men, who'd managed to break out of another prison just to rescue their commander. But the guy had completely lost the will to live. He doesn't even react to them showing up, just sits there in the corner. A shout echoes down the hall. Someone's spotted the squad. All hell breaks loose. While some of the men hold off the guards rushing in, others grab their commander and start dragging him out of there. To make it out alive, they all have to fight their way out of that prison. The next day, there's a public execution. The official announcement is a blatant lie. They claim Baird betrayed the kingdom, passed information to the enemy, and that the day before, he and his army tried to stage a coup but were stopped by the local brave soldiers. The story goes on, saying that Baird even resisted, killed guards, and managed to escape. Then they bring out the 3 men from his squad who are captured and announce they'll be hanged as rebels. In the middle of the crowd, one of Baird's loyal men, disguised in a hood, is disgusted watching all these brainless people celebrating the lie. He's there with his commander, who is still completely apathetic, showing no reaction whatsoever. The other soldier says they need to get out of the city ASAP. That's when Baird finally opens his mouth, but only to tell his team to go on without him and just leave him alone. That night, Baird and the men who refuse to abandon him arrive at his family's tomb. The guys have no idea what to do, since their own country has turned its back on them. Baird then tells them to stop calling him commander, because that part of his life is over. He declares that the state that betrayed them is now their enemy and that it will pay for all the suffering they've endured. And then, out of nowhere, the scene shifts. The girls suddenly wake up, as if they're coming out of a trance. Turns out, the whole thing was a spell Baird had cast on them. Alice is shocked by how real it all felt, and asks if it was all just an illusion. The white-haired guy, Baird, explains that those were fragments of his memory and that he used a synchronization magic so everyone would see the same thing. The redhead is shocked, asking where he learned such an ancient magic. Just then, Blair starts to stir and make some noises, and the girls notice right away. Isabella, all worried, starts calling his name. Finally, our boy wakes up. She breathes a sigh of relief and says he scared her because he was stuck in the dreamway longer than everyone else. Not understanding a thing, Blair, with that single tear in his eye, just stares at the white-haired guy. It seems like our protagonist was the one who managed to go the deepest into Baird's memories. Then Baird stands up and says he didn't mean to invade their space, but that it was all going to be over soon anyway. He explains that before joining the Royal Army, he worked for a while defending the city of Yabo. That's where he discovered this so-called system, and that's when he made up his mind. After getting his revenge on the kingdom, he was going to take his crew to that place. They found a bunch of old records in a basement and spent a long time studying them all. In those records, they found ancient magic, history, and even a manual on how to use the system. Turns out, a long time ago, there was a war between their ancestors and the people of Yabo City, and their ancestors lost. That's when they created this magic system. The thing is, the system has never been turned on since it was created, but once activated, it would generate an insane amount of magical energy, so strong it could destroy everything and everyone in the city of Yabo. With his hand shaking, Baird says that in the blink of an eye, everyone would just get wiped off the map, without even having time to understand what happened. Alice tries to stop him, saying she understands where he's coming from, but that he can't get his revenge at the cost of innocent lives. The white-haired guy just smirks and says she doesn't understand a thing, because sometimes he doesn't even understand himself. Then Blair chimes in, saying that all this "please don't do this" talk won't work. After all, Baird doesn't just want revenge on the kingdom, but also on the common people who laughed while his comrades were being executed. Baird confirms that our boy really managed to see deep into his memories. The system is finally at max charge, and Baird decides to put his plan into action. He raises his hand and shoves it into a bizarre pillar of energy. Up on the surface, a freaky energy starts rising from the ground, with a power that makes every living being's chest tighten. Up above, Elton and the mags realize right away that the formation has been activated. Even Professor Brittany, who's just chilling in her office, feels this strange energy. A purple light starts flashing outside her window, and at first she thinks it's an earthquake. But on second thought, from the magical vibrations, she realizes it's not an earthquake. Something really sinister is going down underground. Meanwhile, the students are just standing there, watching a sphere of power that won't stop growing. Thinking this was the end, Isabella tries to apologize for dragging everyone into this mess. She was about to confess her feelings to our boy, but he cuts her off. He suggests they talk about all of this after they get out of there alive. Isabella was speechless, completely stunned by what our boy said. Meanwhile, the mage leans against the structure and shouts a farewell to his old comrades, promising that the entire kingdom would pay for this. With a sinister look, he orders the system to activate, but out of nowhere, Blair's fist flies right into his face. Our protagonist decided to stop Baird by force. The punch was so hard that the mage was sent flying for several meters before crashing to the ground. Blair knew he had to stop that white-haired guy. Back on the surface, almost all the knights and mags suddenly drop to the ground. Andre instantly figures out that the activation of the magic system must have stopped. One of the knights, relieved, says that he thought it was all over for them. As the mayor gets up and stares at the barrier, Elton notices a movement right behind him. It was Brittany who showed up wanting to know what was going on. They tell her that all the students have already gone home and that she shouldn't be here, but she's not buying it, and says that Blair and Isabella haven't come back. She tells them that at least 2 students are still down there. That's when it finally dawns on Elton who the professor was talking about, the daughter of the city's chief. Osden overhears the conversation and realizes his daughter is right in the middle of the chaos. His mind flashes back to when she was little and said she wanted to work in the city's defense. At the time, he was super surprised and asked her why. Her answer was pretty simple. The little girl said she was from the Clavos family and wanted to protect the city and her father. Osden, touched by his daughter's wish, gave her a tight hug and started to laugh. Now he realizes his daughter has grown up and is truly fighting for the city. Back to the fight, Baird, still on the ground, asks how the hell Blair managed to break free from the ropes. Blair tells him straight up that he should ask the soldier they killed. Our boy then remembers Ethan handing him a knife in the hallway, explaining that it was a tradition of the city guard. Blair was surprised and asked what the guard would do without his knife, but Ethan just replied that our protagonist would need it more. Baird laughs and says he'd forgotten about that tradition, calling Ethan a respectable soldier. He then faces Blair and asks if he's really going to fight, even after seeing his memories. The protagonist confirms right away, saying he needs to save his friends and stop that psycho from blowing up the city. Baird says they just think differently and that it's enough talk. He immediately starts preparing a spell and creates a giant fireball. The red-haired girl warns Blair that the mage is incredibly powerful, but our boy isn't fazed and says he's already figured out how to beat Baird. The mage then finishes his spell and unleashes a shower of fire at Blair. The fireballs come at him with full force, ready to incinerate their enemy. But just before the attack hits him, Blair manages to raise a barrier to protect himself. The flames slam into the shield, trying to break through, but it's no use. The fireballs simply extinguish as they pass through the barrier. The girls are stunned because Baird's attack actually went through the shield, but it never managed to touch the protagonist. Turns out Blair didn't just create the shield, he also removed all the oxygen from inside it to extinguish the flames. Seeing this, Baird panics, thinking this guy can control his element and is way stronger than him. Out of nowhere, he whips his head to the right and sees another fireball heading straight for him. The fire speeds towards the white-haired man, ready to engulf him. At that moment, the voice in Blair's head confirms what he already suspected. The enemy can cast magic without any gestures. Our protagonist takes advantage of this slight distraction to get close to Baird, even taunting him by saying he didn't seem very prepared for a hand-to-hand fight. He lands a solid punch right in the man's face, and the impact is so strong it even knocks a tooth out. Baird is sent flying several feet back and lands flat on his back, dropping his staff. Seeing his chance, Blair rushes to grab his opponent's weapon. Thinking Baird wouldn't have time to react, our boy manages to snatch the staff in midair. Now he's holding the guy's weapon, a massive staff with a blue tip, but suddenly, he senses that there's still some magic left in it. Baird smirks and says the MC is still too predictable, because he'd hidden a sword inside his staff. Realizing the trap, Blair scrambles to think of what to do as the enemy charges at him, sword in hand, but is out of time, and Baird manages to slice his hand right on his old wound. Writhing in pain, Blair falls, clutching his now twice wounded arm. To really rub it in, Baird stomps his foot right on the injury, making our boy thrash in agony. The mage admits he was surprised by the protagonist's skills, but says he lacks the killer instinct, since he had the chance to kill him earlier and didn't take it. The mage decides he's going to end the fight and kill his enemy, saying that on the battlefield, killing a worthy opponent is an honor. But to the guy's surprise, Blair whips his head around and yells that it's not enough. Just then, Baird realizes several fireballs are heading straight for him. They score a direct hit, exploding right in his face and lighting up the whole place. The ones who saved our MC were Isabella and Alice, who managed to cast a spell on the white-haired guy. Baird is a little injured by the attack, and Blair uses this distraction to pull all the oxygen from around his enemy. He points his blood-soaked hand at Baird and uses his magic. At first, the guy doesn't feel anything and is just confused, not getting what the spell was supposed to do. Suddenly, he can no longer hold his sword, and it just drops from his hand. Then it hits him. He can't speak or breathe. Gasping for air, Baird starts coughing and clutching his throat as Blair gets up from the ground. Our boy then apologizes to the man, saying he was right, that it's truly an honor to finish off a strong opponent. At this point, the white-haired man starts convulsing, trying to gasp for even a little air. He slowly starts to lose consciousness, thinking he's let his comrades down again. Finally, his consciousness fades completely, and he collapses hard on the ground. Seeing what went down, the girls run over to Blair in relief, asking if he's okay. Meanwhile, the energy built up in the pillar starts to fade away. Apparently, this trap deactivates on its own if no one triggers it after a while. Isabella, all excited, asks if they really managed to defend the city. Realizing they did, she runs over and gives Blair a huge hug, even though he's still all beaten up. Then, out of nowhere, chunks of earth and debris start falling from the ceiling. Alice explains that many of these ancient ruins self-destruct after being used, to stop enemies from using the place. Isabella doesn't quite get it and asks a friend again, so Alice just spells it out. The entire system is starting to fall apart. Suddenly, a giant block of stone breaks loose from the ceiling and comes flying right at them. Blair acts fast, grabbing both of them by the hand and making a run for it so they don't get crushed. In the middle of the escape, he chews out Alice for not warning them sooner that they needed to get out of there. The main pillar starts to crumble, threatening to fall on top of them. On the way, our boy sees his dead friend, sitting right in front of one of the collapsing pillars. He decides he'll honor his memory and beards, so he turns for a sec to say goodbye to the two of them. Outside, the knights and mags standing near the magic barrier watch it vanish. The whole crowd starts cheering, because the barrier's finally gone, but Professor Brittany doesn't even hesitate. She takes off flying right away to find her students. She casts a flight spell and zips over to the dungeon entrance. Watching this, Elton smirks and comments that she's pretty impatient. At this point, the head of the city orders his knights to the fallen barrier to handle the situation. With a worried look on his face, he just hopes his daughter Isabella is all right. Back inside the dungeon, the students are still scrambling to escape the crumbling place, as rocks fall all around them. Finally, the trio reaches the dungeon entrance, the same place they came in through. Isabella sees the ceiling right in front of them is about to collapse and yells for everyone to get back. Sure enough, huge rocks come crashing down, completely blocking the exit. The girls are coughing from all the dust and call out for Blair, who vanished in the chaos. A moment later, they spot him a bit further down, looking totally beat up. Isabella, worried, asks if he got caught in the collapse. He tells them he's all right, but his shoulder is killing him. Alice realizes the exit's blocked and that they have no way to escape. The group is now trapped in the dark, in a narrow hallway filled with rubble. That's when Blair notices one path that seems to have fewer rocks and suggests they just blast their way through. Isabella says that to do that, they would need a ton of fireballs, and she doesn't have enough energy. That's when our boy asks if they know how to use the fire shield technique, because he's got a plan. This time, instead of pumping oxygen in, he starts pulling all the oxygen out of the air with his hands. He explains that when the oxygen concentration in the air is at the perfect level, the explosion gets way more powerful. So he creates a sphere of pure oxygen, sets it ablaze, and hurls it at a pile of rocks. The explosion is massive, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. By this time, the girls have already put up a fire shield to protect them all from the flying rubble. The path is finally clear, and a thrilled Blair cheers that they made it. Meanwhile, outside, the sun is beginning to rise, bathing the mountains in a golden light. A hand reaches up from the newly cleared exit of the dungeon, trying to find a grip. It's Alice, the first one out, struggling to pull herself up. Isabella reaches down and helps her friend to her feet. Blair is the last one out, and is completely wiped. Both girls offer him a hand, and Isabella asks how he's feeling. He tells them he's fine, but internally, he's thinking that he can't go on, that he's hit his absolute limit. Out of nowhere, his legs give out, and he stumbles on his way up. The girls can't grab him in time, and he starts to plummet back down. In what he thinks are his final moments, he's certain the fall is going to kill him. Suddenly, someone manages to grab his hand, saving him from death. It's Brittany's teacher who came flying in with magic just in the nick of time. Some time passes, and our boy wakes up in a hospital room, with all the girls gathered around him. He finally opens his eyes, trying to make sense of what happened. He's a bit lost, trying to figure out where he is, and in a lot of pain. Isabella, who is dozing nearby, wakes up at the sound and tells him not to move. All the girls are super happy that the protagonist has finally woken up, especially Isabella. She gets so excited that she grabs him by the shoulders and starts shaking him with joy. Brittany explains that the wound wasn't fatal, he just lost a lot of blood. Changing the subject, our boy tries to tell them something about Baird, but she cuts him off immediately, saying that Isabella and Alice already told her everything, and that it doesn't need to go in the report. He agrees, since there's nothing more they can do anyway. Suddenly, the door to the room opens and someone else walks in. The girls and Blair turn around, surprised, to see who it is. It's the chief of Yabo City, who has decided to pay our boy a visit. Blair, completely curious, immediately asks why such an important man would be there. The man bows before Blair and thanks him for saving his daughter. Our boy wasn't expecting that at all and gets super embarrassed. Without even looking up, the man continues, inviting him to dinner at the Clavius family home. Hearing the invitation, Blair is just completely shocked. Isabella, who also heard the invitation, immediately assumes the dinner is for him to meet her parents. Getting the complete wrong idea, her face turns beet red with embarrassment. The next evening, Blair is all dressed up for the event, ready to go to dinner with Isabella. She lets him know there will be other families and a bunch of important people at the dinner, which is why our boy is already getting a little nervous about the crowd. Isabella explains that their family dinners are always like this. That's when Blair realizes that the title of city chief is passed down through her family, so it makes sense that their family dinners are actually high society parties. Out of nowhere, Blair thinks that one day Isabella is going to be the next city chief, and if he married her, he could do whatever he wanted in Yabo. Their son would also become the city chief, but to do that, he'd have to take her last name, Clavius. He continues getting lost in this fantasy of having kids with Isabella, but suddenly, she grabs his left ear and gives it a hard tug, saying he was thinking about something dirty again. She asks him what he was thinking about, not having the guts to tell the truth. He makes something up on the spot and says it'd be possible to have 2 kids. Then he quickly changes the subject, saying a friend's wife is having twins and they asked for help picking out names. Isabella actually thought he was thinking about their future kids, but she didn't have the guts to say anything either. Instead, she just asked if he'd thought of any names. Our boy says no and explains that the couple wanted one kid to have the mom's last name and the other to have the dad's. She gets curious and asks if he'd be cool with that, if his kid took the mother's last name. He replies that if he had 2 kids, he'd be totally fine with it. After a bit more small talk, they start approaching the spot where everyone's gathered. On the way, Isabella spots her mom, who Blair was finally about to meet. The blonde's mom, who has the same light hair, greets both her and Blair. Our boy gives a polite bow and greets Mrs. Clavius. Getting straight to the point, the woman thanks him for saving her daughter and says Isabella has told her a lot about him. Instantly, all the girls standing near Isabella's mom start eyeing Blair with interest. All this attention spooks the blonde, who grabs his hand out of nowhere and tells her mom she's taking him to see her father. One of the girls even asks why Isabella is so freaked out, but she doesn't even answer, just bolts from there with our guy in tow. With everyone watching, they quickly make their way over to the head of the family. Meanwhile, something interesting was going down over at the chief's office. A guy named Abel Howard had arrived in Osdown. The white-haired man says the finance minister, some guy named Walter, is up to something, but the old man just replies that a measly official like him wouldn't be able to challenge their power. Abel retorts that it used to be that way, but in recent years the capital has started to strip power from the city leaders. Now, the money and the army of each city are no longer controlled by the mayors. The king himself sends his own people to manage everything. And to make matters worse, the finance minister is the queen's younger brother. Every year around this time, auditors from the capital show up. These guys have a ton of power, and if they find even the smallest thing wrong, they can arrest even the head of the city. Abel already knows that this Marcus Walter is going to show up in the city of Iabo. He mentioned that the 2 of them talked a few days ago, and it's almost certain they're going to pull something against Osdown. The mayor thanked him for the heads up and promised to keep an eye out. After dropping all that intel, Abel says his goodbyes and gets ready to leave, but the mayor gets suspicious and asks why Howard decided to tell him all this. Abel explains it's for his family's safety, since the Howards will need some time to get back on their feet. The city leader instantly gets what he's implying and gives him a suspicious look. Right at that moment, Blair and Isabella arrive at the family office looking for Abel. He sees the black-haired boy and thinks that wherever there's trouble, the protagonist always shows up and mentally wishes him good luck. The students finally make it to Isabella's father's office. After greeting the old man, they take a seat. Isabella, a little surprised, asks why her dad had been so quiet for so long. He then asks her to leave the office so he can talk to Blair alone. Without questioning it, she heads right for the door, and our boy tells her he'll catch up with her once he's done. The girl replies that she'll be waiting outside. As soon as the door closes, the old man stands up with a grim look on his face and thanks Blair for saving his daughter. Blair plays it cool, saying a man always has to protect a woman. Grabbing a sword, Osdown mentions that Isabella also said the guy took care of her at the academy. As he's saying this, the old man starts to unsheath the sword. Starting to get a little desperate, Blair says they both stuttered under Professor Brittany and just looked out for each other. The head of the family then presses the partially drawn blade against the boy's face and asks if what Isabella said is true. Blair confirms, and at that very moment, the old man yanks the sword out completely, saying his daughter mentioned in her sleep that he kissed her, hugged her, and even got handsy with her. Our protagonist is confused and asks when he ever kissed her. Getting no answer, the old man insists, saying that he must have hugged her and then gotten handsy. Not figuring out what the old man was up to, Blair decides to cut to the chase and asks if that's why he was called in. Osdown is actually surprised by the kid's attitude. He says Blair is the first person to ever speak to him like that and that the whole thing was just a test. Extending his hand, the old man asks him to continue looking after Isabella. Our protagonist extends his hand too and they share a firm handshake. Afterward, At the old man's suggestion, they agree not to say anything about their conversation. A little time passes and the whole family finally gathers for a meal at a table near the mansion. Isabella, curious, keeps wondering what her dad and Blair talked about so much in the office. While picking out his silverware, our boy seriously said that he couldn't tell her as it was their man's secret. The girl who can't stand being left out pouts in anger that he's hiding something from her. She even decided to playfully punch Blair a bit as revenge for not telling her the secret. Out of nowhere, a subordinate calls for Old Man Osdown. The guy informs him that the finance minister and the tax collector have arrived. The minister, dressed in blue, went straight to the head of the city and asked why he wasn't invited to such a fancy dinner. In response, Osdown said he didn't want to bother him since it was a family dinner. The minister said it was all good because the tax collector had already told him about the problem. And speak of the devil, the collector walks right up to the table. He says that he suspects the Clavio's family of tax fraud and that he wants to launch an investigation. Osdown's expression soured. He politely asked if they could at least finish their dinner first, but the tax collector wasn't having any of it. He said this wasn't up for debate and that he was there representing the capital's interests. All the guests at the dinner started whispering about the situation. Everyone clearly worried. Isabella started shaking all over. She placed her hand on Blair's knee, looking for support. You could see on her face and in her posture just how worried she was about her dad. The minister then spoke up. He said it wouldn't be good for Osdown to make a scene in front of so many people, and that it would be better for him to just cooperate with the investigation peacefully. The old man got pissed that they were trying to boss him around and started raising his voice. His wife decided to calm the situation. She announced to everyone that dinner was over and that Osdown needed to handle some business. Blair also tried to calm Isabella down and suggested they leave. That's when he noticed that Calvin and Brad had arrived for the dinner and were standing in the back behind everyone else. The blonde grabbed Blair's hand and led him away from the crowd, trying to calm herself down. She looked completely distraught. Our boy decides to ask how she's holding up, pointing out that the city's leader is in serious trouble. If they dig up anything, he'll be stripped of his title and thrown in prison. And according to him, since this Walter guy is the Queen's younger brother, he pretty much does whatever he wants in town. As the two of them walk past some other girls from the dinner, they overhear them gossiping about the mayor. One of the girls says she never imagined the Clavia family would fall so easily. Hearing this, Isabella squeezed Blair's hand hard, which made him look at her instantly. His face grew dark, filled with concern for her. Before him stood the beautiful girl, now crying. This really got to Blair. He started asking, almost in a panic, why she was crying. But Isabella didn't say anything. She just threw herself into our boy's arms. She started sobbing, terrified of what would happen to her father, and just became hysterical. The protagonist decided to calm her down. He gently told her not to worry. In his head, Blair vowed that he wouldn't let anything happen to her dad. A little while later, our boy managed to calm Isabella down and decided to go talk to Calvin and Brad. He greeted the guys and they asked what he was doing there. Blair answered that the clan chief was his friend's dad. Anyway, the guys change the subject and thank our boy for saving the city. Curious, our protagonist asks what they're doing there and if they came along with the tax collector. Calvin explains that the tax collector guy is the vice president of their mathematics society, which is why they had to tag along, and Brad's job was to be the collector's bodyguard. Our boy then asks why the collector went after the city chief for money problems, since the finance minister should be the one handling that. Calvin explains that the minister works for the city chief, so at the end of the day, it's all his responsibility. Our protagonist then calls him out on it and asks if Calvin really believes what he's saying. The guy gets a little awkward and replies that they're just scientists. They don't work for the government collecting taxes. He says they can't get involved in this. So, our boy changes the subject again. He asks if they remember that guy who solved all the problems for the Mathematics Society and even created a new technique in the Magic Society. They say they remember him very well. Out of nowhere, it hits Brad, and he says they never told anyone about what went down in the magic community. That's when our protagonist drops the bomb. He is that guy, the one named Chen Luo. The two presidents are in complete shock, unable to believe that such a genius was just a student. They think he's joking and politely ask our boy to stop messing with them. To prove it was really him, the protagonist tells them how much money he made from the riddles and reveals the secret of the new magic technique. It finally clicks for the presidents. They apologize profusely to the guy. Brad immediately starts sucking up, saying that now it makes sense how he managed to defeat Baird. Calvin kneels and says he's willing to do anything, even give his own life if our boy asks, and the only thing he asks for is help with the tax collector. With dead serious expressions, the two presidents say their task is to protect the ministers, but that they could make a mistake, maybe even tonight. Our boy realizes that these two, who have always been super polite, are now acting like a couple of teenagers. It seems the image of the god of mathematics, Chen Luo, really got to their heads. The two decide that, for Chen Luo, they're willing to kill even this Walter guy. Going along with the plan, our boy says the tax collector is the main problem and needs to be taken care of. But the presidents completely misunderstand. They immediately declare they're going to kill the collector's entire family. This blind faith they have in their idol leaves our protagonist completely stunned. But he quickly explains that he doesn't want anyone killed. He just wants to make the guy leave Yabo City. The two presidents are super embarrassed about what they assumed, and finally understand what our boy wanted. He also asks them not to tell anyone about his identity as Chen Luo, because that would cause a lot of trouble for him. The conversation ends there, and the two presidents head off to carry out their mission. Calvin walks over to the crowd and calls Chief Caesar aside for a private chat. The blonde guy asks the Osden chief to wait there for a moment. He says he's going to handle this and will be right back. Taking a step back, Calvin declares flat out that Walter is not fit to be the finance minister of Yabo City. Hearing this, Caesar's expression turns much more serious. Caesar tells the president that it's not his call. Then Brad, who is standing nearby, cracks a smile and says the rumors must be true. The blonde dude is totally confused, looking over at the president to try and figure out what's going on. Out of nowhere, Brad puts a hand on his shoulder and leans in. With a smirk, he asks if Caesar has a thing for this Walter guy. The blonde guy doesn't appreciate the joke, shoves Brad's hand off him and says he's just doing the right thing. But then the president cuts in. He says that actually the decision really isn't up to Caesar. There are some big shots, people high up, who want Walter out of town. And if that doesn't happen, he can't guarantee Caesar's safety. Calvin also throws it in his face that, before being a tax collector, he's the vice president of their math society. All this pressure makes the blonde guy stop and think. He looks over at Walter, who's just chilling, enjoying the party, completely clueless about what's coming. And just like that, Caesar gives the order to the guards. Arrest the guy in the blue suit. The guy starts freaking out, screaming that they're supposed to arrest the head of the Osden family, not him. Having no patience for the shouting, Caesar tells the guards to shut him up. Then he walks up to Osden and explains they've secured proof that Walter was embezzling money from the king. And with that, he takes his leave. The family head just stands there, shocked by this sudden turn of events. As he watches the chubby minister get dragged away, his wife spots Blair nearby. At that moment, our boy was just trying to find a way to slip out of there and find Isabella. The wife, seeing this whole bizarre scene unfold, starts to chuckle. Her husband asks what's so funny. She pours them each a glass of wine. As they toast, she remarks that boy, Blair, is a pretty decent guy. With all the tension gone, they could finally relax and enjoy the rest of their night alone. Meanwhile, Isabella was sitting on a nearby bench, thinking about Blair. Before she even noticed, he had walked up and gently placed a hand on her head. Still crying, she asks if it's really him and how her father is doing. Our MC replies, real casual, that everything's already been taken care of. He tells her that his friends helped out and Walter has already been taken away, and that the city of Yabo will soon have a new finance minister. The girl is surprised and asks how that's even possible, since Walter was partners with the tax collector. With a slight smirk, Blair explains that his friends are a bit more influential than that so-called tax collector. Finally calming down, she excitedly asks who these friends are, but he leans in closer, puts a finger to her lips in a cute gesture, and says she's asking too many questions. Moved by the moment, Isabella gives him a kiss on the cheek, which makes our boy all flustered. Unable to hide her embarrassment, she runs off, saying that dinner isn't over yet. So, before the main event even starts, the folks in the courtroom are already arguing over money, placing bets on who's gonna win the showdown. In the middle of all the commotion, a gold coin falls out of some guy's pocket and goes rolling. Right then, Isabella darts towards the table, with Blair trying to catch her and stop her. Not looking where she's going, the girl ends up tripping on the very coin that was rolling her way. She loses her balance and starts to fall, heading right for our protagonist. Blair, even with his broken arm, dives in to try and catch her. He rushes in, trying to cushion the fall with his own body, but as he reaches out to grab her, his hand unintentionally snags the shawl covering her chest. Right in front of her parents, Blair accidentally leaves a part of the blonde's breasts exposed. Isabella bursts into tears on the spot, and our guy, panicking, tries to calm things down. Covering her chest, she calls him a pervert and says he did it on purpose. The girl starts throwing punches at him, while he tries to explain that he was just trying to keep her from falling. Seeing that her punches aren't getting her anywhere, the blonde decides to escalate things. She closes her eyes and starts conjuring a fireball. In response, our boy just turns to her parents with a look that's practically screaming for help. Suddenly, Isabella realizes that using a spell here is way too much. She stops chanting, and just starts cussing the guy out instead. He tries to apologize again, claiming he didn't see anything. He plays dumb, which only makes the girl even more embarrassed. Ozdom's wife, watching this whole scene unfold, just chuckles and makes a comment about how young people are. The family head takes advantage of the silence to call Blair for a private talk. Meanwhile, the mom explains to her daughter that the young man has already helped their family a lot, and that, by the looks of it, he's into Isabella. But she plays hard to get, replying that she never asked for any help. Finally, Blair and the old man head to the office and start their conversation. Ozdom kicks things off by saying that our boy isn't as simple as he looks. He says that our protagonist seems to have a grasp on everything, but the situation is complicated. The truth is, a couple of guys named Calvin and Brad owed the old man money, and today with this victory, that debt has been paid. Our protagonist replies that it was an honor to defend Isabella, but then uses the chance to bring up another point. The finance minister has been doing whatever he wants with taxes for 3 months, and the price of pork has already shot up 4 times. The old man asks if these are all the reasons he help him. Blair explains that if the price of pork has risen so much, then the price of everything else in the city is going to rise too. The taxes affect the economy and the lives of the people, and if they let the minister do as he pleases, the people are going to struggle, and if the people have nothing to eat, the entire city will lose hope. The old man agrees that he's spot on and that the responsibility is his, but our guy tells him not to blame himself. While the men are having this serious talk, the women decide to peek through the crack in the door to see what's going on. Inside, Ozdom and Blair are smiling and talking about the need to choose a responsible person for the new minister's post. But out of nowhere, someone puts a hand on Isabella's back and pushes her toward the door. Unable to stop herself, she ends up stumbling right into the room. She ends up tripping and goes flying right at Blair, who is holding a glass of wine. Trying to stop herself, she throws her hands out and slams right into him. From the impact, the glass flies out of his hand. The wine soaks both of their clothes before the glass even shatters on the floor. Isabella's mom shows up right on cue and tells her daughter to be more careful. She tells the girl to get some clean clothes for Blair and, while she's at it, to help him get his room set up. The two of them try to say something, but the woman just cuts them off. She just thanks the young man for his help from earlier and wishes them a good night. A little later, now in dry clothes, Isabella and Blair are in the hallway. He tries to ask if he's sleeping over at her house, but she doesn't even answer, just grabs his hand and tells him to follow her. And who is spying on their conversation from behind the door? None other than Ozdom and his wife. As soon as the kids leave, she asks her husband what's going on. Ozdom replies that the tax collector only changed his mind because of Blair. He thinks Calvin pulled some strings, but he feels like there's more to the story. His wife says that everyone has their secrets, and the important thing is that Isabella continues to be treated well. Then Ozdom asks how she's so sure their daughter likes the guy. The mom replies that it's obvious. Isabella always wanted to go to the capital, but out of nowhere, she didn't apply this year. Her theory is that the girl wants to wait a year so she can enter the academy with Blair. The dad still tries to argue, saying that maybe she just doesn't want to leave home. Meanwhile, our boy is already lying in bed in the guest room, trying to relax after the crazy night. He's thinking about how he used to pretend to be someone else just to avoid trouble, but now he's seeing that being Chen Luo has its perks. As Walter, the Queen's younger brother, he can pressure people like Ozdom and bend the rules. And as Chen Luo, he's like a math god. Calvin idolizes him and believes everything he says. It just took one word from the god to make the real Walter back off. The rules of the game have changed, and now they even control people's lives. Our protagonist realizes he needs to protect himself and those on his side. The conclusion is clear. To get ahead in this world, you need status and power. Out of nowhere, he hears a knock at his door. He gets up right away to open it, but when he looks, no one's there. Then suddenly the one who knocked just hops right in through the window, like it's the most normal thing in the world. While our boy is getting annoyed, asking why she didn't just use the door, the girl is already jumping on his bed. She explains that she didn't want anyone to see her. Our boy asks if she's crazy, because if anyone saw her climbing in through the window, they'd get the completely wrong idea. But she just plays along and asks why he couldn't sleep. Then she suggests he must be all excited to see such a big bed. Blair decides to play along and says it would be even better if she took her clothes off. Right away, the girl gets all flustered, calls him a pervert, and says she came to discuss something serious. She wanted to know what he talked about with her dad in the study earlier. A bit awkwardly, our protagonist asks if she's sure she wants to know, and she insists she does. So Blair lays it on her. He looks straight at the girl's chest and says her father thinks she's small and is worried about it. And because of that, her dad asked Blair to take care of her. The girl gets a little pissed, wondering why her dad would think she's small. But then all of a sudden it clicks, and she realizes our boy is just messing with her. She freaks out, starts screaming at him, and jumps out of bed. Blair tries to explain himself, But it's no use. The girl just stomps on his face with her foot and says she's not going to listen to a thing, because she doesn't want to talk to a pervert. She says she knew she shouldn't have come and immediately heads for the window. Right then, Blair gets super embarrassed and runs after her to tell her something. He says that he knows the real reason she's there and tells her not to worry, because nothing bad is going to happen to her dad. But then she blurts out, that's not why she came over. Actually, she wanted to say something else. Our protagonist's expression turns serious right away, and he asks her not to say it, telling her he already gets it. The girl also catches on to what he's thinking, and panicking, says that's not it at all. After this silent exchange, she breathes a sigh of relief. She says she just wanted to thank him and to say that she believes in Blair. Embarrassed for being so sincere, she doesn't even wait for a reply and just bolts through the window. As the blonde leaves, our boy is left standing there thinking about what she said. What they didn't know was that the whole time, the head of the family was right outside the window, listening to their entire conversation. The next morning, Blair is at the mansion's entrance saying goodbye to everyone. Osden's wife greets him and asks if he slept well and if the breakfast was good. He replies that he slept great and the food was delicious, but now he needs to leave, putting on a dramatic show and pretending to cry. The woman asks why he won't stay for dinner and if she wasn't a good hostess. Blair tries to calm her down and explains saying she's got it all wrong. Then Osden cuts off his wife, Anna, and says that if the man doesn't want to stay to just let him go. And then he asks him point blank if Blair saw anyone during the night. Our protagonist, of course, doesn't dare to tell the truth. He says he didn't see a thing or anyone and that it's time for him to leave. Sensing that trouble was brewing, he hurries to get out of there as fast as he can, leaving Isabella's parents to wonder about him. Some time passes and we see Osden in his office, reading some reports. Then there's a knock on the door. It was the tax collector and Calvino who came in apologizing for bothering him. Caesar also apologizes, saying they were very careless the previous day and ended up causing trouble for him. But Osden is a good guy and says it was his fault too, since the money part is also his responsibility. After a more personal chat, Calvino and Caesar leave the city lord's estate. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy named Abel receives a letter and gets lost in thought. He realizes that Caesar helped Osden and that this Blair guy isn't as simple as he imagined. After reading what was written on it, he remarks that this whole thing is getting more and more interesting and simply burns the paper. Cutting to a new scene, we see a mother and her son walking through the city of Yabo. The mother points and says that the main building of the Mathematical Society is nearby, where the kingdom's best mathematicians work. But the little boy couldn't care less about that. He says he's into magic and that when he grows up, he's going to be a wizard, because magic will always beat math. Out of nowhere, Calvino appears behind them and jumps into their conversation. He says that math is the mother of all sciences, and that without it, you can't do any research. Then, he points his hand at the kid's head and asks again if magic can really defeat math. The mom, of course, defends her son, saying he's just a kid and doesn't know what he's talking about. But the boy stands his ground and says there'll always be a mage strong enough to do it. Calvino doesn't even look at him, just replies that someone stronger can always show up, but it's impossible to defeat math because it's always evolving and improving. After schooling him like that, Calvino goes on his way to take care of his business at the Mathematical Society building. As soon as he turns his back, the brat takes the chance to make faces at him. Once he gets there, the guard at the entrance politely greets Vice President Calvino. Right after, his assistants come rushing over to warn him that everyone inside is panicking. People are thinking it's the end of the world because of the so-called devil's number Calvino had mentioned. Another assistant corrects him, saying the proper name is irrational number. Apparently, everyone has already accepted this as fact and is holding out a sliver of hope of finding some sequence in these numbers. But Calvino, reading a paper, tells everyone to calm down. He says that discovering this number only shows that science is advancing and that they need to seek the truth. He recalls that when Blair came up with this irrational number, the other scientists didn't even need to fight over the Edwin Award anymore. The scene changes and we see two mathematicians arguing over which theory deserved the award. Calvino was at this award ceremony with the whole cream of the crop of mathematics gathered. In the middle of the event, he decides to get up and sneak out, but the crowd immediately surrounds him, asking him to vote for their theories. Everyone, with a big smile on their face, ends up voting for the vice president. Meanwhile, the judges are over there talking, commenting on how that year's award ceremony was much calmer without so much tension. Then, one of the elders announces on behalf of the society that Brittany and her student Blair from the city of Yabo were the winners of the award. At this point, Calvino was already sitting down again with tears in his eyes, emotional because his society had finally achieved success. Next, they call him up to the stage to present the award. One of the judges hands him a golden statuette. The judge, all smiles, congratulates Calvino wholeheartedly on his mathematical society's victory. Without much ceremony, the guy takes the award, his eyes still full of tears, super emotional. He thought that with the so-called God Chen, his mathematical society would finally move forward. Then, one of the older judges explained to the crowd that that year Blair discovered an irrational number, and God Chen solved 23 problems. Another judge added that if Chen Luo had shown up, the award would have definitely been his. But Calvin couldn't care less if the guy would get on stage next time, because right then, he was just too happy. Meanwhile, a huge crowd was protesting in front of the Magic Society's building. Our boy decided to go check out what the deal was, because he'd heard people were being scammed, losing 100 gold coins over some fake magic. The magic folks were pissed, saying they were sold a useless technique, and on top of that, were called talentless. Our boy tried to get through the middle of the crowd, ended up tripping and falling, but then he got the idea to crawl underneath. So, as the crowd was shouting for their money back, the little redhead started making his way under everyone's legs. It was a pretty weird way to get around, but he hoped he was going in the right direction. Out of nowhere, one of the guards protecting the building saw the kid and grabbed him by his clothes. And right at that moment, the main door of the building opened, and someone started to come out to talk to the crowd. This guy was one of the association's managers. The guard asked him where President Angus was, since he was the only witness to the so-called magic. The black-haired manager replied that the president was in a meeting with some important people, and that he'd been sent to calm everyone down. He walked over to the crowd and started talking, trying to settle things down, but the crowd was so pissed off they wouldn't even listen. They started shouting from all sides that the water technique was a bunch of nonsense, a complete scam. Our boy decided to butt in too, saying his mom always says liars have to be punished. The guard who was holding him by the shirt just tossed the kid aside so he wouldn't get in the way of the adults' conversation. With a forced little smile, the manager said the technique wasn't fake, and that a few people had already managed to use it. One of the mags in the crowd didn't like that one bit, and got furious for being called mediocre. He grabbed the manager by his clothes and demanded his money back. The guy sent to calm people down repeated that the technique was real, and that some people could use it. Then, a red-headed mage in the middle of the crowd yelled for them to bring out at least one person who knew how to use the technique, and then everyone would shut up. Out of nowhere, everyone turned around when they heard a woman's voice asking what was going on. It was a noblewoman. As soon as she showed up, all the protesting mags instantly bowed. She asked why everyone was crowded in front of the Magic Society. The red-headed mage explained that the association was breaking the law, selling a fake technique for a ridiculous price. The blonde noblewoman said she couldn't believe the Magic Society would do something like that. The black-haired manager then defended himself, saying it was a new technique that required a lot of skill. But the crowd didn't buy the excuse and kept yelling that it was all bullshit, and that Chen Luo was a big fat liar. The noblewoman decided to take charge and said they'd settle this in a simple way. The Magic Society would have to demonstrate the technique. The manager took out a scroll with the spell's description and assured them they'd show the technique. No problem. He even added that the magic required mixing the fire and water elements. The woman reached for the scroll and asked if there was anyone in the Magic Society who could control two elements at the same time. The black-haired manager replied that yes, there was such a person, and that President Angus himself had even tried to use the technique. The red-headed mage butted in again, telling the noblewoman not to pay any attention to all that nonsense. Then the blonde took a quick look at the technique, and just like that, she was already creating fire and water magic at the same time. The crowd's jaws dropped at how easily she did it. The other mag started whispering, shocked that someone could actually control two elements. The girl herself was surprised she'd never thought of using magic that way. The black-haired guy explained that some guy named Chen Luo calls this combination magic, and that the Magic Society is debating the theory. That's when the blonde remembered she'd heard that famous name somewhere before. Meanwhile, the annoying kid wouldn't stop taunting the red-headed mage, reminding him that he'd promised to apologize if someone managed to do the magic. The boy insisted that the blonde had already shown the technique, and still no apology. The red-headed mage lost his patience, and instead of apologizing, he raised his hand to slap the kid. The boy flinched, trying to shield himself from the slap, but the blonde was faster. She didn't let the guy do a thing and just lifted him into the air with magic. The mage started begging for her to put him down, and she obliged. On the ground, he started apologizing to the girl. She just told him to think hard about what he'd done, since he caused a scene all because of his weak skills. With a little smirk, she warned him that she doesn't usually give second chances. Just then, the boy's mom showed up, furious because he'd run away from her. The woman grabbed him by the ear and started dragging him home. On the way, the kid wouldn't stop talking, super hyped about the magic he saw, and about this mage who invented a new way of fighting. Far away, Blair, feeling like someone was talking about him, started sneezing non-stop. He mentioned it to the girls, who got worried and asked him what was wrong. But actually, our boy had just walked into Professor Brittany's office. She asked what he wanted. Blair replied that he had something important to discuss with her. Isabella, who was also in the room, immediately thought he was about to confess to the professor. Isabella got all flustered by her own imagination, panicking and wondering if she should ask what was going on. To keep anyone from overhearing, our protagonist and the professor decided to head to the building's rooftop. Once they got there, Brittany asked what this secret was that he wanted to tell her. Blair said he couldn't just say it and asked her to create a fireball first. The professor complied and made a fireball in her hand. But out of nowhere, her magic vanished, leaving just a little wisp of smoke. She looked at her hand, totally surprised, and asked Blair if he was the one who did that. He confirmed it and asked if she remembered that whole thing about additional elements. Then he started to explain his theory. He discovered that fire needs another element to burn: oxygen. Without oxygen, fire simply goes out. The professor was impressed and asked if he could extinguish a fireball just by manipulating oxygen. He replied that he could. He even added that without oxygen, everyone on the planet would suffocate. And that's exactly how he defeated Baird last time, by taking away all the oxygen around him. Brittany finally understood that Blair could control these additional elements. The big difference is that normal elements are controlled with spells and gestures, but these additional elements, ever since they were discovered, no one had ever been able to control. Now, Blair had proven it was possible. The thinking goes that if a bunch of people can do something, they're considered geniuses. But if only one person can do it, they're seen as an anomaly. Yeah, people can be pretty cruel to those who are too different. Brittany, all worried, asks if he's told anyone else about controlling the additional elements. Blair says no, she's the only one who knows. Then she makes him promise to keep it a secret. Not even Isabella or Alice can know, unless one of them becomes his wife. Our boy gets all flustered by this whole marriage talk, but assures her he won't tell anyone besides her. The girl, looking dead serious, tells him to swear on it. He's a little surprised by all the pressure, but places his hand on hers and makes the oath. They hold hands for a moment, and she even cracks a little smile. But out of nowhere, her expression turns serious again. She warns him that he needs to remember what she said, because this information could cost him his life, and that he shouldn't have even told her. But Blair states with total certainty that he trusts her. The blonde asks why he trusts her so much, and he replies that she wouldn't be this worried about him if she meant him harm. Her face gets even more serious, to the point where Blair thinks he said something stupid. But out of nowhere, she just hugs our boy and sincerely thanks him for something. Our protagonist also mentions that he's been talking to the Magic Society about the theory of combined magic, and has been trying some things to boost his spiritual power. The girl gets worried, thinking it's too soon for him to be messing with those guys, since he's still weak. But he shows her his cards and explains that he used a fake name, Shen Luo, so no one knows who he really is. Brittany breathes a sigh of relief, but some strange thoughts start running through her head. Suddenly, it clicks. She lets out a scream and lunges at him, pinning the guy against the wall. She asks if he's the Shen Luo who managed to solve 23 problems all at once. Blair confirms that yeah, it's him, and he just wanted to make some cash solving the riddles. The girl is in total shock. She starts listing off all the achievements of the guy named Shen Luo, and comes to the obvious conclusion that this guy is Blair. Brittany's face makes a super weird expression, and she backs away from him. She admits that there's no way she can teach him math or magic anymore. Even though her own teacher was one of the best in the kingdom, she can't even compare to Blair's level. But she says she can still help him with the magic side of things, because her teacher is also an archmage. Brittany promises she'll ask her to accept our boy as a student. Blair is super surprised by her sincere reaction, and, a bit shyly, accepts the offer. Then he realizes something. If Brittany's teacher takes him on, they'll become classmates. He asks her why on earth she decided to stay at the academy if she was already the student of an archmage. But the blonde dodges the question, and just like last time, promises to tell him her story later. The guy finally gets off the roof and decides to head back to the office where Brittany was. But before he can go inside, Isabella shows up out of nowhere, grabs his hand, and starts dragging him off somewhere. He tries to pull away and ask what's going on, but she just ignores him, looking all flustered. All curious, she asks him what he and the teacher were talking about in private. Our boy looks at the door thoughtfully, remembering their conversation. And of course, he remembers his promise not to tell anyone his secret, not even her friends. And as you'd expect, instead of telling Isabella anything, he just says they didn't talk about anything important. The blonde gets furious with his secrets and says she doesn't believe him, because she's never seen Brittany that flustered. And then, she just lays it all out and asks if he confessed his feelings to the teacher. Out of nowhere, Blair slaps a hand over her mouth, signaling for her to be quiet, while Isabella, unable to speak, tries to show how irritated she is. Our boy focuses on the door, trying to hear if anyone is eavesdropping on the other side. Hearing nothing, he decides to just end the conversation and tells a little white lie, asking if she really wants to know what they talked about. The blonde gives him a nasty look and tells him to just spit it out. So, our guy says that Brittany asked who he liked more, her or Alice. The girl gets a little flustered by the question and figures out he's lying. Still, she's super curious about his answer and asks him what he said. He, in turn, replies that he told Professor Brittany he would dedicate his entire life only to magic. Isabella looks at him with a fake little smile, saying she totally gets it. But on the inside, she's feeling something else entirely. She realizes it's all just a load of crap and decides to punish him, forcefully yanking his right cheek. The girl gives him one last chance to tell the truth, and at the same time, starts conjuring a fireball in her hand. Our protagonist asks her to stop and just talk. Continuing with his lie, he explains that he told Brittany that Alice was just a classmate and that Isabella was his dearest friend. He hoped the compliment would make the girl give up on any crazy ideas. At that moment, she started thinking, if Alice is just a classmate and Isabella is just a friend, then Blair must like someone else. She huffed in anger and started to leave the room, deep in thought. Connecting the dots, she came to the conclusion that the guy was actually into his teacher, Brittany. Although he didn't understand why the girl was so angry, Blair was relieved that she'd bought his story. A little later, he got to the classroom and noticed a crowd by the windows whispering about him. The guy really didn't like that, feeling like an animal in a zoo being watched by everyone. Suddenly, the hallway went silent and Alice appeared at the door looking for Blair. He doesn't notice her at first, but he finds the complete silence strange and decides to go see what happened. The guy starts to get up from his chair, ready to leave the room, and turns toward the door. But out of nowhere, his face smashes into something very soft and comfortable, and he even thinks that this situation feels familiar. Alice gets super embarrassed by the sudden closeness and asks if he's this friendly with everyone. Blair's face turns red and he starts apologizing, saying it was an accident. The girl finds the situation funny and even apologizes too, saying she was the one who got in his way. She calls him silly and says she has a few questions for him. Alice asks for help with some problems she couldn't solve on her own. A bit confused and slightly annoyed, he took her notebook and promised to help. The crowd outside the window was commenting on their awkward run-in, but suddenly, Isabella appeared in front of them, asking what they were doing there. Someone in the crowd asked if she had also come to see Blair. At that exact moment, Alice walked out of the classroom and came face to face with her. The blonde asked what she was doing there. A sense of rivalry filled the air and the redhead got straight to the point, asking the blonde flat out if she liked Blair. Isabella looks away, all irritated, and tells her to stop talking nonsense because nobody likes the black-haired guy. But Alice claps back immediately, saying that she does like Blair. Isabella gets furious and starts to get genuinely angry, while the redhead calmly declares that she fell in love with him. Then she adds that, since the blonde doesn't like him, she won't try to steal him. But Isabella gets sad right away and says that even so, her friend doesn't stand a chance because Blair loves someone else. Alice isn't fazed and says she'll compete with this other girl, but the blonde says it's better not to even try because she's no match for her. The redhead then figures out her game and accuses Isabella herself of wanting the guy, and that's why she's just trying to discourage her rival. Upset, the blonde walks past her, saying she doesn't want to steal anyone, and that if Alice likes Blair, that's her problem. The girl then sits down next to our protagonist, still thinking about that conversation, and Blair, seeing the sour look on her face, decides not to mess with her today. Out of nowhere, the blonde asks the guy who he would choose between her and Alice. This question totally catches Blair by surprise, and while he's thinking, the girl glares at him angrily. He even tries to be reasonable, asking why the hell he'd have to choose between the two of them, but the blonde stands firm and tells him to just choose. No more questions. The guy's brain just shorts out from the pressure, and the first thing that pops into his head is that, between the two, he'd choose magic. Isabella shuts him down, saying there are only two options. Our boy's face lights up with a smile, and he asks if he can add another option. The blonde is surprised, and asks if he wants to add Brittany as a third option. He replies that it would be disrespectful to her. Then the guy drops this gem, and asks if he can choose both of them. Isabella gets even angrier, and says, absolutely not. Blair keeps messing with her, and asks if she'd lend him some gold if he chose her. The girl's face turns red with rage, her eyes too, and she tells him to take this seriously. Finally, our MC decides to answer, and asks if he's supposed to choose one of them as a wife. The blonde tells him to choose however he wants, and the guy answers without even hesitating that he'd choose Isabella. This response leaves the girl completely flustered. Her anger now gone, She asks why he decided that. The guy casually replies that Alice is older, more delicate, and has bigger breasts. But in every other aspect, the blonde was superior to her. Blair's sentence sounded more like an insult than a compliment to the girl. And that's why, a moment later, the guy gets smacked across the face. Our poor MC panics for a second again, because he realized he screwed up. After that, the blonde runs out of the room, and our boy decides to pick up a book to read. His friend, Toby, finally shows up at the door and asks if it's true that he saved Alice and Isabella from Baird. Blair casually replies that's what happened, and keeps reading his book. Toby is completely thrown off by this reaction, because the guy just defeated a super strong mage, and is acting like it's no big deal. Not wanting to get into details, Blair just says he doesn't remember anything when his friend asks how he beat Baird. Seeing this, his friend throws himself on the floor and starts begging him to tell at least a little piece of the story. So, our boy explains that he remembers Baird trying to kill him with a fireball, and at that moment, he thought maybe he could suck out all his magic to win. That's when he gathered all the strength he had and absorbed the guy's magic. In the end, the protagonist said that Baird's magic just vanished, and right after that, he blacked out. Toby got super hyped with the story, and with his eyes sparkling, asked Blair to teach him that technique. But the protagonist replied that after he woke up, he couldn't use that power anymore, so there was no way to teach him. Still, he gave the technique a name, oxygen absorption law. He said he had already taught him the first steps, so, if Toby trained properly, maybe he could use this secret magic. But his friend says he's not that brave, and that even if he learned it, he'd just freeze up and forget everything when it was time to face an enemy. To cheer his friend up, Blair said he trusted him, and that all he needed was a little more determination in his heart. The kid bought Blair's story and promised he'd study this so-called law of oxygen absorption with everything he had. Toby also let him know that the spot in the academy fence they could jump over had now been sealed off for security. This news sent our boy into a panic. He shot up instantly and started running towards the Magic Society. Toby had no idea why his friend just took off like that, and could only watch, lost in thought. Meanwhile, our protagonist gets changed and becomes Chen Luo, arriving at the association. He went straight to the front desk on the first floor and asked the woman to get the manager, Molly. The receptionist immediately spotted the honorary Magic Society member pin on his chest and realized she couldn't keep a guy like that waiting. The blonde escorted him to Molly's office and told him he could go in. The guy didn't even knock. He just threw the door open. It seems the girl was in the middle of something important, because the sound of the door startled her so much that she fell to the floor and even lost her glasses. Our protagonist, who had just walked in, saw Molly all sprawled out awkwardly on the ground. Without wasting a second, he went over to help her up and offered her his hand. Molly turned to Chen Luo and asked what he was doing there. He replied that he came to visit her and took the opportunity to compliment her outfit. She thanked him and complained that she still wasn't used to her super high heels. Out of nowhere, he grabs her hand more firmly and pulls her closer to look at her forearm. He saw that Molly had a bruise from her fall earlier. The girl kept complaining about her shoes, saying she was always twisting her ankle, but she insisted on wearing them because they made her look taller. Flirting with Molly a bit, Chen Luo said she was a real hard worker and that it was no wonder he recommended her for the manager position. The compliments left the girl all flustered and she even looked away. But then the guy finally got straight to the point and asked how much money his new technology had brought in. Molly handed him a report showing that the total profit had reached 800 gold coins. Our boy thought to himself that he hadn't expected his technique to rake in so much cash. The problem was this was a one-time score. As soon as everyone figured out you couldn't actually use the magic, no one would buy the tech with so much hype anymore. So the protagonist asks Molly where the money is being kept and if he can take it now. She replies that the cash is in the office protected by magic. Without any hesitation, she starts casting a spell and a golden circle appears around her. Suddenly, a shower of gold starts raining down right in the middle of the room. The guy immediately thinks that if he takes all this cash, Isabella will definitely notice and he gets stressed, not knowing how he's going to explain it to her. Molly notices his weird expression and asks if he's having some kind of financial trouble. He makes up an excuse, saying he doesn't have much space at home and would have nowhere to put it all. The girl then suggests holding on to the money for him for the time being, and whenever he needed it, he could just come get it. Chen Luo likes the idea and says her help would be great since he was going to spend the money right there at the Magic Society anyway. They seal the deal and Molly starts doing her spell again to store the gold. Our boy says it's about time he left and says his goodbyes, but she offers to walk him to the door. Chen Luo tells her it's not necessary, that they'll see each other again soon because his most valuable treasure is right here. In his head, he's just thinking about the two things he loves most in the Magical Society, magic and gold, which is why he wants to come back ASAP. The girl, on the other hand, gets it all wrong and becomes super flustered. A while later that night, our protagonist is lying in bed deep in thought. He realizes that his combination magic isn't going to make him any more cash. He's already collected the reward for all 23 tasks, but now he's feeling kind of bummed, not knowing how to make more money. Finally, he gets comfy, hugs his pillow and drifts off to sleep. He dreams that he arrives at the magical society and goes straight to the counter. Full of pride, he announces that he killed Baird and demands his reward on the spot. The lady at the counter explains that the reward is huge and asks if he wants to take it all in one go. He replies that you can never have too much gold and imagines himself on top of a mountain of gold. But then, the dream takes a weird turn and he's surprised to see gold raining down from the sky. He notices that all the gold around him is starting to freeze and lies down on the mountain. Thinking he's cold and needs to call Isabella to help him warm up. As he wakes up, slowly opening his eyes and still half asleep, he grumbles about how cold it is. Suddenly, he notices Isabella standing right beside him with her hands stretched out towards him. The guy gets so spooked he jolts up in bed like he's in a nightmare. He realizes the mountains of gold were just a dream, and Isabella just stands there, looking at the protagonist, totally confused. Now fully awake, he asks why she came into his room. She says she came to wake him up because he has visitors. She also mentions that he was yelling about gold the whole time, assuming he'd had a nightmare. But our boy brushes off her guests and, as he's getting out of bed, just asks what kind of guests had come to see him. Then the blonde glances at his body, since he's practically naked, and gets completely embarrassed. Her face goes beet red in an instant, her eyes go wide, and she starts yelling, asking why he's naked. The protagonist replies super calmly that if she leaves the room, he'll get dressed. But she refuses, and tells him to get dressed right away, saying she'll be watching. But she can't contain her curiosity, and even while covering her face with her hands, takes a peek through her fingers. She thinks to herself how she never noticed before that Blair's body was so toned and muscular. Oblivious to her embarrassment, our boy asks why she's still standing there and tells her to get out. Finally, the protagonist leaves the room and sees two men waiting for him. They all greet each other and sit down at the table for some tea. This guy Calvin says he came to congratulate them because they won that year's Edwin Award. He mentions that he's been a judge for a long time, but this was the first time he'd ever seen all the judges agree right off the bat, without any need for discussion. At this point, the protagonist thinks he should have called Isabella. The thing is, the award didn't come with any prize money, and he was hoping she'd be so happy she'd treat them to a nice meal. Calvin also mentions that he saw Brittany's solution to two problems that were also up for a prize, and says her way of thinking seemed familiar. The girl praises him for his sharp guess, because she actually used Blair's ideas from when he solved the 7 bridges of the capital problem. Calvin keeps praising Brittany, saying that everyone knew the solution to that one problem, but no one had thought of applying the same logic to solve other things. The girl gets all flustered from the compliments and says she only managed it because she tried every other method first and only then used Blair's approach. Keeping the conversation going, Calvin asks if that's when she coined the term topology. The girl explains that Blair had already mentioned it before, and that he was the one who created this field of mathematics. Calvin says he believes that our boy's skills combined with Brittany's dedication will help turn topology into a proper science. While sipping his tea, the protagonist starts thinking that topology is a super important science in the modern world, and that they probably won't be able to fully develop it. The other man at the table says he wishes this Shen Lua guy would also study topology, since he managed to solve 23 difficult problems in one go. But Calvin tells him not to worry, because they already had the backing of the god of mathematics. Our boy totally chokes when he hears the nickname, and Isabella rushes over to help him. After talking for a good while, Blair thanks the men for visiting and trying to usher them out, says he doesn't want to take up any more of their time. Calvin politely says his goodbyes and agrees that it's about time for him and President Audley to get going. After finally getting the important stuff out of the way, they all sit down to eat the breakfast Blair prepared. Brittany, meanwhile, is over there suffering, trying everything to soothe the burning in her mouth, and asks him if he put something spicy in the food. He tells the blonde that yes, he added a spicy seasoning. Not struggling at all like she is, he calmly points to a flower. Isabella is surprised, because she thought it was just a decorative plant. Brittany thinks the guy simply didn't have enough money to buy food, and tells him to just come clean. But the protagonist says that was the whole point, and suggests she try it. Isabella, feeling left out, asks for some of that spicy seasoning too, but the guy warns her not to taste it, since no one is forcing her to. Then Brittany jumps in too, telling Isabella absolutely not to eat the pepper. The blonde gets a little bummed out, since both Blair and her teacher are ganging up on her about it. Seeing her friend's reaction, Brittany changes her mind and asks our boy to give her some, reminding him that Isabella was the one who bought them a rabbit to celebrate the award they won. The guy replies that as far as is concerned, she can have whatever she wants from a table. After that, the blonde sees the ice-cold water in Brittany's mug and decides she wants to try that too. Right away, Blair tells them not to give her the drink, saying it's for her own health. At this, Isabella gets totally pissed off, feeling sorry for her friend. Brittany uses a spell and creates a bunch of ice cubes in Isabella's glass. With a triumphant smile, the girl downs the ice-cold water in one go. Of course, that didn't end well. A little while later, she was already feeling sick. Lying under the covers, she wondered why her stomach hurt so much. Seeing her condition, Blair decides to take care of her, bringing some hot tea and placing it on the small table by the bed. Isabella sees it and asks in surprise what he brought, because the drink looks super weird. He explains that it's black tea with sugar, and that if she drinks it, the stomach ache will go away in no time. The girl finds the color of the drink strange, commenting that it looks a bit like blood. Blair doesn't appreciate the comment and tries to take the cup back, saying that if she doesn't want it, he'll drink it himself, but she won't let him. As she starts drinking the black tea, she notices it's pretty sweet and tastes good. The effect kicks in almost immediately, and she feels the pain in her stomach ease up a bit. Our boy says she needs to take better care of herself, and mentions that she seems a little different lately. He was about to leave to take care of some stuff, but she asks him to stay a little longer and talk. She's surprised he even noticed she hasn't been herself. But then, out of nowhere, it hits her that she has no idea why she asked him to stay, since she can't just ask him about this stuff straight up. Realizing she has nothing to ask, she improvises and asks which element he's going to study when he becomes an initiate-level mage. Right after, she realizes it was kind of a dumb question, because he'd already told her about this before, but to her surprise, he says he's going to study the water element. This leaves her shocked, because before he had said he wanted to study the fire element. He explains that he changed his mind. Fire is great for offense, but it's not much good for defense. Water, on the other hand, has a good balance between the two. He says that people tend to underestimate the water element, so he's going to use that to his advantage. His enemies will think he's weak, and he'll pretend to cast a simple water ball, only to catch everyone by surprise. Then Isabella says that, in that case, she plans on studying the fire element. Blair is surprised too, because she always wanted to study the air element, and he asks why she changed her mind. She replies that fire's attack power is on another level, and that way she'll be able to protect Blair until he becomes a stronger mage. The protagonist is confused, and says that studying magic is a lifelong journey, and that she doesn't need to be protecting him all the time. But he can't even finish his sentence, because she cuts him off and says she's already made up her mind. Blair just looks at her, confused, with tears starting to well up in her eyes. She asks if he believes in her. The guy doesn't answer, just tells her to take better care of herself, instead of worrying about him. A day passes, and our protagonist runs into Brittany, who asks for his help with some problems. Isabella was already feeling better, and was now watching Blair, who had agreed to help, grabbing some sheets of paper full of notes. After that, Isabella says goodbye to them, saying she's going to practice her magic. As soon as she leaves, Brittany asks our boy why she's suddenly gotten so withdrawn. She comments that the old Isabella would have gone to study math with them, but Blair explains that she's taking her magic studies very seriously. And it's true. At that very moment, Isabella is thinking that she needs to get stronger, so she can stay by Blair's side. So she heads to the training room to practice. Out of nowhere, Alice shows up, looking for Blair specifically. She asks what Isabella is doing there all alone, and where the hell Blair got off to. The blonde answers, sounding a bit down, that he's studying math in Brittany's office. The redhead says she didn't mean to interrupt. She just had some good news to share, but now she'll have to tell Isabella instead. The jab doesn't land, and Alice even finds it strange that Isabella didn't react at all to her mentioning Blair. Then Alice hands her a document, saying she's become the first student at the academy to advance to the initiate-level mage. Isabella takes the paper and fires back a jab of her own, saying that now she'll have something to aim her fireballs at. Alice takes the bait and replies that the blonde just practices that one technique all day, and it looks like she must have burned away all her emotions in the process. Suddenly, Isabella looks out the window, wondering when she should try for the initiate-level exam herself. Time passes, winter arrives, and with it comes the first day of winter break. Even with the snow falling outside, the blonde tells herself with absolute certainty that she's going no matter what. Out on the street, she bumps into Blair, who is waiting for her in front of the house. He's decided to walk her to the exam, but she tells him he should probably stay home since it's freezing. But he tells her he's also taking the exam to become a beginner mage, and wanted to go along. Isabella is shocked, and asks if he's already gained the necessary spiritual power. He explains that he just mastered the basic level of the 4 elemental magics a few days ago, but honestly, he doesn't even really need this certificate. What he's really after is the water mage robe, and this is the only way to get one. They walk for a bit through the streets without saying a word. Suddenly, Isabella calls out his name, wanting to say something. He stops, turns to face her, and asks what's up. With a serious look on her face, the blonde says she needs to ask him something. Our boy is surprised, but he has a pretty good idea of what's coming. She asks how his spiritual power increased so fast, reminding him that when they first met, he couldn't even conjure a single measly fireball. She goes on, saying it's only been 1 semester, and is already mastered the 4 elemental magics, and that once he levels up, the power gap between them is just going to get wider and wider. The guy just replies that everyone learns magic at their own pace, and that she shouldn't worry about it. Then, he gently places his hand on her head, and says he'll be the first one to reach the highest level, so he can protect her. The girl gets all flustered, but doesn't let it slide. She slaps his hand away, and says she'll be the one to reach that level first. The protagonist doesn't back down, and also claims he'll be the first. And just like that, they head towards the association. Upon entering the building, Isabella lets him know that the fire mage's exam is on the 2nd floor, so they'll have to split up. The lady behind the counter warns that today's examiner is Mr. Halls, a guy with really high standards. He thanks the blonde, and asks her to take him to the office. As soon as they got to the room, the girl knocked, and announced that there was a guy looking to take the basic exam. Blair was called in, and came face to face with a man sitting alone. This was the examiner, the Halls guy, a dude with a mustache, who immediately told our boy to show him his magic. The examiner had barely started looking at some papers, when Blair was already calling him to watch the show. The man with the mustache was floored by the speed at which he cast the spell. He couldn't even get a good look at it. Then, Blair summoned a spell that looked like an alien's head, and the examiner was impressed with his skill. He commented that the spell speed was absurd, and the spiritual power was incredibly concentrated. You could tell the kid had trained like crazy. But then, out of nowhere, he took a good look at Blair's face, and asked if they hadn't met before. Our boy said that was impossible. It was his first time there. In his head, he realized the examiner must have seen him when he was Chen Luo. The man then asked if he had already taken the student-level exam, and why he was already aiming for such a high-level test. That's when it dawned on Blair. He had taken the fire exam as Chen Luo, so there was nothing under his own name. He made up an excuse, saying he was so focused on training that he simply forgot to take the student exam. The examiner didn't buy the story. He explained that every kid takes this exam at age 8. If Blair didn't, it could only mean he was a natural talent who didn't need to study as a kid, because without that talent, it would take him way too long to learn magic. But at 20 years old, he was already strong enough to pass the basic level. The math didn't add up. To the examiner, the only explanation was that the kid used a forbidden elixir and trained with illegal books. This accusation sent our protagonist into a panic, and he frantically tried to explain himself. But the dude wouldn't even listen. He told him to take it up with the judge and stop trying to trick him. Blair said he'd wait for the examiner to calm down so he could explain things properly. And then, out of nowhere, he focused and summoned a water dragon. This Halls guy was shocked because not even a mid-level mage can easily summon one of those. Seeing that, he decided to use a high-level water spell to stop the boy. He raised a giant water barrier right in front of him, bracing for the impact of the dragon coming his way. Except at the last second, Blair's dragon turned into just a little stream of water. It was like a cold shower to calm the examiner's nerves. Then Blair explained the real deal. He didn't pass the apprentice exam because he chose the wrong element. When he was a kid, he dreamed of being a fire mage, but he had no talent for it and ended up not making any progress. Only later did he discover he was actually good with water magic and started studying again. And to prove he wasn't that strong, he admitted he can't even control the water dragon properly. Halls got pissed and started yelling that he wouldn't be fooled. Calmly, Blair replied that he was a student at the academy and his teacher was Brittany. If the examiner wanted to, he could check his file. Halls agreed to the proposal, but warned that he was going to call the higher-ups and that Blair should wait right there. As he was leaving, he thought that maybe he was wrong about the kid, since only people from important families or geniuses study at the academy. The man with the mustache slammed the door and went to get more information, leaving Blair there thinking that guy was pretty weird. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Blair goes to open it, thinking the mustache guy came back way too fast, but the person there is a girl named Molly, trying to balance a huge stack of papers. Without even looking up, she starts saying she brought the list of everyone who took the exam. Our protagonist tells her the examiner just left, but based on his voice, She thinks she's talking to some guy named Chen Luo. When she finally looks up, she comes face to face with Blair and gets such a shock that she drops the entire stack of papers on the floor. The girl stares at Blair completely confused because she was sure she heard Chen Luo's voice. Not wanting to leave any doubt, she asks him point blank if he's the guy. And it's at that exact moment that another girl, Isabella, shows up and sees the two of them. And she does not like what she sees, because from their position, it looked like Blair and Molly were getting a little too close. Our boy doesn't understand Isabella's anger and asks what she's doing there. In response, completely irritated, she answers with another question, asking why she couldn't be there. Molly then gets closer to Blair and says she'll let it slide this time, but next time, he'll have to tell the truth. Isabella sees this and gets the completely wrong idea, thinking the two of them are sharing secrets. Full of jealousy, the blonde doesn't waste any time and starts preparing a spell, scolding our boy. Blair asks Molly to let him go so he can explain the situation, but she doesn't, and the dude, in desperation, starts screaming for help. Seeing the commotion, Molly herself decides to explain everything. She says she was only there because she was assigned to watch Blair and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Instantly, Isabella stops what she was doing and looks surprised at the blue-haired girl. Isabella asks why someone would have Blair watched, but Molly just replies that she was following orders. She gathers the papers from the floor, says she has to deliver the documents, and simply leaves. Meanwhile, our protagonist just stands there, thinking about the whole situation. Isabella even tries to stop Molly, saying she's seen her at the academy before, but it's no use. Then, she turns to Blair and asks why he was being watched and what he was doing there. The protagonist replies that it's a long story, and starts to tell her everything from the beginning, starting with his exam. After hearing the whole story, Isabella just bursts out laughing at what the examiner thought of our boy. He also clears up the confusion with Molly, explaining that this Hall's guy had left and put the girl on watch duty. And right in the middle of their conversation, the doorknob turns and the door swings open. It's Hall's. Blair asks if he's found out everything he wanted to know, and the mustache guy says he no longer has any doubts, and he didn't come back alone. He brought President Angus with him, who wanted to talk to our MC. The president comes in hot with the compliments, talking all about Blair's incredible talent with magic and mathematics. Our boy greets him politely and humbly, says he's just an ordinary person. Then Angus spots Isabella and asks what she's doing in the room. A little confused, she replies by asking if he forgot that he himself invited her to the Magic Society, and that she was also a student from Shandanassa. Angus just gives a little smirk and says he doesn't remember any of that. Then, completely shamelessly, he asks if it's true that Blair is dating Isabella. Our boy is surprised that she's already become a member of the Magic Society, and the blonde, of course, immediately starts to brag. The president then says he'd also like to invite Blair to join the society. Blair says he accepts and asks if this means he passed the test to become a novice mage. House admits he was a bit out of it and finally hands our boy a robe, along with an honorary member's order. With that, Blair is now officially a novice mage. Touching the robe, our protagonist finally feels like he's a part of this world. After he leaves, House and Angus are left talking about how the black-haired boy reminded them of someone. Meanwhile, walking home, Blair is already thinking that he needs to get more cash, because magic at his level is expensive. Looks like he's going to have to spend all the money he has just to capture this bad guy. And when he levels up, the prices are definitely going to get ridiculous. He decides he needs to figure out a new way to make money, because studying magic is super expensive. Blair is just spacing out, lost in thought, when he suddenly gets hit in the head with a snowball. The one who threw it was Isabella, who's all happy about her little prank. Playing along, our boy decides to get his revenge and uses water magic to create a giant snowball. But the blonde wasn't about to let that slide. She starts creating a fireball in her hands instead of a snowball. Our protagonist, full of confidence, says she's going to regret that, except a little while later in the shower. He admits to himself that he actually did get burned for real. He gets out of the bathroom and finds Brittany sitting there. He asks where Isabella went, and the professor replies that vacation started and she went home. Brittany then asks when he's going to visit his family. Blair explains that ever since his dad died, his mom has been really sad, and whenever she sees him, she starts to cry. He doesn't want to hurt her, so he asks to stay there with the professor. Besides, he thinks to himself that he's not the real Blair, so it would be super weird if his mom saw him. Brittany gets a little down hearing his story. She pulls the guy in for a hug, pressing him against her chest and telling him he can stay there as long as he wants, and that the next day they're going shopping. Then she gives a sly little smile because now Blair is going to have to cook for her 3 times a day. The next day, our protagonist and the professor head out to buy some food. They pass by the Math Society and Brittany asks him to wait a bit because she needs to turn in some work. Sitting in the waiting room, Blair overhears two mathematicians talking about a new problem that someone solved on the spot. The two guys start complaining that they were already thinking of a solution but didn't have time to turn it in. This conversation sparks a light bulb in the protagonist's head. Out of nowhere, he gets a brilliant idea to make some money and ends up saying it out loud. The two guys turn around and give him a weird look. When Brittany leaves the building, she's startled to see a bunch of vegetables spilled on the ground. Blair admits he dropped them by accident. The teacher gets worried that someone might step on everything and tells him to hurry up and pick it all up. Joking around with a tomato in his hand, he says it's all under control and that there's even an egg right under his foot. Then he looks down and sees the damage: a broken egg and a squashed tomato on the ground. Our boy starts to panic because so much for the tomato and egg dish that Brittany loves. Seeing this, she grabs another tomato, crushes it in her hand in one go, and says with a super annoyed look on her face that she's not mad at all. Right then, our protagonist thinks his top priority is to save his own skin and worry about cash later. They finally get home. Brittany seems really happy and even says Blair is a good boy. He wipes the sweat from his face with his shirt and says he's happy to see her happy. Brittany licks her fingers and says the food is incredible and that she wants seconds, but our boy totally shuts that down. He reminds her that she already had 3 servings of potatoes and eggs for lunch, a huge plate of potatoes and peppers for dinner, and 2 bowls of soup on top of that. He tells her to take it easy. She listens to him and with a sad look says she'll go study math while he does the dishes. He thinks Brittany got upset and promises himself that he'll cook way more food the next day, but it looks like she wasn't actually mad. Out of nowhere, she shows up with a bag of money and tells him to buy more food tomorrow. All excited, he replies that he'll make 5 servings of fried chicken and potatoes, and that now he's going to cook up a plan to make some cash. He finally figured out a way to get gold. He just didn't have the startup money, but now, with this cash, he has a shot. Here's the plan. Tomorrow, he's going to create a math problem and offer a 1-coin reward to whoever solves it. But there's a catch. Anyone who tries and fails has to pay him 1 coin. The idea is to let the reward pile up until it gets really high. Then, he'll go in, solve his own problem and take the entire jackpot. So, instead of going to sleep, he decides to put his genius plan into action. He grabs a pen and starts thinking about what kind of problem would be good enough to be worth all that money. And then, the perfect idea hits him. He dips the pen in ink and starts writing. The brilliant move was to create a problem involving the butterfly theorem, a type of challenge that the mathematicians in this world love. The next day, he confidently goes to the mathematical society, but the people there turn down his proposal. The guy at the front desk explains that there are rules. The minimum reward for a challenge has to be 10 gold coins, and the society takes one of them as a fee. Without a second thought, the protagonist decides to use almost all the money Brittany gave him to be able to post the problem. The clerk agrees and reaches for the bag of money, but our boy hangs on, a bit hesitant. Right at that moment, Brittany was passing by, sees the scene and thinks it's a robbery. She doesn't waste any time and smacks the mathematician right on the head. The protagonist tries to drag her out of there as fast as possible. The problem is, with the money they had left, he could barely buy anything. So, their meals for the day were going to be pretty skimpy. A few days go by. They head back to the market for more food, and Blair does his best to please the teacher with what little money they have left. He figures that as soon as he gets the prize money for the problem, he'll buy her that chicken she's been wanting. But then, out of nowhere, Brittany disappears from sight. He's confused, looking all over for her. Since she's gone, he takes the chance to make a quick run to the Math Society and check on the prize for his challenge. On his way there, he runs into Brittany herself, who tells him she'd already been. She saw a new problem and solved it real quick. She says she won 10 gold coins and offers to buy him a snack. Our boy's jaw hits the floor when he hears this, not believing his luck. His reaction is so weird that Brittany actually gets worried. Then, in a moment of desperation, he just snatches the money from her hand. On the inside, he's fuming about the situation, but he plays it off, saying he's crying tears of joy. The plan now was to find a way to get rid of the professor so he could finally get the cash. So the next day, he decides to leave the house way earlier than usual. The idea was to take care of business and get back before anyone noticed. Since Brittany had just woken up, he was sure she wouldn't follow him. The dude heads out, thinking his plan is going to work perfectly, except the new task he came up with was way harder than the last one. The problem was so complex that it involved not only triangles and circles, but also imaginary number lines and a bunch of intertwined stuff. It was a challenge the professor definitely couldn't solve. He gathers all the cash, he has 50 gold coins, and puts it up as the reward. The man from the association even asks if he's sure he wants to put up all that money. With a little smirk on his face, Blair hands over the coins and tells the guy to just take it, because he still had to go shopping. After leaving the problem there, he rushes out of the Math Society and heads to the market. The employee is left behind, thinking that maybe the kid had stolen the money. 3 days pass, and the reward had already climbed to 200 gold coins. It was time to collect the prize. Early in the morning, he tries to tiptoe out of the house so he won't wake the girl up, but out of nowhere she appears in the hallway. Having heard his footsteps, she simply asks where Blair is going so early. The guy makes up an excuse on the spot, saying he wanted to go shopping before all the best stuff at the market was gone. The girl gets a little embarrassed, thinking he was sneaking out to buy food and hadn't even brought a basket. Without a second thought, Blair sprints towards the math society, but when he gets to the task board, the problem he had posted isn't there anymore. He's furious about it and lets out a scream of rage. An employee shows up and explains that the problem was solved the night before, and the reward had already been collected. With a furious look in his eyes, Blair asks who the genius was that solved his problem. The answer? Some guy named Mr. Abel. Our protagonist is devastated. He was sure no one could solve it. And once again he lost money because of the Howard family. In a world where folks barely know the basics of math, this Abel guy managed to solve a super complex problem. The protagonist admits he took a big risk, but he never imagined he'd lose his entire life savings. Now he doesn't even have the cash to buy food. On his way, he runs into Alice. She was heading to the math society and invites him to sit with her. Alice notices his muttering under his breath the whole time and asks what's bothering him. The guy says he'll be straight with her, but first asks if they'd still be friends even if she didn't agree with what he was about to ask. Alice assures him she won't get mad and starts thinking he's about to confess his feelings to her. Before he can even finish the question, she yells out that she'll agree to anything. Then, with a little smirk on his face, our protagonist says he knew she was super generous and asks to borrow 20 gold coins. The redhead gets pissed about the joke and asks if that's all he wanted to say. The protagonist confirms that it was. Angrily, she slaps his hand and just storms off. Our boy gets a little worried, thinking it's weird for her to get so mad over money. Out of nowhere, some guy nearby asks if it's Blair. Calvin, who is also around, confirms that it's him, the guy who just won the Edwin Award. Then the guy with glasses with a smug little smile remarks that he didn't know award winners needed to borrow money. Blair asks who he is, but the guy just ignores him and goes with his students to look at the award board. This attitude totally pisses our protagonist off. His day was already going bad, and now even random people on the street were getting on his nerves. Suddenly, Calvin grabs Blair's arm and says that only he can help him, or rather, save the entire kingdom of Lonan. But Blair, completely down in the dumps, says he's not in the mood for jokes and tells him not to talk about saving the kingdom because he can't even take care of himself. But Calvin insists it's no joke. He explains that if Blair doesn't do anything, the kingdom's honor will be destroyed, and he'll end up becoming a criminal. The president gets all emotional, kneels in front of the guy, and starts begging God to save him. Our protagonist is completely confused by this scene, and Calvin says he'll only get up if Blair promises to help. The one who sees all this is Brittany, who had just entered the building and is stunned by the situation. Calvin quickly makes up an excuse, saying he almost twisted his ankle, but Blair showed up to save him, and that he was only at the math society to wait for the rain to pass. Blair backs up the story, saying he saw Calvin fall and just offered a hand to help. Brittany doesn't even bother with the details and just invites the guy to a conference. This conference was about some scientists from GI who had arrived in town and had already solved all the toughest math problems that existed. Now, new problems were popping up, but nothing compared to the old ones, and these scientists could basically do whatever they wanted. The city of Yabo was their last stop. Basically, if the folks from here couldn't come up with a challenge these scientists couldn't solve, the Lonan Kingdom's prestige would go down the drain. The president then asked if anyone there had any ideas. At that moment, our protagonist could only stare at Abel, thinking he was probably the one who had his 50 gold coins. Brittany asks Blair if he's thought of anything. He stays quiet for a moment, so she changes the subject and tells him to forget about it. You could tell she was a little disappointed that he didn't have any ideas. The crowd started to leave since nobody could come up with anything. Trying to keep everyone there, Calvin mentioned it was a shame they were all going, since the king had offered a reward of 5,000 gold coins for the task. The moment our boy heard the word money, his entire expression changed. The president started getting dramatic, saying it looked like they just have to surrender. But then Blair yelled out loud that they couldn't give up that easily. Surprised, Brittany turned and looked at her student. Calvin then grabbed his hand and asked if he could really handle it. Blair said yes, he could stall the scientists from Shayao. He said the money wasn't the most important thing. It was about upholding the kingdom's honor. The president agreed instantly because if the scientists won, the kingdom of Lonan would become a laughing stock in the world of mathematics. Our protagonist assured them he'd created a problem so good, those guys wouldn't even get close to the city. Calvin asked him to share what it was, but Blair said he had one condition. He pointed at Abel and said he needed 50 gold coins from him. The white-haired guy commented that it was no wonder he had such a mysterious reputation, and immediately offered 200 coins for the job. But our protagonist said he only needed 50 because he just wanted to get his money back. Abel agreed on the spot. With a smile on his face, Blair asked Calvin for a pen and paper. He started writing down the problems one after another, non-stop, and got ready to show everyone. Calvin picked up one of the sheets and thought the drawing on it was extremely simple. Brittany also went to take a look and grabbed the paper from the president. She saw that the first task was to divide any given angle into 3 equal parts. The second was about turning the area of a circle into the area of a square, and the third was similar. The crowd around them started complaining, thinking the tasks were way too easy. Brittany herself thought the same thing and asked him straight up if he really thought these 3 little problems would be enough to hold off the scientists. Our boy said he had complete faith in them and suggested that everyone grab a pencil and try to solve them. Turns out, dividing an angle into 3, making a square out of a circle, and doubling the volume of a cube are super complex problems from ancient Greece. They seem simple, but when you actually try to solve them, you realize they are a nightmare. Each passing generation tried to come up with its own solution, but it was only after 2,000 years that scientists managed to prove the truth. These problems look easy, but in reality, it's impossible to solve them using only a ruler and a compass. Professor Brittany was up all night trying, but she didn't get anywhere. By the time she looked up, it was already getting dark, so Blair suggested she go home and get some rest. They were heading out when suddenly the white-haired guy, Abel, called out to him. He walked up to our boy and asked if those problems actually had a solution. Blair gave a little smirk and asked what he thought. Without waiting for an answer, our protagonist turned his back and walked away, telling him to think it over. This attitude of messing with the head of the Howard family really pissed Abel off. When Blair and Brittany were a bit further away, she asked the same thing, if the problems could be solved. He explained that it was impossible with a ruler and compass, and that it would take Abel and the scientists about 2,000 years to figure out the answer. They finally got home. Blair cooked for them both, and she complimented him, saying he was a true master in the kitchen. Our boy started cleaning the dishes and joked, a little annoyed, that she was just trying to make him her personal cook now. But their conversation was cut short out of nowhere because someone started knocking on the door. The one knocking was Calvin, and Brittany went to get the door. They let him in and gave him some hot water to warm up. Since the president of the Mathematical Society was covered in snow and freezing his ass off, he got straight to the point, asking if it was true that the visiting scientists couldn't solve the new problems. Blair said yeah, he could relax. He stated that no one in the world could solve those problems. Calvin was immediately relieved and said that after hearing that, he could finally calm down. He thanked Blair and said that when this was all over, he'd personally go to the capital to put in a good word for him. But our boy cut him off, saying none of that was necessary. The only thing that mattered was the king's promise of cash. Calvin told him to relax because the king of Lonan would never skip out on the payment. After that, he said his goodbyes and left. As soon as he left Brittany's house, Calvin was already heading to the Mathematical Society. On the way, he bumped into Gia YA's group, who were already on their way out. They said they'd already solved all the city's problems and had nothing left to do there. The group's leader, a blonde guy, said they were heading back home that very same day. But Calvin wasn't about to let them get away that easily. He put out a hand to stop the guy and said, with a bit of an ironic tone, that they couldn't just leave without a proper thank you. The blonde guy replied that they just wanted to grab the money and use it to pay for their trip back. That's when Calvin dropped the bait. He said 3 more problems had just popped up, with a pretty hefty reward. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the blonde dude. On the paper were the 3 little problems Blair had created. The blonde guy looked at the paper in disbelief. He asked Calvin if they were seriously going to pay for such simple tasks. The president confirmed it and said he even had paper and pencils waiting for them. All they had to do was try. Before starting, Tannen, the group's leader, made a request. He started talking about some guy named Chen Luo, a math genius who could solve anything, even coming up with new theories on the spot. Calvin listened carefully but stayed quiet, with his head down. Seeing their leader was getting sidetracked, one of Tannen's students stepped up and said what they really wanted, to meet this Chen Luo guy. But Calvin poured cold water on that idea, saying that meeting was probably never going to happen. The so-called genius hid his identity and nobody knew where he was. Some time passed and the guys were still racking their brains. Tannen asked his students if they'd solved it yet, but they said they needed a little more time. He sat down and told them to hurry up because they couldn't be late for their trip. Seeing this whole scene, Calvin gave a little smirk and asked if they still thought they were leaving today. Tannen, still confident, said that as soon as they solved the problems, they'd be on their way. He even asked Calvin to have their things picked up from the hotel. But Calvin, already knowing they'd be stuck there for a good while. Simply ask the hotel manager to extend the guy's stay for another month. Some time passes in the hall, which is lit up by a giant chandelier. The blonde guy, who was trying to solve the problems, realized this was way more complicated than it looked. He starts getting nervous and calls out for Calvin. But when Calvin doesn't show up, the guy starts to freak out, yelling for the president again. Then Oddly comes over and tells him that Calvin is away on business. He suggests the blonde guy talk to Tannen. Tannen, completely confused, asks who the blonde guy is. Oddly explains that the guy is also the president of the Math Society and that he can ask for help if he needs it. The blonde guy immediately says he definitely wants the mustached man's help. Mr. Tannen, being super polite, asks what he needs. Out of nowhere, the blonde guy's expression sours and he gets really pissed off. He snaps back that he doesn't need anything, leaving Tannen confused about why he even asked for help in the first place. The blonde guy gets more and more ticked off with the situation and Oddly just wishes him good luck, kinda under his breath. Meanwhile, Tannen goes to talk to his students, who have been racking their brains over the problems this whole time. He throws his briefcase full of papers and keys on a table, looking pretty tense. Then he completely loses his patience and starts telling off the students. He says they've disappointed him because he only asked them to divide an angle into 3, not 1,000. The guys all beg for more time, but he tells everyone to shut up. He grabs a pen from one of them and decides he's going to solve it himself. A lot more time goes by and Tannen is getting desperate, not understanding why nothing's working. He tells the students to try and think of new ways to solve it, because the problems are harder than they look. Meanwhile, Oddly picks up a newspaper to read and starts thinking about Blair, the so-called demonic genius from Lonan. Calvin walks up to the president and asks what he's reading. Oddly replies that the scientists from Chiaya have been in the city for 3 months now and that it's even in the papers. The problem is, they still haven't been able to solve anything. Then Oddly says he hopes that this time, their country, Lonan, can save face. Calvin agrees right away, saying he's also really worried about it. After all, they almost embarrass themselves in front of the Chiaya folks. Now, no one will be able to tarnish the reputation of Lonan's mathematicians. Oddly even says their math skills have always been on a higher level, and he adds that if it weren't for Blair, Lonan would have been in big trouble. He recalls how Calvin always wanted their country to become a powerhouse in mathematics. Then with his eyes sparkling, he says that if Chen Luo manages to outperform the Chiaya scholars, he himself will become that new standard. But Calvin kills the vibe, saying that Blair is only interested in money. He says that if they announced a reward of $1 million in gold, maybe the guy would show up. A while later, the president decides to call Blair in for a chat. He starts by thanking our boy on behalf of all the scientists and the people of Lonan. But Blair couldn't care less about the thanks. He asks to cut to the chase and get straight to when he'll get the cash from the king. Calvin explains that the reward has already been approved, but he can only collect the money once the scientists from Chiaya leave the city. Blair figured out that those scientists weren't gonna budge. They'd probably stay there for a good 10 years. He needed to find a way to send these guys packing. Then, the president casually admitted they had already lost this round, but if there was a way to destroy the other guy's mathematical society, victory would be guaranteed. Our boy took the bait immediately. He accepted the mission to shake the scientists' confidence, to see if they would lose faith in themselves. The president, overjoyed, asked if he'd heard him right. Blair replied that it would be a piece of cake, but he'd need a little something in return. Calvin, his eyes shining with hope, asked what he wanted for the job. Blair got straight to the point. He just wanted them to increase the king's reward money. The president's jaw dropped, thinking he must have misheard. He then said that to save the honor of the city and the entire country, he was willing to add another 2,000 gold to the reward. Blair liked the offer, and shook the man's hand, sealing the deal. With that, Calvin started to remember how things used to be, back before the scientists had shown up. He thought that this whole Chen Luo problem wasn't just about math, but was getting into philosophy, time, and space. When this problem was revealed, not only the scientists from Jari, but the entire continent would be in shock, and out of nowhere, his office door bursts open with a loud bang. A guy named Oddly rushes in, holding a letter and totally freaking out. He could barely breathe, and slammed the letter down on the desk. He explained it was a letter from the capital, saying that the state of Jari had publicly announced their scholars were going to crush their mathematical society. Calvin looked at the letter and said dejectedly that Jari had won, and Lonan had lost. Oddly agreed, saying they were defeated, but he said there was still one chance. If they solved 3 super difficult problems before the scientists arrived, their country would be hailed as the winner in the papers. But Calvin wasn't having it. He crumpled the letter and asked why Oddly was already acting like they'd lost. Angrily, he said the competition wasn't over and they couldn't just give up. He promised right then and there that he would send those people from Jari to hell. Back in the present, Tannen's students were still racking their brains over the problems. Suddenly, a wad of paper flies through the air and hits one of them. It was a friend who threw it, saying it was a waste of time to keep trying. But the kid who got hit disagreed, saying he was close to solving it. Just then, one of the students started freaking out, desperate because he couldn't solve a problem that seemed simple. Another guy asked someone named Vincent to get the kid out of there. Vincent didn't think twice. He grabbed the panicking kid by the collar, while the kid clung to the floor, begging to stay. While this was going on, one of the boys noticed a new challenge had been posted on the bulletin board. The guys went over to read it, and the problem was about a tortoise walking down a road with Achilles chasing after it. The question was how long it would take Achilles to catch the tortoise. A guy named Melky immediately said that was easy. If you know the speed of both and the distance between them, even an 8-year-old could solve it. But Vincent warned him not to be so hasty, because the person who created that problem was Blair. Then they noticed a sentence written at the end of the notice, which said, "No matter how fast Achilles runs, he will never be able to catch the tortoise." Vincent decides to look under the paper to read the message. Then, some dude with glasses clicks his tongue and starts laughing his head off, saying the whole thing is nonsense, and that even his nephew could catch the tortoise. Annoyed, Vincent nudges his buddy and says that Blair didn't just leave that message there for nothing. Melky agrees with him, but admits he's still not getting any of it. Seeing the small commotion, Calvin comes over to ask if everything's all right. Vincent explains that they can't figure out Mr. Blair's problem and asks for help. The man replies that as far as he knows, TA scientists have always said that time and space can be divided infinitely. But then, out of nowhere, he turns and asks the crowd if that's actually true. The crowd starts to panic, saying it's not just their mathematicians who think that way, it's the whole world. Calvin then explains that they're wrong, and that the problem isn't about speed and distance. The catch is every time Achilles gets closer to the tortoise, it also moves forward a little bit. The distance between them keeps shrinking, but this process can be divided into infinite parts. If you look at it that way, he'll never reach the tortoise. One of the guys finally gets the logic and freaks out, realizing he really wouldn't be able to catch the creature. Vincent says this is just some nonsense Blair made up, and that you can obviously catch the tortoise. But on the other hand, it meant the truth that TA's entire mathematical society believed in was completely wrong. A young man named Ron decides to rip the paper from the board, saying he's going to show it to his master, who will for sure know what's wrong with it. As the kids run off, Calvin thinks that at this rate he's going to go crazy too. A while later, even Tannen declares that Blair is a demon after reading the problem. He just couldn't wrap his head around how the mathematician's theory and the solution to this problem could exist at the same time. Meanwhile, Calvin was in his office, staring at the tortoise and wondering if it could actually be solved with math. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a guy barges in without knocking, telling Calvin to go handle the situation in GIA, since all their guys just bailed. The president replies that they already couldn't solve the other problems, and with this new tortoise one, he would have bailed in their place too. After this challenge came up, the scientists from TA had no reason to stick around. Staying would only raise more questions. Audley starts arguing with the president, complaining that he wasn't doing anything about the uproar surrounding the problem and the other country scientists. Without saying a word, Calvin abruptly stands up from his chair and faces the mustached man. He places his left hand on the guy's shoulder in a friendly gesture, about to speak. Calvin then lays it on him. If he wants an explanation for all these problems, he needs to bring him 7,000 gold coins. Some time passes, and it's now night with the moon high in the sky. Blair is just standing there, staring at 3 enormous chests overflowing with money. The gleam of the gold has him completely mesmerized. Just thinking about how much cash he has now, it takes Calvin a moment to snap the guy out of it. And when he finally does, Blair says with a smile that he hadn't even noticed him arrive. The president then cuts to the chase. He wants the answer to the tortoise problem, but our boy knows the whole deal is way more complicated than that. This is Zeno's paradox, and the problem isn't just mathematical. It messes with the very idea of what's possible and what isn't. To explain it properly, he'd have to get into quantum physics, but the folks in this world don't even know basic physics. No one would understand a thing. If he dropped that kind of knowledge on them, people would just freak out. So, to keep it simple, Blair just says he doesn't know the answer, even though he's thinking the real problem is that he wouldn't be able to explain it to them. Then, Calvin calls him God Chen and asks why he'd create a problem that not even he can solve. At that point, Blair cuts the guy off and tells him to keep his voice down, because he doesn't want anyone finding out about his second identity. The president gets desperate and says he can put more money on the table, asking him to think about it a little more. This offer almost gets our protagonist again. His eyes are glued to the guy's hand making the money sign, but he manages to control himself and reiterates that he really doesn't know the solution. Calvin sees it's not going to work and decides to leave, already thinking about how he's going to explain to the king that not even money could motivate the guy. But in a last-ditch effort before leaving, he shouts that he can add another 5,000 gold. It was too late though. The door slams in his face, leaving the man talking to himself. Inside, Blair had almost given in to temptation. He thinks that he needs to get a grip and not overload this world with knowledge that's too advanced. If he does that, disaster is a sure thing. Suddenly, he hears a scream coming from Brittany's room, calling for him. He rushes over, scared, and throws the door open, asking what happened. She, all excited, says she had an idea about the problem. If you divide a number an infinite number of times, what's left is so small that maybe it can be counted as 0. Our protagonist is shocked, thinking that ever since he threw this problem out there, things have spun out of his control. Professor Brittany herself was already starting to grasp the concept behind the paradox, even without his help. He starts thinking that maybe the scientists of this world can figure out the answer on their own. He's just there, lost in these thoughts, when Brittany asks if he's still listening, and he says he is. Then, with a little smile, she asks what he thought of her reasoning, and our boy gets all flustered, not knowing what to say. Luckily for him, at that exact moment, Isabella shows up, opening the door, and asking if anyone's home. Blair seizes the opportunity and rushes to greet the blonde girl at the entrance. Brittany is left behind, wondering why he listened to everything and then just ran off. Meanwhile, Isabella is already eyeing the chest of money and asks where all that cash came from. He replies that he got it all during winter break and asks why she came back. Interrupting the conversation, Brittany appears, wanting to get back to talking about math, but our protagonist changes the subject. He says he doesn't want to stay home on the last day of their break and invites them both to go shopping on his dime. Isabella doesn't think twice, already dragging Brittany to go get ready, saying they need to hurry. The next day, Isabella goes to talk to Blair, asking for help. He thought it was a problem with her homework, but she tells him she doesn't know which university in the capital to choose on her graduate school application form. Our boy says that's not complicated at all, and tells her to just pick the one she likes best. Blair didn't get Isabella's hint, and she got so annoyed that she snatched the paper from his hand. Our boy tried to explain that he couldn't choose a college for her right, so the blonde tried a different approach and asked where he wanted to go. He shot back that he wasn't going anywhere, that he wanted to stay right there at the academy, so she just told him to get out. The protagonist was totally confused by the conversation, and just figured she must be on her period. As he was walking down the hall, lost in thought, someone called his name. It was Alice. With an awkward look on her face, she said she wanted to talk. She explained that she'd be graduating soon and moving to the capital, and that even if they didn't see each other anymore, she would wait for him there. But Blair cut right to the chase and told her not to wait, because he wasn't going to the capital. He was staying right here in Yabo City. The girl was so shocked by the news that she dropped her paper on the floor. Out of nowhere, Alice grabbed him by the shoulders and started telling him that with his talent, he could get into the best university in the capital and become a famous scientist or mage. Blair thanked her for the concern, but said he preferred his current city. Upset, she turned away and told him not to get the wrong idea, saying she had to go. But then suddenly, our boy ran and grabbed her hand to tell her something. Alice's face instantly turned red. She started to wonder if he'd finally understood how she felt. In her mind, if Blair said he wanted to go to the capital with her, she'd confess her feelings right then and there. The girl looked at him, all flustered, ready to listen. But he just said, super casually, that she had dropped something and forgot to pick it up. He told her to be more careful not to lose important documents again, and handed the paper back to her. Alice, who's normally super calm, just slapped him across the face and stormed off, furious. Meanwhile, Isabella was in the classroom, wondering what to write on her form. Out of nowhere, someone snatched the paper from Isabella's hand. It was Alice, and she wanted to see what she had written. Seeing that the form was blank, she asked why Isabella hadn't filled it out yet, since everyone knew the blonde wanted to go to a magic college in the capital. Isabella replied that it was none of her business, and that maybe she didn't even want to go to the capital anymore. Alice then blurted out that she didn't expect her to do something like that for Blair, and said that the blonde had won the fight. With that declaration, Isabella turned bright red, not knowing what to say. A few days passed, and suddenly, Blair felt that familiar ear pull again. The teacher thought he looked pensive because he wasn't over Alice leaving, but he said he was just thinking about life. Then she started reminding him that at the farewell party, the redhead had hugged him for a whole minute, and that out of all the guys there, she only hugged him. So, in her mind, he couldn't get over Alice. He tried to explain that it wasn't like that at all, but Isabella wouldn't even listen and finally let go of his ear. Our boy explained that Alice only hugged him out of politeness, that it was just a custom, and that in reality, he was just thinking about how to make money. But he didn't say that last part out loud. Instead, he asked her to pick one of the books a nearby vendor was selling, so he could give it to her as a gift. Even though Isabella said he didn't have to, the guy decided to buy her a book. He asked for the price of the blue-covered book, and the vendor replied that it was 20 gold coins. The girl started saying the book looked really good and that's why he should buy it. But out of nowhere, our protagonist starts yelling, saying that 20 gold coins was a total ripoff. The vendor defended himself, saying he was already selling at the lowest price, and that in reality, he wasn't selling books, he was selling knowledge, and that's priceless. The protagonist just stared at the books, thinking about the vendor's line. Seeing him so quiet, Isabella thought he had gotten upset, so she offered to buy the book for him. But suddenly, the guy grabbed her hand and said they needed to get out of there, fast. She was confused about where he was going, while the vendor tried to get their attention with no luck. The vendor grumbled that kids these days don't know how to haggle anymore, because if the boy had negotiated a little, he would have sold the book for cheaper. Blair then took Isabella to a hat shop to buy her a real present. He pointed to a really pretty hat with a matching rose and ribbon and told her to try it on. The girl put on the hat and asked if it looked good. He replied that it looked great, and immediately told the saleswoman he'd take it. The woman thanked them for the purchase, and Isabella was shocked that he just spent 20 gold coins on a hat like that. Without a second thought, he said the hat suited her perfectly, and that honestly, he didn't care about the money. In that moment, Isabella thought that Blair could be pretty cute sometimes, and that's when it finally clicked for our protagonist. He remembered the bookseller's words and realized that, in this world, knowledge of mathematics was the most valuable thing of all. A grin spread across his face and he started walking faster, telling the girl it was time for lunch. He was ecstatic because a plan to make some serious cash had finally formed in his mind. On the continent of Shinan, knowledge is protected way more fiercely than in our 21st century. Scholars who write books are treated like nobility. That's why books are so expensive in this world, and only the wealthy can afford them. Over the years, many people have even been executed for trying to copy the work of scientists. This world is a paradise for anyone who discovers something new. And of all the fields of mathematics, geometry is the one that most interests the scholars of Shinan. The thing is, their progress isn't even 10% of what it was in the protagonist's original world. Blair then thinks about how lucky he was to have been a math teacher in his past life. He can teach so much about geometry, explaining every single law and theorem in detail. He even studied different ways to solve more complicated problems and theorems, so he wouldn't be caught off guard by the top students in his class. His knowledge goes way beyond what you learn in school. The idea is clear. If he writes a book on geometry, he'll become a hero, make a ton of money, and help advance science. Without a second thought, he decides to start writing his new book right away. The plan is to take the principles of Euclid, fix all the flaws, and compile everything about geometry into a single book. The idea completely took him over. 2 weeks go by, and the guy is still at it, writing non-stop. He was so dedicated that he even fell asleep right on top of his papers. Out of nowhere, some loud knocking at the door wakes Blair up. It was Isabella already there and telling him to get up. She was annoyed, asking why he wasn't answering when she'd already called for him several times. Our boy replied that he'd get dressed first and be right down. Then he asked if anything urgent had happened, but the girl got all flustered when she saw Blair was shirtless, so she just told him to hurry up and then bailed. Our MC thought to himself, good thing I reacted so fast, otherwise, Isabella would have barged right into his room and seen his big project. After 2 weeks of hard work, his book, titled Geometry, was finally done. The thing is, Blair has this reputation for being a demon who shatters everything people believe in. Meanwhile, Chen Luo is seen as a god, so our boy decides he's gonna hand over the book, pretending to be Chen Luo. The scene cuts to Calvin's office. Someone knocks on the door, and he tells them to come in, without even turning to see who it is. The president is just thinking to himself that even though the god Luo helped them defeat the GI scholars, the truth is, GI was still the most important hub for mathematics in the world. And then, in walks Blair, disguised as Chen Luo. He greets Calvin and congratulates him on his promotion to official branch president. Calvin, looking all serious, asks who he is, thinking this can't be the real god, Luo. But Blair quickly puts an end to the suspense, takes off his mask, and reveals his face. Calvin asks why he's dressed like that, since there are no more secrets between them. Our boy explains that he wanted to make an important request on behalf of Chen Luo. Instantly, the president assumes he's here to present a new theory, but then Blair slams a huge stack of papers down on the desk. He tells Calvin he was close, but he actually brought a book. Without a moment's hesitation, Calvin asks to take a look at the work. Blair agrees, adding that he still had other things to discuss with him, but the president barely even heard Blair. He immediately started reading the book and realized it covered all the questions that mathematicians were currently researching. On top of that, it was filled with theories the guy had never even heard of. He got completely lost in it, and our boy just casually asked if he was enjoying it. Out of nowhere, the president drops to his knees in front of Blair. With a hand over his heart, he declares that the god Luo will always be his god. The dude basically bows at his feet, saying the book is an incredible gift to all scientists, that it's the pinnacle of mathematical research, and that with it, Lohman will become the new center of the mathematical world. He also says this book will go down in history, and that every scientist, maybe even the whole world, will want to buy it. At that point, Blair decides to cut to the chase. He says he brought the book to ask the association to publish it under the title Geometry, and asks how much they could pay for it. Calvin replies that the book is priceless, and that the minimum value would be 10,000 gold coins, potentially going as high as 100,000. But then, completely out of the blue, Blair says that 10 gold coins would be just fine. Calvin is in total shock, unable to believe what he just heard, and even asks him to repeat it just to be sure. Our boy explains he didn't write the book for money, but to help the world of mathematics move forward. He says that if they set the price at 100,000, no one will be able to afford it. Hearing this, Calvin is completely moved by the kid's kindness, and basically calls him a saint. In Blair's head though, the logic was completely different. He figured he didn't know anything about business, but it seemed way more profitable to sell a ton of copies at a low price. He also informs Calvin that this book will be his final contribution to mathematics. From now on, he's going to focus 100% on magic. Calvin is left completely baffled, unable to understand how the world of mathematics could possibly advance without the guidance of Godlo, as they all called him. The protagonist responds that everyone there has put him on way too high of a pedestal. Compared to the great scientist from his world, he feels like just an ant. He explains that in his world, scientists rack their brains over unanswerable questions, searching for the truth for generations with no one to guide them. It's only now that they've reached an insane level of mathematics, getting close to the secrets of the so-called Palace of Mathematics. Replying to Calvino, he says he has faith that one day the scientists here will also find the way on their own without needing any help. After that, Blair walks out of the association without his mask, with everyone staring at him with the utmost respect. Calvino is left speechless by this otherworld story, and one of the guys there suggests that maybe the kid really did come from a more advanced place. Meanwhile, over at the Royal Palace, the Queen's crew is trying to find Blair using a magic orb, but just as one of the servants reports their failure, the orb explodes out of nowhere, sending the maids flying. They throw themselves on the ground, scared to death, begging for forgiveness, and asking to be punished for failing to find the guy. But the Queen, sitting calmly on her throne, just tells them to try again because she insists on seeing the boy in person. This Manhua is called a mage, but also a scientist. It was cancelled at chapter 83, and every single chapter is covered right here in this video. What did you guys think of this story? It's not every day we get a protagonist who's a brilliant scholar, the supreme mage, and a Rizzler, right? Drop a comment down below, my fellow mags. Leave your amazing thoughts.